What's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm DJ.
And I'm Diggins. Whoa!
And this is mostly nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woohoo! I forgot what the name of the podcast was as I was doing the bit. Now that's quality. Thank you, Junkie XL, a real person's name that we all had to learn this week. Guys, we can't even waste any time talking about our weeks. But let's try. How's everybody's week been so far?
I'll go first. I got one thing to say about my week, Nando and Diggins, and that is hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
That's what I got.
I have one thing to say about my week, DJ and Diggins.
Yeah.
Hush, my Aquaman, this is I don't remember how that song went. That's my favorite song.
I got one thing to say about this week.
Oh.
I'll fucking kill you.
Let me do a card trick for you. Do you like card tricks, Batman? You know, we could say that this whole world is just one big card trick. Oh.
Do you think they filmed all the lines from memes related to the Joker in case they weren't sure which one they were going to put in the trailer and not the movie? It's me, the Joker, baby! Like, he had that line in there, too.
I'll show everyone a boner!
Yeah, baby. We're back to boner jokes. It never ends.
You know about the boner, right? The Joker and his boner.
Oh, I do know that. Yes, I'm saying like we got more after Ralph Boner. You thought we were out of boners are a different word jokes, but not today, baby.
Seriously though, what happened to We Live in a Society?
I think they filmed it like they shot that line for the trailer.
Yeah, it was they probably just filmed it for the troll. No, wait, hold on. What's worse? They filmed it for the troll, or they filmed it for the trailer, not intending using it, but intended it as like a cool, serious thing.
I think it is worse. I think it's worse if they filmed it for the troll because none of us could tell it was a troll. We were all like, oh my God, they did the dumb thing on purpose because they're, you know, like there was no, I think that's more embarrassing for me is if like you know, like hold up a whoopee cushion, sit on the whoopee cushion, and then everybody goes, "Oh, he fucking farted! What a loser!" Like it's much worse if you are so bad at doing something that even though we know it's probably a joke, none of us are quite sure. But guys, we gotta talk about everybody's favorite streaming thing this week: Disney Plus's Falcon and the Winter Soldier, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
It's good. We love it.
No,
we're gonna talk about it.
It's fine.
Yeah, I thought the bit where he did that one thing and then just flew around and did a bunch of kicks, that was pretty good.
If you don't include Black Panther, it's the closest Marvel has ever come to acknowledging race.
I mean, I feel like we'll see what's his name's all about, little Mr. Fake Captain America, whatever we're gonna call him, but yeah, he could. I'm hoping they don't make him super racist and they go a little bit more nuance there, but we will see. I don't know, but also it's pretty good because it seems like they're just like doing whatever. Like Anthony Mackie's backstory is just the Falcon's backstory now, like because the Falcon's usually also from New York. He's a Brooklyn native, I believe. Or at least he was retconned to be, and they were just like, nah, where are you from, Anthony Mackie? Like, Louisiana? All right, that's where the Falcon's from, too, or something like that. And I respect that. DJ, what do you think of Dr. or Mr. Falcon?
I think that I was so impressed that, you know, the first 20 minutes of the show, like 15, 20 minutes, I'm like, oh my God, this is like a movie. It looks like a movie. And like I know that WandaVision, it was intentional, obviously, to emulate certain eras of TV shows.
Wait, and is that what it was? Oh, I get it.
Do you get it now? Yeah, I know.
I get it. I thought my TV was broken for 2 episodes and then it fixed.
You're like, why is this in 4:3 ratio? Who on earth would do this? It doesn't really make sense for 2021, but you know, I'll take it. But this was like, oh man, the quality is so obviously like a movie.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch that in a movie theater. Like, I'd love to see that first seat.
Do you, though?
You don't think so?
I mean,
I feel like you could cut all the actions together and just make a fun little movie theater, probably when this is all over, not the whole thing.
I know we're not talking about this, but the news that, like, Black Widow and some other shows are going to be...
we should talk about that. I forgot about that.
At home, like Disney Plus, I was like, oh, thank goodness, that's great. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because it's Black Widow... What the other one? Cruella and Luca. Mm-hmm. But Black Widow and Cruella cost money, but Luca does not.
Right.
But Raya did, but Soul didn't. So it's not even that, like, I mean, I guess maybe you could say the Pixar versus the Disney animation, but it's not even like movies that are animated, like, are money and the other ones aren't. It's just, it's so random. Whatever this... Right. Yeah. But... I mean, I'm excited. I'll probably watch it in a theater if I can get around to it. It'll probably be fun.
I'm not going until they make me. You know what else I realized? Because I was talking about this with Michelle. One of the biggest things about a movie theater is that I always would have like bathroom anxiety because I don't have a strong bladder. And it only got worse in 2020, just always being near a bathroom. I no longer had to, there was no need to hold it. So it was like, you just go in your pants. No one really cares, right? So I was just like, if I go to a movie theater, you gotta get up, go to the bathroom. You're not sure what you're gonna miss. They have a whole app called Run Pee to like for this reason, but now it's I don't have the anxiety. I pause it and I'm good.
Yeah, guys,
or I just go in my living room because who cares?
You would not believe the amount of piss sounds DJ edits out of this podcast.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
Incredible.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd definitely go see Cruella in a theater. Probably not. But also, I don't know. That might not be any good. But maybe Black Widow won't either, but I feel like Black Widow is at least going to be that kind of average Marvel, like this is fun. But Luca, I feel like out of all three of those seemed like it had the potential to be the coolest to see in a theater and like the most pretty and interesting. So yeah, I mean, you could still go to a theater, but I'm surprised that they're not making it cost more money. So then people are just like, well, if I'm paying $30, I might as well go to a theater to see it. I don't know. I'll never understand this.
I'm going to see everything I can in a theater as soon as I'm vaccinated.
Yeah, right? Guys, speaking of things you can see in a theater... Well, wait, can you? No, right?
Very, very few limited ones.
Oh, God. Can you imagine? How would you do it? Intermission halfway through?
I would hope that between part 3 and 4, there would be a 15-minute break or something.
I'm pretty sure they are actually doing an intermission for a theatrical show.
Nice.
However, what I would do is burn every reel and not show it to anyone.
All right,
Diggins, you silly boy.
You silly Billy. We're going to talk about a movie called Zack Snyder's Justice League.
This isn't
Justice League. That's right.
The first one is Justice League.
It's Zack Snyder's
yeah, right. So we're going to talk about that movie, that whole thing, and we're going to do it in DJ wants to do in 6 parts. What are the 6 parts called? What's the first part called, DJ?
All right, the first part is called Our Impressions, right?
Okay.
It's not even remotely like the first part of this movie.
Well, this is our own...
It's not as high and mighty and like, you should... I mean, you have to...
Okay, so let me try again.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna, obviously we're not gonna edit this because I never do this, but ask me what the first part is.
DJ, what's the first part called?
I don't think so, Diggins.
Very good. Yeah, all right. Well, guys, we're talking, of course, about Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is what it is called, 2021. It is 4 hours long. It happened, you guys. It came out.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't that interesting?
Good for them, right?
I
guess.
For Zack
Snyder.
Good for Zack Snyder.
Good for Zack Snyder, bad for the world.
Good for some of the fans.
Yeah. That one lady who got to be on Fandom, DC Fandom, good for her.
I mean, not good for... I mean, it depends on what she's up to. Good for her. Maybe not so good if she is one of the Restore the Snyderverse fans, which I would imagine she probably is. Have you seen this movement, DJ Diggins? Yeah. You go to HBO Max's Twitter and you'll just... It's that.
Yep.
That's all the replies.
Did you see some people being like, when Kong versus Godzilla comes out, watch Snyder Cut instead so that HBO Max knows we want our Snyderverse.
Smart. That'll do it.
Maybe these guys are on to something. Eh?
Yeah. I think we the one that I saw that was weird was like, all right, everybody cancel your subscription until they say they're going to make more Snyder stuff. And everybody else is like, but won't that prove to them that you're not going to subscribe unless we make these movies? Eventually we'll have to stop. So why would they start catering to you now? But also, I mean, they seem pretty short-sighted in general, Warner Brothers and HBO, so what's stopping them?
They made this.
And I think this makes sense to me because they wanted to release something and they had nothing. They had no movies, so they were like, what movies did we already shoot? And they used this one. But anything in the future, because like they're making more movies in this like cinematic universe, kind of. They're all kind of movies. Kind of getting a Flash that's connected, kind of more Wonder Woman's, Aquaman's. But yeah, nothing that's like a really direct continuation of this, which is good, kind of. It's good that it's over.
So far.
Yeah.
So far.
That's
right?
true.
I never would have guessed we would have gotten this movie.
Please let me hold on to this hope.
Now,
what,
guys,
that we're done?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be surprised, but also, I don't know. I think it's probably over, but I've been wrong before.
I mean, Zack Snyder himself has said it's over. Right?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm done. I'm not going to make more. I am done.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, he's got other movies coming out. He really wants to make Anne Rind movies or whatever. Like, he wants to make Atlas Shrugged, so he should probably just do that.
Ayn Rand.
Right, sorry.
Just in case anyone got confused, wondering what discarded watermelon shell he wanted to make a movie with.
Very good. We got the movie. We got Zack Snyder's Justice League to talk about, though. And guys, we have to talk about the plot summary and do the IMDb thing now. So here's the thing. I don't remember what it used to be, but it's different now. So the one I was really excited about 2 weeks ago is not the current IMDb summary for Zack Snyder's Justice League. And none of it exists anymore. So I can't, like, I'm looking through the summaries and it's not there. But I'll just tell you, it started with, like, based on the bold vision of Zack Snyder or something like that. And this one does not have that. I know, I'm upset.
Okay.
I really liked it. But guys, you guys are going to do it in an order decided by DJ, I think. I think DJ won last week.
Okay, so I'll go first. I'm going to go first.
Sounds good. All right. What is the IMDb plot summary for Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Okay. After the horrible death of Superman, Batman must get together Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Aquaman, and the Flash to form the Justice League to stop an apocalyptic event, or to stop an event that could threaten to destroy the whole world.
Okay. Diggins, what about you?
Okay. Rise up, gamers.
Oh, God.
Zack Snyder returns to show his original vision for this tale of Earth's mightiest heroes gathering to defeat the forces of an alien threat that seeks to destroy the entire planet.
So, it's DJ. Diggins, honestly, near the end, you almost got it. But it has to go to DJ, mostly because he mentioned Superman, so here's the IMDb summary. The one that actually exists. This is a real one on IMDb. Determined to ensure Superman's ultimate sacrifice was not in vain, Bruce Wayne aligns forces with Diana Prince with plans to recruit a team of metahumans to protect the world from an approaching threat of catastrophic proportions. So lots of little
lots of prepositional phrases.
Yeah. That sentence took a lot of twists and turns. But so yes, CJ said the Superman thing, and I mean Rise Up Gamers was good, but it didn't. But not quite there. Guys, so DJ wins.
Yes.
Which means DJ next week you get to do the thing.
All right, we'll have to remember this, but next week I will do the thing.
So. Since that is the case, DJ, get to go first. What did you think of Zack Snyder's Justice League?
All right, for dramatic effect, can I use my win to yield and have Diggins go first?
Sure. Yeah, of course. You get to choose that as well. Yeah.
So I would like, if he's willing, I would like Diggins to go first. because I want him to set the tone.
Go get him, Diggins.
Zack Snyder's Justice League is not literally the worst movie I've ever seen, but only because I've watched some of Zack Snyder's other movies.
Yes. Yes.
It is bad. It's really bad, guys. There's no way around it. It fucking sucks. It's a bad movie, and you shouldn't watch it. It's
oh my god,
boring.
I love it.
It's it's self-indulgent. It looks mostly pretty bad. It's you'd think they would get rid of all the weird jokes, but there's still a lot in there, and they're all bad. The humor is as if an alien was described how jokes work and is trying it. And so, cause like the construction is technically fine, but they don't seem to understand what makes a joke funny. They just know that this is what you're supposed to do. The story is either nonsense or completely non-existent in any given scene. Nobody has an arc. People say Cyborg does. He has the thing that is closest to being an arc, but he still doesn't have one. There's nothing. I can't think of a single thing in this movie worth sitting through 4 hours for. Not a single thing. It's completely terrible. There's no reason to watch it.
Nice.
Wow. Wowie. All right. DJ, what did you think of Zack Snyder's Justice League?
So I was going to say, just as a little preamble, the reason I had Diggins go first is because I read your tweets, Diggins.
I did not.
I read the tweets.
I stayed away from the tweets so I would be surprised on the podcast. I mean, I knew you didn't like it, but that was it.
Oh, I feel like Diggins' response just now is easier than the tweets.
Oh.
Okay, so let's see. How do I want to handle this? Okay. I have a lot of complex views on this movie. I agree that it is not worth the 4-hour runtime. And Nando, I know you put out a video where you talk about you think that some hero's gonna like make a 2-hour version of this movie that'll be good and not like the bad Justice League. All right. So that being said, while I think it's not worth the 4-hour runtime, I think this movie is slightly above average.
Wow.
But, like, Zack Snyder cheated to get there. Like, 4 hours is way too long for a movie. Like, if you're given an essay in high school or college, you might get a 2,000-word limit. And if you go over that limit, you'll get deducted for it. So I'm removing a lot of points because, Zack Snyder, you should have some good things in a 4-hour romp of a movie, and I think there is legitimately some good things in here. I don't think it makes it an overall good movie. I think, like I said, it's slightly above average because I think it's mostly neutral, some good, some bad, one really awful thing that we'll talk about, toward the end, I'm sure, because of where it happens in the movie. But I think that, like, this movie is fine. I'm happy for Zack Snyder. I know you didn't see the Justice League, Diggins, but like it's crazy how different these movies are because Justice League truly took the worst parts of this movie, added more bad stuff, and made it a movie. And this movie's like fine. It's way too long. You shouldn't watch it because it's 4 hours. But like overall, it's fine. As a matter of fact, I'll take it one step further. I think that we should get some Snyderverse movies because maybe if he could have a regular movie process and not possibly be hijacked by Warner Brothers, which I'm actually really curious if we ever get like a story on what happened, like specifically what happened.
Then we'd get Batman vs. Superman, which is literally the worst movie I've ever seen.
Now that is a bad movie, but I think this movie corrects some of the Batman v Superman mistakes because I think Zack Snyder so badly wants to make like an Injustice movie, but he wants to skip all the steps to develop it. But like this, it's fine. It's fine. So we'll talk about the specifics, but overall, I think what you get is a slightly above average movie that you should not watch because 4 hours is way, way, way too big an ask. And Zack Snyder cheated his way into like a slightly acceptable movie overall. Those are my thoughts.
Wow. I think it's okay, and
Can't believe what I'm hearing.
I think it's good at being itself. I don't think every movie. I think this movie is what it is. Like, it's more that than, I would say more that than Man of Steel and more that than Batman v Superman. I think even if you take out all the slow motion and the other stuff about like that I didn't love there, obviously it's still very long and still very like self-indulgent and very like things just take longer than they need to. And there's characters I like more than others in terms of comic accuracy and just like maybe just like comic accuracy, like he's not wearing the right hat, but like they seem to be they are in the spirit of the character they're derived from. But then there's other characters that I just like in spite of their lack of that. So, like, I have different feelings about the characters. I think most of the additions that do make an effort to expand upon the story of this movie are good. I think most of the additions that make an effort to expand on the story of the next movie are bad. And I think my biggest problem with this movie coming out of it, and I had the hardest time with, is all the worst stuff is at the end. And I don't know what the movie was going for in terms of, like, what goals it was trying to fulfill there. If it was just like, let's do fan service for fun, or let's set up something. Or if there was a thing where Zack Snyder just was like, this is the natural end of this story, is teasing these two characters and, like, leaving this thing open for questions. But overall, I did not like it nearly as much as I thought I was going to like it, or not like it. Like, I thought it was okay. I'm happy for everyone, except for people that were mean about it. Those guys, they can suck it. No, everything.
Maybe they were right. Maybe those people were right, because if you bully enough studio executives, you will get what you want.
That's true. I'm excited for the studio executives that have to live with this decision, like,
right?
And just get harassed about this forever. Not like I'm excited for them to be harassed, but I'm excited for an audience that is never satisfied because they gave an inch that they never should have given.
Right.
I think a lot of I don't know. I enjoyed bits of. I think every change except for one, I think was two. I think were positive. And
so here's something we should clarify that may help explain some of our disparate takes on this movie, which is you guys have seen the original the Joss Leagan, the Justice Leagan, and
yes.
I have not. This is my first exposure to any single frame of this movie. So perhaps you've been inoculated vaccine-like to how bad all the scenes from that one was, because you were already expecting them, whereas I was getting a fresh blast of badness in every scene.
Well, I mean, I have been inoculated.
Sorry, you go on.
No, it's my fault. I was going to say, I think I've been inoculated in the way that people are inoculated for COVID. I think because of seeing the worst version of this, my body is immune to having an extreme response. But in general, I think I can tease out what's good and bad while not liking parts of it. I think it looks okay at points. I think overall it's worse than, probably not like worse than, but it's worse for me than your average superhero movie, especially these days when most of them are okay. But I think it does enough things that are at least kind of interesting for me that I'm like, you know what? I don't mind it so much.
See,
I don't know.
The problem is there were parts of this movie that I genuinely found fun and interesting. And then there were other parts of the movie that I was just very neutral on. And then there were some that just put me right to sleep.
I cannot wait to hear what part of this movie is fun and interesting.
I mean, we'll probably go as we talk about it, but I don't know. It's like there are character moments and beats and just I think moments of this that are good, and some of them are hokey and it's overwritten and the slow motion's too much, but it's at least average, right? You get an average movie out of this. Average effort yields average, or I don't want to say effort, but this is mostly an average movie. It's too long though, and that's where all the points go down.
If this is the average quality of the movies you watch, DJ, no wonder you don't want to go to theaters.
No, but like, you get what I'm saying, where it's like, yes, it's too much because it's 4 hours, but if there were a 2-hour cut of this movie, like, it probably would be decent or average or whatever.
I understand the words you're saying in an intellectual sense, but my brain rejects them because
all right,
it simply cannot be.
Well, let's transition to part 2 of the podcast. What's this one called, DJ?
The age of podcasters?
The age of podcasters. The age of podcasters must come again. We got to talk about the movie. Guys, I don't know. Where do we start with this one?
I don't know. It's like we'll go crazy if we go through this movie as it happens, but
scene by
I don't
scene.
know how else. But I don't know how else to evaluate it unless we go by like things we like, things we hated. You know,
What
if we go scene by
scene,
or sorry, it's just if we went scene by scene, this would be like an 8-hour podcast because every scene has something insane to talk about.
But there's some insane things that I want to talk about. But you know, I'm sure they'll just come up organically.
All right, well, let's start here. Let's start with the plot. Just the plain old plot.
Nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's you know, it's just like, you know, by the number superhero plot. I feel like big giant bad guy has to go get all the boxes.
On the macro level, yes, you are correct. It is very much just basic superhero. There's a bad guy. He wants the powerful things. If he gets the powerful things, bad things will happen. Heroes have to team up to stop the bad guy from getting the powerful things so the bad thing doesn't happen. Bad guy does get the powerful things. Oh no, they have to do one last ditch thing to stop him from using the powerful things. Like, yes, macro level, very basic plot that you would expect from any superhero. But like so many things else, the devil is in the details. Every single twist and turn of this movie makes no sense at all.
Okay, how about this? Let's do it like this instead. Now that I'm thinking about it, this makes more sense. Unless it's the ending, which let's save most of the ending stuff for later.
Yeah.
For the ending of the podcast. What is your least favorite thing about the movie, Diggins? Let's talk about specific things you did not like. And then we'll get nice things in the middle of that, but since that's going to be like the driving force behind that, then we should probably start there. Give me one thing you didn't like about this movie, Diggins.
Oh my god, that's like asking me to pick my favorite grain of sand in the desert.
Well, which is your favorite?
Oh boy. Let's see. Like how micro versus macro do you want me to get here?
I would say it's somewhere in the middle.
Or okay.
Like not like individual lines, unless they're really bad.
So let's talk about how many scenes there are of people doing nothing in particular in slow-mo set to a pop song cover.
How many are there?
I didn't count, but it's more than one.
I mean, you're referring specifically to the Aquaman one, right? That's
no,
like the most glaring.
That's not even the most egregious one to me. That one sucks, but it's the worst one to me is the slow-mo scene of Lois Lane getting coffee, and then the scene ends.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Well, so I don't know if you caught this. Do you know what else happens in that scene?
She visits the memorial for Superman and is like, I'm sad about it.
Way before that. And like,
she gives the coffee to the old actor for Jimmy Olsen because Zack Snyder's like, sorry, I killed Jimmy Olsen in the last movie for no goddamn reason at all.
Before that, even before that.
Well, man, I actually don't know what you're talking about then.
She walks by a cafe. Who is sitting in that cafe? One Zachary Snyder.
Oh, my God.
That is his cameo in the movie. You
Man.
can't cut it. It's important. I mean, listen, there's nothing the Snyder Cut fans want to see more than Zack Snyder's face, so
That's true.
might as well give the people what they want. I thought you were going to say the Flash scene where he's in the car, like the car crash.
Yeah, that one
Car
too.
Crash
Wow, there
2.
are-
Or Car Crash 1, I guess.
There are a lot of those scenes. Wow.
That Flash scene was weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
Sorry, Diggins. Continue your talk about how much you hate these things.
What, you want me to just keep saying things I hate?
Well, I don't know.
Well, elaborate. I request elaboration.
I don't know why that's bad.
Yeah, and just like what... So that Lois Lane scene is interesting, because it is weird. I think Lois Lane's arc in this movie is very weird.
I think so. Here's a macro level take for you about why this movie doesn't work at all for me. Superman shouldn't be in this movie. He just shouldn't. The movie's plot is structured in a way that it makes absolutely no sense that they have Superman in this movie. Which means you don't need Lois Lane because the only reason she's there is so Superman can look at her and be like, maybe I'm not crazy. Which means that there's no point in having those Lois Lane scenes. But also, another big point about this. So here is where I think it being so long works against it, which is it feels incredibly disjointed, especially in the first hour or so, when we're just getting literally an hour of just like establishing scenes of different characters, most of whom we're not going to see again for like another hour after that, because there's so many scenes of other characters we have to get through. And most of those scenes aren't going to go anywhere. They're just there to be there so we can look at the character and be like, I know who that character is. Like, we have this whole introductory scene where Aquaman gets talked at by Willem Dafoe in an air bubble for some reason, even though he's supposed to be the only Atlantean that breathes air. Anyway... And they talk about his backstory. That doesn't matter to this movie at all. I guess it's just because Aquaman hasn't been in a movie before, so they feel like, well, we gotta tell people what his deal is. But it makes no sense to put it in here, because it doesn't matter. This movie's not about that. And knowing that stuff just is confusing.
Yeah, I don't know if the Willem Dafoe scene for me is the most cuttable based on, like, sheer plot like improvement. I think it has some things working against it. I think it's ugly. I think it's one of the uglier scenes because Zack Snyder,
which is notable.
Well, yeah, and like it's extra ugly because we have all seen the Aquaman movie where underwater looks cool and fun, and now it looks boring and ugly, and like it's almost like within about a year and a half they all discovered like orange, the color orange, and they were like, actually, if we use orange, our whole city will look cool and it'll contrast all this boring blue. But also, that scene is complicated for plot stuff. The only reason it's there, I don't know. But
there's no good reason for it. It probably is one of the most cuttable. That and, my goodness, the Wonder Woman scene. The intro scene, very cuttable.
Oh,
my God.
I think there's
when
one
Wonder Woman
more cuttable
vaporized
scene.
a man?
Yeah. She deleted that guy. Deleted.
I mean... Yes, but I think the Willem Dafoe scene is weird because, right, what information do we get from Willem Dafoe and Aquaman's conversation? Aquaman kind of has a chip on his shoulder because he is born of whatever, Prince of Two Worlds. And in the Joss Whedon movie Diggins, and listeners who have not seen it, we kind of get Aquaman's arc besides those conversations, which the Willem Dafoe one is not in the original movie or in the Joss Whedon movie. But there's a scene where he accidentally sits on the lasso of truth and kind of starts just going off and saying like, I'm not a man of the sea or the earth. And like, but it's like a joke. I like that scene. I don't think it really fits in the moment in that movie, but there is another thing that's added to this movie where, remember the scene where they're exhuming Superman's corpse? Diana and Arthur are just sitting around, and she's like, says something like, so I've never worked with an Atlantean before, and he's like, half Atlantean. And that's, I feel like, all you need for that. It's just like, he's not fully Atlantean, and he doesn't really like being called Atlantean for some reason. Like, because of, like, we get how a character like that works, where he's like, I was abandoned by place one, so I don't even acknowledge him. But I will say, it is crazy. It's wild to see Willem Dafoe in that movie, because he looks so different than he looks in the future Aquaman movie.
That hair, man.
Yeah, he has
Much
the man
worse.
bun in the regular one. Oh, yeah, way worse. Yeah, that scene was weird. That scene also has a bit where he slow motion walks into the ocean, like, with waves crashing around his beautiful face to some song. I don't know which one. And he throws a glass bottle into the ocean because, Aquaman.
Yeah, right? What's that
Polluter
about?
extreme, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. That part was weird. DJ, what do you think about... Give me a thing you either like or dislike.
Okay. So, let me go... It could be either or.
Yes, but you can't pull from the finale.
Yeah, no.
You mean like the last half hour or so, right?
I would say episode 6 plus. Or
okay.
Like, whatever. It's called chapter 6 forward.
All
right, so I'm going to say... I liked mostly what they did with Cyborg's character in this movie. And I know that's that's a very cold take because everyone liked that, but I really do think it drastically changes the movie. What was that, Diggins?
I was just saying that I don't like Cyborg in this movie, but also I feel like this is another artifact of comparing it to something else.
I mean, I feel like his arc in this movie, and I said this a little bit in my video, is a boring arc for any character to have, because it's a Hulk and like all those other characters that are just like him. They're like, I'm a monster, I don't fit into society, and then he like becomes friends. But I will say, I did very much like the bit where his dad explained that he can control the stock market so that he saw a big metal bull and a big metal bear fighting in front of him. Stuff like great. That with the cyborg stuff at least was kind of weird. I also liked his very abrupt car crash.
That was
never get in a car in these movies. It's bad. Yeah,
I love when we see that, and then he says to his dad, "If you'd been there, Mom would still be alive." And I'm like, word? How? What exactly would his presence have stopped that car crash? I think he just would have also been dead, Cyborg.
Well, DJ, you missed, or Diggins, excuse me, you missed the part. This was in the original cut where the dad was like, I'm gonna turn off all the traffic lights in the city for my testing, and then that's why the crash happened. Just kidding, that's not a thing. But I think you could say, I guess he would be in the back seat. I don't know. Yeah, I figure Mom sits in the front seat and Dad sits in the back seat.
Yeah.
So maybe she would be Cyborg.
Maybe she would have been paying more attention to the road because they wouldn't have been arguing, because they were opening from a point of arguing.
So was
barely an argument,
like,
though.
Did she like run a red? Like, is that what happened? Like, what? I don't understand how his presence would have stopped this.
Unlike the Flash scene, it is not made clear why the car crash happened. Whereas with the Flash scene, it's made very clear why the car crash happens. Fucking idiot.
Man, listen, you're hungry, you want your sandwich. You're not just going to let it go just because you're driving a big-ass truck that would kill anyone.
Oh, my God.
Right?
He's going to eat that burger off the floor of his truck.
Hey,
it's disgusting. It's not even like a nice wrapped burger.
Ain't no one in that truck but him and God, Nando.
Like, it's not like he's driving down the entire highway and he's like, not another burger place for miles. He could just pull over. I mean, it's hard to pull over, but whatever. You could get another burger if you wanted. Stop and get a hot dog. There's so many of them. But yeah, the Cyborg bit. So DJ liked Cyborg and Diggins does not like African-American representation. So what? Well, not African-American, I guess. African English. I think Ray Fisher is British. I want to say. I'm not positive about this.
If I could be more specific, I would love to be more specific. Just slightly more specific. So I think as a character, you know, and I get it, he's a Hulk. It's like, you know, I'm a monster, whatever. But he the relationship with his dad, I think it intertwines with the movie where at points it's good. Like at the end, like near the end of the movie, I actually liked the dad's sacrifice because you see Cyborg's remorse. We get to kind of end the movie, not including the epilogue, on like a nice little note with him listening to the note from his dad. And I think things like that are actually a value add to the movie. And, you know, he's presented as kind of a complicated character. I'll admit there are some things I didn't totally love. Like, I don't like how him pre-Cyborg, just totally like Victor Stone, right? I don't like how him hacking into the school's website and changing his friend's grade is like an act of altruism. His mom is like, he was trying to help his friend. It's like, well, that's not helping his friend, right? Like, helping his friend would be tutoring him or, you know, trying to help him with his homework, not just like helping him cheat or, you know, then post-Cyborg powers when he just gives a woman $100,000 from the bank, which, all right, to go into a more nitpicky segment, one, it seems that she gets it in cash. She doesn't get it as like a credit from the bank, which makes sense because then the bank would just take it back. So she seems to get it as cash. There's no way that an ATM would have $100,000 worth of cash in it. There's like no way, right? It's 1,000 hundreds. I don't think they would keep that much in an ATM. It just seems like way too much.
Well, I mean, she won the bank contest for money, guys.
Yeah,
it's a little different when you win the contest.
Yeah, haven't you ever won your bank's contest, DJ?
That was so dumb. So dumb.
Well, I mean, he made her stack bigger. What more do you need? I guess. I mean, she won the contest. It shouldn't have been a contest But I guess you need a way to make her go like, this is a normal thing. But, like, you know, you take a little bit off the top of a bunch of people, and then you can float her a couple hundred G's, and the bank won't care. But if she does come in and be like, by the way, I like a T-shirt for my contest, and then they're like, what contest? And she's like, that's probably not a good look for her.
That's the thing, right? Like, it was like a comically stupid amount. Like if it was like even probably like $500, that probably would have been a major windfall.
What?
Where it's like,
you gotta pay rent, DJ.
Fine, $1,000.
What are you, a landlord? She needs
look at
least
DJ
10 grand.
Biden over here.
Yeah, give her 10 grand. I mean, like 100 grand is reasonable. She's probably got a lot of bills to pay.
I don't know what. I sound so out of touch. Like, what, $500 wouldn't help these poor people?
How much is a banana? How much could it cost?
One banana. How much could it cost?
Yeah. I think that scene was like fine. I think that scene was fun, kind of.
Yeah, I guess like that one, like the changing grades thing, like really bothered me. I'm like, that's not good. I don't like that as a message. But you know, complicated character, is a good actor, right? Like Ray Fisher is good. You know,
I have nothing against all but one of the actors in this movie.
Hold on a second. DJ, your problem here is the morality of changing a friend's grade over the computer.
And it being presented as, like, this good act that he did. Like, yes,
cares?
my son is so
like,
good.
Every movie has the same thing. You know what would have been in any other movie? He's getting in fights in the schoolyard, but he's not supposed to. His daddy isn't home because he's doing computers too much. Oh, well, whatever. Gonna get thrown off the football team. Like, I feel like that's how they do it in Speed Racer. It's the best movie ever. But other movies have done similar things. I mean, it's weird because it's almost like we as an audience would not accept him as the ultimate human hacking machine if we didn't also know he could hack earlier. Like, this has to be some sort of like extension of his existing character, which is weird.
Well, it's like, you know, it isn't part of like not like necessarily this Flash, but like some of the comics Flash is like the reason he's so good is not just because he has use of the Speed Force, but he knows how to properly use it. Like if I were gifted with Speed Force powers tomorrow, like maybe I could run fast, but I couldn't do some of the reality breaking things that the Flash could do because I'm not smart enough. I couldn't like phase my particles through a door because I don't understand how physics works.
So DJ, what you're saying is, were you to be given cyborg powers, you would wake up in the void of smoke and the bull and the bear would be fighting in front of you and you would just run away because they're scary bull and bear. But Cyborg, a hacker, knows this is a metaphor and they should leave his space at once so that he can go into the building full of stacks on stacks on stacks. Cash stacks. Like, it's funny because that building is, like, income inequality building, but it's so much worse than that. If you've ever seen those things where they, like, pile up all the money, like, it would be one person would just have a humongous pile that would be 95% of the room, and then, like, a couple of other very small piles. But, hey, man, I guess that's not Bank of Gotham or whatever. He's from Gotham, right?
Yeah, in this movie.
Yeah, because he plays for Gotham City High or whatever. By the way, did you see what team they were playing?
Yeah, they were playing the Wisconsin?
Yeah, which, like, I don't know where Gotham is supposed to be, but unless it was, like, a national...
It's New Jersey.
Well, okay,
yeah,
so...
Gotham's
technically,
I think,
in universe, yeah.
Unless it's a national championship game, I don't know why Wisconsin is going to New Jersey to play a football game.
I mean...
Right? It's not college, right? It's high school. It seems a bit of a stretch.
Well, to be fair to them, not to them, but like, so in this universe, Gotham City and Metropolis have been destroyed by like two humongous world-ending events between Doomsday's fight and the big old nonsense that happens in Man of Steel. So maybe it's just like a thing where teams go and let them win one at the home stadium because they're sad for Gotham and Metropolis, because they're right next to each other in the movies too, which they're not usually in the comics. They're like a drive. Okay. But yeah, like they're across the river, so maybe that's like a whole thing.
Well, I don't understand the geography of this universe because isn't like the Kent farm is supposed to be in Kansas, right?
Yeah, and I think that's consistent.
But Metropolis is the next major city that is next to Gotham from Kansas.
So in in the movie, I don't think it's like that.
Okay.
In the cartoons, it's definitely not, or the comics cartoons definitely not like that. In the show, it was. In Smallville, I think it was. I think they moved Metropolis to where like St. Louis is.
I mean, speaking as a coastal liberal elite who lives in New York, I mean, I certainly can't think of any important city between here and Kansas.
Well, that's the
nailed it.
That's the tricky part. Is in the comics, Flash lives in Central City, which is St. Louis, because it's in the center of the United States. It's not like the center, but like it's in the. That's kind of the area that's supposed to be in. So yeah, I assume because I guess Martha goes from Smallville, but she doesn't. But as far as everyone knows,
doesn't. Oh
as far as everyone knows,
God.
from Smallville to New York, back to Smallville.
That's my least favorite.
Yeah,
that was the single. I was like yelling "what" out loud when that happened.
I had heard that was something like Zack Snyder's done interviews between 2017 and now where he's talked about things like that, and that's one that I have heard before. Is it was supposed to be Lennox, but then I've also heard that the Martha thing, and I was like, well, that can't be right. I must have heard that wrong, but not to my knowledge. It seems like that was right.
I'm gonna try and find Diggins' exact tweet back because I'm gonna pull up the thread.
I missed this one. What's the tweet?
Oh, I want to see if I can find the one where he sees Martian Manhunter.
Oh,
keep going.
I'll explain this real quick. So,
we should probably.
So in the movie, Amy Adams, she starts the movie, Lois Lane, all bummed out because Superman died, and he died because we know, obviously we know it from the last movie, and characters talk about it a lot in this movie. But if you didn't believe us, we do watch him die. 5 minutes of just pure uninterrupted screaming, as if that happened. Like we watched the other movie, that never happened.
Somewhat interrupted, Nando, because it kind of goes across the entire planet in waves. And
that's true.
And not just in the sense of, like, you think, oh, it's just the mother boxes can hear it because they're super powerful. But, like, people, like, turn and look when the wave comes across them. So everyone on the planet is hearing this. But also, like I said, it's in waves. So as if Superman was screaming, like, ah. Why is it like that? He's just screaming in one continuous noise. Why would it be a wave?
That's what it was. Have you ever screamed like that before? Diggins, have you ever stabbed Darkseid? Or Doomsday, excuse me, with the big spear that also stabs you or something?
No,
whatever.
I let DJ do that. I was the Lois Lane when that happened to us. I swam down into a big pit for no discernible reason and then picked up, what was it, like a trident or something? Or
a spear. It's like a spear.
Some kind of spear. And then I like couldn't get back up for some reason, but then I did. I forget what happened.
Diggins,
exactly.
It was a spear because use your brain, okay? It was used to fight Superman. Because what was used to fight Jesus? A spear. Like he's spear of whatever that they used to pierce Jesus' side. Yeah, there you go. So that's why.
I forgot that famous fight where the Romans fight Jesus with a spear. They're like, come on, Jesus.
Well, first they knock him out with they shoot him with frankincense or something, and then he's weak enough to be killed with the spear.
And then Jesus yelled so loud that everyone on Earth could hear it.
Yeah. And Martian Manhunter was like, I could turn into Pilot right now, but I won't to help because I'm boring. I'm useless.
I found the tweets, by the way.
Oh, what are they? Let's hear them.
Okay. So these are Diggins' tweets, and they span 4 tweets, but I want the whole feeling. Okay, so the first one is...
What is this, just a Snyder cut of tweets? 4 tweets long.
Martha, all caps, that's just a tweet. So, Martha!
That was just when she showed up.
Yep, it makes me so sad that Amy Adams is in these movies. She deserves so much better than we give her.
It's true.
All right.
I love her.
Now, this is all caps. What? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, close parenthesis.
Uh-huh.
So, and then, his new tweet, I don't even want to spoil what just happened because it's so insane and out of nowhere. I don't want to deprive anyone of the feeling of having a stroke I just had.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Diggins is loving it.
Like a lot of this felt very poor, like very poorly paced, very poor flow in the movie. A lot of things seemed like they kind of came out of nowhere. That was the most like, what the fuck is happening I felt in the entire movie.
From a movie perspective, why did Martian Manhunter impersonate Martha to have a, hey, we just lost someone really close to us chat and with Lois Lane? Well, because, I know he says it's to get her back to the Daily Planet, but why?
Because like everyone in this movie, he has weird future sight and knows that they need Lois Lane for when Superman turns evil, that she can be like, I love you. And he's like, now I'm not evil. Because everyone in this movie has dumb prophecy dreams that suck and nobody likes. And I'm getting dangerously close to the line here, so I'm going to stop, but that's why.
So, no, go ahead, Nando.
I was going to say, like, it's weird. That part of it's weird because even if you take all that stuff away, right, because for the plot, like, explanation, the explanation for the plot is we need Lois to get out of her funk and go to the Superman crash site so that when Superman fights, she's there and she can calm him down. As if she would hear that there's a Superman ship emergency and wouldn't just go.
Right?
Right? Like, she's still a reporter, but she's also just, like, a person who lives there and she's probably curious, like...
And also a person who has a deep personal connection to Superman and has a vested interest in things that relate to him.
Right? Like, I assume even if she wouldn't do it, Perry would call her and be like, Lois, because he knows, right? Perry knows in this universe that Clark is Superman, kind of. He would be like, Lois, you got to do something because your boyfriend might not be as dead as you might have thought. So, yeah, it's pretty... That whole justification for why it happens in the movie doesn't make any sense.
So, two things. One, just make it Martha next time, because the scene itself is good, and you can have things in movies just happen without them leading to other things, because they're good things to happen, right? I guess you're right.
Everything has to be about the next movie, or else how am I going to get HBO to give me the money to make the next movie, DJ?
That's a fair point. So that's the first one, right? Things can just happen.
Yeah.
Two, it is such a marked improvement, even with the Martian Manhunter scene, from that scene in Justice League.
Yeah.
Like, the Justice League scene is fucking terrible. That, Diggins, might give you that stroke, because it's basically the equivalent of, it might as well be Beavis and Butthead put into one person and be like, hey, Lois, show me your titties. Like, that's basically the scene.
Now, I don't remember the scene as well as DJ does. I remember there's a similar scene. This one takes place at the Daily Planet where, like, Martha visits a Lois who in that movie is still working.
Yes, and they're in the break room, and this, like, bro-y
reporter I see what you're saying.
Comes in, and he's like, hey, Lois, how'd you get that story? Who's your source? And she's like, I'm not going to give up my source. Come on, Lois, give me up your source. I'm not going to give you my source. Lois, come on, give me up your source. Well, I'll see if she'll talk to you. Oh, so it's a she. Thanks.
Yeah, Diggins, you didn't know this because you haven't seen it, but that's Vin Diesel in the movie. This is Vin Diesel's cameo. He is Jimmy Olsen in these movies now. James Olsen Sr. His dad comes to do Daily Planet work.
It's so bad. It's like, that's basically the scene. I'm barely exaggerating there. And that's a thing that was reshot. Joss Whedon thought that was a good idea.
Well, DJ's a feminist, okay? He knows what women go through every day. Sometimes because of him and sometimes because of others. It depends.
Oh man. Now, I don't want to, like, point people to specifically, like, other content, but there's a really good Red Letter Media video where they go over the like, Justice League versus Justice League, and they literally break down, like, how much reshoots might have cost, like, based on what everything cost, and versus, like, you know, how you could break it up. And it's like, there are jokes that Barry says about brunch, that probably costs like $7 million. And you're like, how the fuck?
Yeah, Diggins, you don't know anything about the brunch. There's a lot of brunch in this movie.
Nobody said a word about brunch in this one.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you weren't laughing your ass off like you were for us, obviously.
That's gotta be it.
There's another part where I think they just got Superman to be like, I don't want to die. And then he gets hit with the mother box, and he's like, "Just kidding! I wish I were dead." That probably costs like $15 million.
I like that line. It's a joke, but it's like he gets hit with the. He's like, "Is it gonna kill me?" And Cyborg's like, "Probably not." And Superman's like, "Good, because I don't want to die." As like because I've learned something. And then later they all, explode the mother boxes, and he's joking, and he's like, "Never mind. I wish I was dead." Listen, it's not great, but there's something. The bit with the brunch is inexcusable because it's fucking 2017 when they made this movie. We all knew what brunch was.
Diggins, quick question. Now, have you ever seen the videos or anything like of the removed stash?
Oh, no. I have not seen a single second of this movie until I watched the Snyder Cut.
There's images that I could probably pull up and put in the Discord, but the removed... Do you know the deal with the removed mustache?
Yeah, because he was filming for Mission Impossible and had to have the mustache contractually when they did the reshoot, so they had to CGI out. And according to everyone, it looks bad. And listen, again, I believe that the Joss Whedon cut is terrible, and maybe even worse than this movie. Because it sounds like it's a bunch of bad changes added on to this movie that's already bad. So that sounds worse to me. But that doesn't excuse this movie being bad.
Yeah, no, the mustache stuff is worse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that drags down the other movies so much that this one, at the end of it, you're like, it was too long, but it's average. So
the
handy thing with the mustache is you watch the 2017 one and you're like, oh, I see. This is a new thing. Like, this wasn't meant to be in the movie because Superman's face is weird. Versus, like, this bit, like all the fight where he fights Batman and all the friends in the city, like, you see that and you're like, mustache looks okay. So that means, or like, face mustache area looks okay. So that means this is probably in the original movie. Versus, like, that bit, the picture that DJ put, although, is that from that scene?
I don't know if that's...
Oh, yes, it is. He picks up Batman in the Justice League, but he does not in this, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
because he says the "Do you bleed?"
Right, yeah.
There's no "Do you bleed" in this movie.
Yeah.
So and then Quip Machine Joss Whedon, I think Batman goes, "Oh, something's bleeding."
Yep.
Fucking...
I loved it.
Oh my God.
So guys, we've covered two things. Let's talk about...
God. Yeah, Nando, well, it's your turn, right, Nando?
All right.
Unless you had a different transition.
No, I have a thing I want to talk about that I hate. I really don't like Darkseid in this movie. I think he kind of sometimes looks like Darkseid in that he has a Darkseid-ish figure, although I think he's far too narrow. If anything, Darkseid is supposed to be, like, extra wide. Like, I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's the 4:3 compression. He's the character that should be in 69, and, like, it just doesn't look right. But, yeah, Darkseid, I think, is supposed to have much broader physicality. But either way, I think everything with Darkseid in this movie was worse, if not for just, like, the only thing that it did positively was be like, see, here's some Darkseid. So you put that in your fan film or whatever. Like, but besides that, it was just fucking... I think everything he did in the silly flashback scene was dumb. I think all of his nonsense at the end of the movie is dumb. I didn't like how we introduced a second plot device late in the game, which I still don't completely understand. I don't think anybody does. But I was of the opinion, I don't think Steppenwolf was very good in either of these movies, but I think you could have taken out Darkseid from this one and just, like, beefed up Steppenwolf a little bit. Like, kind of turned him into something. But instead, they kind of took all of the parts where you would do that, gave those to a second character who never existed before. Or, like, did in Batman's Visions of the Future, where everything had a big Omega symbol on it. But otherwise, was not a character we've ever encountered. And then that made both of them not very good. I liked, who I liked, honestly, more than both of them was Desaad, the hooded figure who was Corvus Glaive. I liked him in his little rock where he was like, fuck you, Steppenwolf. You're lame. You haven't even given me hundreds of thousands of worlds. So I liked him, but I think Darkseid was stupid. I don't know. What did you guys think of the whole fight where they all fought in the big field? Remember when all of humans got together in a field and it was like 80, 90 guys? And all the Amazons, there's like 80, 90 Amazons, 3 gods, 1 Green Lantern, and some Atlanteans who came on a boat even though they weren't underwater yet. So they just like showed up on a boat to be on brand. So you know that they were like everybody showed up on a boat. Otherwise, you flew.
They did live on an island. So
yeah, but unless they like attacked Themyscira, the Amazons also took a boat, I assume. I guess the Amazons weren't on Themyscira yet, but
yeah, that was before they were on Themyscira.
Yeah, but they didn't. So did Steppenwolf or I guess Darkseid? Did Darkseid go to general Amazon homeworld then? Where was everybody else? Where was Shazam? Where was the wizard Shazam? Where was fucking?
Hey, listen, they barely needed the men. They really just showed up.
That's true. And I guess we used the power of Zeus was used to fight him. So could you have used Shazam powers? Did you not have the Z in Shazam? Like if he's still a guy, you probably can't license him out to acronyms of superhero names.
Well, I think the most egregious part of that whole scene, and clearly this movie did not learn from Infinity War, but Ares, you should have aimed for the head.
I mean,
why did these guys with big axes keep aiming for the shoulder blade area? Like the neck. Like you gotta aim for the head. It's a little bit to the left or right, depending,
It seems so easy when you say it, DJ, but you don't have nearly as many muscles as Ares does. So it's hard to even manipulate your arms in a way that makes things move that is like, it's just impossible. I mean, it also seems like they could have killed Darkseid like in a couple of ways. As all the ships are escaping, Artemis, the god Artemis, shoots a bow at a different ship, and that ship explodes and dies. I don't think that's the ship that Darkseid is in.
No, that was the ship Chewbacca was on.
Yeah, right. They all looked away for a couple seconds, and they switched them. But yeah, it should have been. Like, I feel like we could have got him. I do feel like as Earthlings, we were like, yay, and we all high-fived when it's like, I guess he's gone for now, but he might come back. I mean, he doesn't pose that much of a threat. Steppenwolf and Darkseid and all the new gods, they're good, but they're not that good.
Well, they also picked the worst time for them to invade. Like those years were prime Earth years, right? If they had attacked at some point, really any other time prior to present day where you got the Justice League, they would stomp. They would stomp, right? Because the Amazon suck, Atlanteans suck. We got no Shazam. Like, they would. But
what about the other group, right? Because the Atlanteans and the Amazons have advanced 0 since then. They have they both still fight with tridents and bows and arrows, but we have all kinds of shit. I think the human army should have been able to kill Steppenwolf. I don't see it. I don't see a version of this movie where we just roll up to Russia with, like, drop some drones. Because Batman goes into the hex. He goes into the hex, whatever the fuck it is. The bubble. To kind of spoil the ending, but not really. But just like to get the really basic stuff out.
Yeah, not the important part.
Steppenwolf puts up a big dome over an abandoned nuclear power plant in Russia. Is it supposed to be Chernobyl? I didn't even think about this, but...
Yes, it is. I guess it is. Chernobyl.
Yes, well, it's toxic. Good. So he goes to Chernobyl, and he puts up a big dome, and it's based off of, like, a little dome, or, like, there's a big, like, kind of thing in the middle that makes the dome. But anyway, and there's this conversation the characters have before they go out of the ship, and they're like, how will you get through Steppenwolf's dome? And Batman's like, it's fine. And then Batman flies his big, stupid... I don't even know what we're calling this thing. I think it's called a flying fox, but whatever it is. He flies that towards the dome, shoots a couple missiles, doesn't work, shoots a couple missiles again, I think, and then it just blows a hole in the dome that he's able to get through. And then he drops out of the thing into his car, the Batmobile, which is a car. Like, it's not a rail gun. It's a car with a big gun on it, but he's able to use that if I remember correctly, to shoot the thing.
He shoots it enough.
And collapse the whole dome. And
Yeah.
he's just one guy. So, like, to kind of pair it, like, we're going to watch a movie next week, and we've watched several movies leading up to that, where there's a point where we kind of see that the weapons don't work against the thing, the Godzilla or the King Kong or whatever. And I don't think they would have killed Darkseid, but I think we could have definitely killed all the parademons with drones. I don't see why not.
I mean,
the
if
Amazon,
if David
the
Thewlis
Amazon
could
shoot
beat
him
up
with
Darkseid,
arrows.
Yoked.
We made a big mistake killing him. We should have kept him around. I mean, we beat him anyway, so we got Darkseid all taken care of by beating up Steppenwolf. But, like, David Thewlis didn't put that on his resume. I feel like that was helpful. It would have been helpful information in Wonder Woman to be like, all right, but you're going to prison. Should we ever need you later, Agatha, I'm going to mind wipe you so that we can bring you back in finales. Like,
now you'll
he's the
think
guy
you're just that British general you were pretending to be.
Yes, exactly. He's the guy that fucking killed Darkseid, and he's just in trouble for killing all the other gods, which not great, but still, he's at least somewhere in the middle between definitely kill and definitely let live. It's almost like these movies are all made by different people who not even don't talk to each other, but can't. Like, there is a person physically standing between them all. Like, what's his name in that commercial where he swats groceries out of people's hands? Like, the DC universe is so disconnected. It's so frustrating.
Like they so badly want what the MCU has in terms of a continuity, but they haven't put in the work. So, I don't know. I just think it's
insane.
And I think it's hard because, again, there are glimpses in this movie that are good. And I'm not trying to defend this movie. I'm not trying to say that it's like, oh, it's so good, give it a chance. I just think that there are parts that you could glean enjoyment from, and if this could somehow be cobbled into a 90-minute thing, it'd be so cool. Like, how many minutes are devoted to Aquaman removing clothing that it's not even clear why he's wearing that clothing in the first place?
Yeah, what is he wearing clothing?
He shouldn't be wearing clothing, or at least shirts. He seems to keep his pants on, but shirts.
No, I want full dong Aquaman. I want to see that thing flopping around in the water. I want to see what it does. Who knows? Maybe it's a fish.
Release the Aquaman's dong cut.
No.
Yeah, come on. I thought this was R-rated, Zack. What are we doing?
We'll get that once we get the cat butthole cut and the this black and white cut. Then we get the dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, they are making this in black and white again because they'll never be finished.
Rated R just means that we added some really, really bad CGI blood to a couple bits of normal superhero violence that doesn't look like it would kill anyone, just so we can be like, yeah, see how much darker and edgier we are? There's blood.
Well, and we got two fucks.
Yeah, we said fuck not once but twice.
Yeah, two
Do you remember the
fucks.
first fuck, Diggins? Since DJ obviously does.
I don't at all. It has completely fled my brain.
It's so unnecessary.
Is it the Flash? Does he say?
Yeah, right. He says, fuck these dogs, am I right? No. The Flash? Do you remember? Do you know where the second one is, DJ?
The second one's at the end of the movie.
Well, I mean the first one, the one that's not that one.
Oh my god.
I know where it is.
Is it Cyborg's like, there's no fucking way?
Oh, I guess there's three fucks. You're right, because one of the things he says is like, fuck the earth, or fuck the world, or something like that.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's a third fuck in there that is so funny.
That one.
It's during the Wonder Woman, for her intro with the robbery, one of the thugs just says, like, put your heads on the fucking ground. That's That's the third fuck. It's
the reactionary terrorists that are going to blow up a bank or whatever the hell they're doing.
Again, I've said this for years because I talked about it in my Justice League rewrite. Just make that anyone. Any fucking character from any comic. Why are we doing random nobodies?
Or even
it's
better.
It's comic books.
Even better. Don't have that scene. It's pointless.
No.
You don't need that
Well,
scene.
I mean, I think you could make the scene work for reasons. Like, have it point to or symbolize something. It doesn't symbolize anything. But, like, you could, I think you could get away with the version of that scene where it's supposed to point to a larger idea of, like, Batman is outnumbered or whatever. But, yeah, they don't do that either.
In a different movie that has any kind of theme or cohesive plot going on, then yeah, I could see ways that a scene like that would work. In this movie, it's pointless.
That's right. Yeah.
I think we should transition to part 3 of the podcast, which is just me saying another title.
I can't wait. Wait, is this one like Mother, Father, Daddy, Son, or something?
It's beloved Mother, Beloved Son.
That's what it was.
But obviously for us, it's Beloved Nando, Beloved Diggins. I don't know.
Oh, Diggins, we are beloved by DJ, I guess. Or by whoever wrote this, by David Goyer.
You are older than me, so it is theoretically possible that you are secretly one of my parents.
Yeah. Well, and also there's time travel. You can never,
Yeah.
Even outside of this movie, it's been done a million times. It's so funny how many times they've done time travel in like superhero movies and how kind of numb to it we are even by now. Between Avengers, X-Men, and this, they all have one-time something movie. And then in the shows, it's out of the, like, they do it so much, especially in like the Flash show. But
now I'm just thinking about Gorilla Grodd going back in time to kill Barack Obama.
Oh, yeah, I remember that in Legends of Tomorrow, right?
Why wasn't that in this movie?
No, but what? Oh, you're thinking of. But what was it in Legends of Tomorrow? He says, like, yes, we can, or he says, like, a Barack Obama phrase, but
make America Grodd again.
That's it. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it was awesome.
And Barack Obama is like, I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, I'm just so high from smoking weed. Ha ha. Never mind. It's something I don't do. It would be irreprehensible morally if I did this in the past and treat it this way in the future. But
I think Obama did admit to it. It's Clinton who claimed he never actually smoked weed.
Oh, no. Yeah, Obama did it in his book, which is so much worse. Not like worse, but makes all of the people that
so much worse. Because weed is bad and no one should do it.
That's exactly it, yeah. That's what I was thinking during this whole movie. I was like, weed is bad and no one should do it. And that's why I'm not doing it. And I'm watching this movie completely stone sober. Otherwise, I would definitely get more enjoyment out of it. But I'm an idiot who ignores any cool thing. No, second time I watched this, I was... I had a couple of wines in me. I'll throw that one out there.
I have heard it is a more enjoyable way to watch this movie. I watched it stone cold sober and was miserable. So
I felt like I had to for the first time, but then I had to watch it the second time because I was writing a video about it and I had to kind of check some things that I said. Just make sure that I didn't hallucinate them. And in that time, I decided to give it a little, play it fast and loose, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend, but I wouldn't recommend watching it sober either, for sure.
I mean, I think if you're going to watch this movie, don't watch it in one sitting. Pretend it's like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's a 6-episode TV series. Even though it's not structured that way.
Not even close.
Not breaks,
at all. All the breaks did was tell me when to go up and get snacks and like go to the bathroom. That's all it did. And even then, I did it without those prompts. But it's so
one could structure a 4-hour movie with like 6 mini arcs that add up to a larger arc, so each like bit feels like a cohesive story or an episode. This movie doesn't do that, but you could.
I mean, it wasn't supposed to be structured like that. Like, I don't know why they decided to have 6 parts to, make it seem like not a crime that it was a 4-hour-long movie, but...
Here's what I'm betting with that, because I have a theory. I think that to sell it to Warner Brothers and HBO, they had to be like, listen, this will be a mini-series. We'll play it over the course of weeks, and all my subscribers, they'll at least subscribe for a whole month instead of like, 90 or like 4 hours long HBO subscription. And then later in the game, either they were like, listen, we're doing one movie, or just HBO was like, I don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want. But I think that's it. That was a condition of the existence of the Snyder Cut, was it being a series, much like a, WandaVision or something like that.
It was like, get this off my fucking desk. I'm so done with this.
We paid how much money for this?
Well, and I think part of it could be also he showed them all 6, and they went, well, this isn't 6 things. This is one thing cut into 6 pits. Like, we can't sell this way. No one will watch the first one or the second one after watching the first one. Because all the cool stuff, and regardless of what like I would argue. I would argue. I think we made the argument, but I think it's pretty safe to say the beginning is really, really slow, and I would have a hard time selling someone on this based on the first hour and a half of this movie.
I would have a hard time selling someone on this based on literally any single part of the movie.
Well, I mean, not that hard, right? All we had to do was me and DJ invited you on the podcast 3 years ago once, and then we did it a couple of other times. Then we brought you on fully, and then you had to watch it. Zack, you can come out. Come out, Zack. He's behind the couch. Look at him. He's lifting up the couch. He's so strong and manly, just like David Thewlis.
What if this whole like past year and a half has just been a psyop to make me watch the Snyder Cut when it came out, and from this point forward, I'm not on the podcast anymore?
I mean, whether it has or hasn't, can you... Like, you have to be questioning your reality right now. You watch the Snyder Cut, so maybe you are and maybe you aren't on the podcast. Does it even matter? Just have fun, you know? Just enjoy yourself. Because I think part of the... Speaking of whatever the name of this chapter was, beloved Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, I feel I feel like the part of the movie that really makes me go... The part of the movie that caused me the most pause was this part, the third chapter, because this is the one where we start introducing new characters and new stuff. And these were some of the things that people liked. So I remember hearing afterwards, like, oh, it's got a cool Flash and Steppenwolf is good and blah, blah, blah. And they were all really not very good.
Yes.
So I think out of all 6 parts, and I don't love 1 or 2, I think 3 is the one I like the least. Even though that has the Steppenwolf fight at the end, which I think is okay with the people in the what is it, like in Gotham, I guess, wherever they are
in the like island in the middle of the river between Gotham and Metropolis.
Yeah, with like access to like buildings, but also like tunnels and all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
That fight was honestly okay.
Yeah, and like I think a lot of the character moments in there worked for me. So I think Cyborg stuff leading up to that was pretty decent, and I think Wonder Woman Steppenwolf fight was cool.
I think that scene in a vacuum is all right. I think it doesn't work at all in the context of the story.
Oh, yeah, no, not at all. I mean, this movie cannot... And I honestly, it has Fast and Furious syndrome where just the characters can't lose a fight. Everything has to be interrupted by some sort of nonsense that forces the fight to end without anybody actually losing. And I think at that moment, they should get fucking destroyed.
Yes, absolutely.
The Justice League needs to lose that fight big, and they don't. Yes. They just almost get drowned by accident.
It's like a stalemate almost.
Yeah, all the fights in this movie are. It's weird. I guess the Amazons one isn't, but the rest are.
They had done a whole big thing before that, like with Wonder Woman and Cyborg scene and everything, about them being, we're all these stoic loners who are used to working on our own, but we got to learn to work together and open ourselves up to other people. And then they have their first fight together where they work perfectly in sync and there's no problems and they seem to be perfectly fine as a team. And it's like, well, then what's the other 2 hours of this movie about? Because you already solved all the problems.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's about bringing Superman back to life so that these movies can have a villain again. But it's also about...
Which also, that doesn't make any sense then, because they're like, well, we can't possibly beat Steppenwolf without Superman. You almost did! You were about to!
Y'all had him. And
Aquaman wasn't even there!
Yeah, and Aquaman wasn't helping.
Aquaman wasn't even there! You
also,
could do
Barry
this!
Tripped. Like, if he doesn't trip, you guys are even at a bigger advantage.
Oh my god, is there a single time he uses his powers and doesn't trip in this movie?
Well, I'm okay with that. Barry should trip. I think anybody who uses super speed as a superpower should frequently trip. Because they're running at super speed. Like, you trip on stuff. It's a miracle. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog has a lot of superpowers. He should be tripping over everything. But he doesn't. Well, that's his real superpower.
That's what the Speed Force does. It makes you immune to tripping.
That is true. That's a good point.
That's why they could never put the Flash in Super Smash Brothers Brawl, because he wouldn't trip.
That's right. That's the problem with Quicksilver. He tripped so much that he, I don't know, was shot. I don't know. There was a comic where Quicksilver went to the DC universe and tapped into the Speed Force and was faster than the Flash. But then there's a comic in Avengers. That's a thing. But then there's a comic in Marvel Comics where all the speedsters race, and then a character shows up out of nowhere named Buried Alien and wins the race and then leaves. So they're both not as fast as the other one. In the other one's world, they're the fastest one. In their world, they're also the fastest one. It's a weird continuum the super speedsters in Marvel and DC Comics exist in. But, the fastest one is Boner Man, right? He's very
He's the best one. I think that one thing about the Steppenwolf thing that I know was like a huge meme, but I actually liked how spiky he was. I thought the spikiness was an improvement.
Have you seen the original Steppenwolf design at least?
No.
Oh, really?
It's very bad.
Yeah, it's much
I told
worse.
you, I never saw a single frame of any version of Justice League until I watched this.
Well, so Steppenwolf used to look like a guy with a beard who wore a big old helmet that kind of looked like it had the horns that this Steppenwolf has, but just like as helmet, like embellishments. But it was all like one big piece of like chunky metal. It kind of looked like a preschooler made it out of Play-Doh or something. Because it felt it didn't feel like finished like this one does, obviously, but it also had a lot of detail that was like kind of pointless. I didn't like this Steppenwolf design either, but I definitely liked it more than the first one. It's weird that he was able to emote more in this. Just in that one scene where he cried really hard at not Despero.
when Desaad told him to eat shit.
Yeah. That was pretty good. But again, I think the problem with him in this movie, and this is like one of my potential video things that I'm thinking of, it's like we never see him do whatever it is that everyone keeps saying he does, right? Like there's like, you lost the world because you're so into yourself, you fucking loser. Like we should have had a scene where he did that, lost a fight because and I think that's why having Darkseid in the movie doesn't work for me. Like it's helpful if in the beginning we are able to set up some sort of weakness for characters to exploit later into the movie, and it would be, Steppenwolf's vanity or whatever. And the first movie, like Justice League 1 almost does that, but it still doesn't. He just does what Darkseid does, where like fights everybody with an axe and then gets killed by, I don't know, like electricity from Zeus or something. He doesn't get cut in half by David Thewlis, but he does get beat up by that same group. But yeah, it's definitely needed.
I'm looking this up and I don't know, it doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem appreciably worse than this one.
It looks sillier in the moments where it looks silly. Like this
especially
one
during the fight scenes and like in motion is very
lanky.
Maybe it looks worse in motion. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this one at least has that one bit where he sheds all the arrows by flexing. That's pretty good.
That was kind of neat.
That did make me go like, ooh.
Mostly, I think he looks like something that would have been on the box of a graphics card in the 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, really.
That's a good one.
I think he couldn't believe his luck that they were still using bows and arrows. Like,
right?
It's not magic bows and arrows. It's just bows and arrows. Okay, let's talk about this. Speaking of all these things that we've kind of said, let's talk about everybody's plans here for how to guard our mother boxes.
Okay, yes.
We've got three subsettings of humanity.
I definitely do want to talk about this, but also it's something everyone's making a joke about now.
Well, I think there's more to it than that. So the first joke is, which is that humans bury theirs in the dirt.
In a big hole
in
the
ground. Like a bunch of jabronis.
Not even a particularly big hole, actually. It's a pretty shallow hole.
It's not as deep as we bury people.
No, yeah.
We bury people deeper.
So that part is weird, but also it's good in context because it's the third one he finds, but also the whole thing with the rest of them is just he goes to where he finds out that mother box is, either by like sensing it himself or by interrogating people who already know where it is. So maybe the best way to do it is just put them in places where nobody knows they are. But then you'd need a third step, like you get the mother boxes, hide them, forget about them, and then coordinate as a group where it's like, if you have your mother box stolen, we all go on high alert. But that's not how it works either. So that can't work. But I'm talking just about like, if you're an Amazon, you have a mother box, right? It's in the mother box arena or whatever.
Yep.
What's it doing all of this time?
You just have guards all 24 hours, 7 days a week, just standing around it, looking at it. A whole room full of people whose entire job is look at this box.
Right. And so here's my thing with I have a lot of problems with the Amazon one. My biggest one is it's on the outskirts of town, right? On like the cliffs. Should it ever need to be destroyed, I guess putting it into the ocean might help. Even though like it probably won't, because even if that worked, you'd still have a mother box that's just in the ocean now. And if someone can get the one from Aquaman, they could probably get that one next. But even if that doesn't work, whatever. The way that they beat Steppenwolf, or almost beat him in that scene, because Steppenwolf always leaves fights right as he's about to lose, is he beats up like 5 or 6 Amazons, and then there's thousands of Amazons over the horizon just about to charge at Steppenwolf. And I think we, having seen that first scene, like first bit of that scene, can assume he would have lost that fight. All those Amazons would have cut his head off. But the reason he's able to win is because the Mother Box Coliseum is so far from everything else that if there is a Mother Box emergency, it's going to take everybody about 10 minutes to get to it. And that's the part I don't get. Put it in the center of town, where all the guys are, where everybody is.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid. But anyway, yeah, their plan, you point your arrows at the Mother Box for your whole life, and then you die, and you do that again, you die, you do that again, and then eventually the Mother Box starts shaking or something, because
That's
Superman
your job.
yelled a lot. I assume there are shifts, you know.
Yeah.
You go do 4 hours of Mother Box, you know, and then you go.
I gotta say, good on them. They were all ready. Like,
Yeah.
it shifted and they were all on it. Like, no one was like, what? Sorry, I dozed off for a bit.
Well, theirs started, like, fucking around a little bit. Every Mother Box, like, activated, and then
they all woke up because they heard
Yeah.
Superman do a big scream, and they're like, Superman's dead, it's time to wake up. Even though for the other, like, 4,960 years that they were on the planet Earth, there was no Superman, and they didn't
but
wake
also,
up.
there were no lanterns either. So what I'm going to assume is, in whatever 1985 or whenever Superman showed up on Earth, that Green Lantern just left. So there was a point where there was no Lantern and no Superman just now, because they had just like, they saw each other on their way out of Earth, and Steppenwolf was waiting. It's like, the Green Lantern left, and then Darkseid was like, but there's a Kryptonian now, and he was like, fuck. Also, that planet isn't important to us because we forgot why. But even if you don't.
This is part of what I'm talking about when I said before that on a micro level, the plot makes no sense at all, because every new bit of information doesn't fit with what we already know. We find out that there's like the Mother Boxes woke up because Superman died, and it's like, so what were they doing those other thousands of years when there was no Superman? And later, Steppenwolf's like, this is the planet where the anti-life equation is, the one that you lost forever ago. But also, he knows what Amazonians are, and this is the only planet they left Mother Boxes behind on because of that very reason. So what planet did he think it was? What?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any goddamn sense at all.
You know what else I think is really weird about this universe? Kryptonians don't exist, right? All of them are dead, except for the 20 of them that are still alive in Superman Canon, where there's like, you know, every so often one of them shows up, and it's like, oh, okay. But as far as, like, the DC EU that Zack Snyder created, Zod's dead, Supergirl doesn't exist, you know, all of Zod's cronies are dead or in, you know, the Phantom Zone or whatever, if they got pulled into a black hole. I don't know how that actually played out in Man of Steel. But either way, there aren't any other Kryptonians. So when Steppenwolf does his little speech to Darkseid, he's like, they are divided. No lanterns here. No Kryptonians. And it's like, what does that mean? Is that something you guys look out for on every planet you go to?
Because, well, no, they're only special here, right?
But then, so why are you paying attention to here then?
Well, maybe if that's where they don't know about the anti-life equation.
Yeah, and they don't know about like Kryptonians. It would be like saying, it would be like if you were like, I'm trying to think. It would be like if you were just kicking down doors in, you know, in like, God, this is a tough one. It would be like if you were breaking into just random buildings in Philadelphia. You had never been to Philadelphia. You'd never even Googled it. And one of your qualifications was no big orange Muppets here. And it's like, how do you know about them? Why are they special to you? You shouldn't be able to encounter them in the future. And even if they are here now, whatever, their fucking Kryptonians are so beatable. Like, he doesn't know how, but he's aware of them. And he should be aware that there's one now. Like, he knows what happened with Superman. Why is Superman a surprise to him? He stole the Mother Box post-Superman resurrection.
So the Mother Box would have told him? Does the Mother Box tell him things?
I'm assuming he would know there's a Superman kicking around, because he shows up and he's like, you've let fools, you've taken the third Mother Box from me. But, like, if he's so concerned with Kryptonians that he's like, there's no Kryptonians on this planet, don't even worry, because the only one is dead and buried in the middle of a field in Metropolis. And then he has to steal the third Mother Box from that field. I feel like he would be, like, a little concerned about Kryptonian intervention in the future.
Also, the whole reason he came here in the first place is because Lex Luthor talked to him on that Kryptonian ship in Batman v Superman, right? So
you'd think so, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
It seems like that might have been the original plan, but I don't think that's what it was.
It's almost like the plots of these movies don't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, because that's a good way to set everything in motion. It's just Lex Luthor turned on he turned on the iPhone, and then the Find My Phone app on Apocalypse started, and Darkseid was like, Steppenwolf, I actually think all three Mother Boxes are on Earth, so he'll get them. But, it doesn't make any sense that he doesn't know where they are. Here's a question I have about the universe in general. Are those the only three Mother Boxes at all?
I don't think we know.
Like it. It seems like they're just like a thing they have, like that Darkseid has, and it's just those are the three he was using on Earth.
So why didn't he give them to Steppenwolf? Like, give extra ones to Steppenwolf?
Because fuck you.
Yeah, right? But also, so in the comics, you can, like, the Mother Boxes are, like, they're kind of what they are. They're sentient computers. They're usually smaller, but whatever. They also let you create boom tubes, which are the teleporty tubes that Steppenwolf uses to escape at the last minute. That's not Mother Box powered, though, I assume. That's just a separate technology in this universe?
I don't know. I mean,
it's like,
he seems to only use them when he has either near or when he has a Mother Box.
Near,
he boom tubes into, and the Mother Boxes in this. In the comics, they're just kind of neutral computers that anyone could use. Or anyone who knows how. But in this one, they seem to be, like, actively evil. So maybe...
That's true.
So maybe
they don't know good and evil.
Oh, did you guys hear about... God, was it, like, Boxology or whatever?
No.
Oh my God, let me see if I can
make a really rough joke. I got my doctorate in Boxology. No, go on. What were you going to say, Diggins?
Justice League's Mother Box actually speak a language called Boxology, says sound designer.
Oh.
What does that mean?
That's a great question.
Like, what is do the boxes say, like, no, not you, Cyborg, to Cyborg? Or do they just go, like, Mother Box to each other? Or, yeah, when you bring them near each other, do they go, like, oh, shit, Mother Box, what's up? I thought you were in Atlantis. Yeah, that's a good question. They have voices. I mean, the Mother Boxes in this movie are stupid. It's stupid that this movie made Infinity Stones that are also cubes. Like,
they're bad. Yeah, they're bad MacGuffins too.
Well, and like in comics, there are the Infinity Stones, and usually in Marvel Comics, a separate thing that is the Cosmic Cube. In this, they mushed both of those together and made Infinity Cubes. It's that part of it I feel like is so strange. But yeah, they're bad. The whole thing is bad. The plot devices, everything is bad. I love it. I really do hate the way this treats Mother Boxes, just because, like, they should be kind of, like, I don't know. It's, as a person who knows comics and has read comics and knows that this isn't how Mother Boxes usually work, fine. I'm worried for people when they reintroduce Mother Boxes in the New Gods movie or whatever that they're making that's going to be completely separate from this. And people have to go like, I don't think that's what that is. And it, like, holding two completely contradictory ideas in your head is tricky, especially when you've never heard of those things before you started watching these movies.
But Nando, you forget that I would be happy, eager, to erase all memory of this movie from my brain. It would be a blessing to have a movie say, forget everything you learned in the last one. I'd be like, absolutely, already done.
Was it really nothing you enjoyed, Diggins, from the whole experience? Nothing?
Nothing.
Oh,
Okay.
Not even like some of the action scenes?
Like I said, that one action scene is fine. It's a decent enough action scene. And yeah, like you said, there's some scenes in it that are fine in a vacuum. This until the Martian Manhunter reveal, the conversation with Lois and Martha is fine. But the thing is that all of those things don't work together. They're all, as part of a cohesive whole, they're bad. So I'm watching this movie holistically. Everything is supposed to be contributing to something greater. That's what a movie is. And none of them are doing that, which makes them all feel bad to me.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think it's... the tough thing with Zack Snyder's Justice League is that there's so much nonsense. I mean, like, okay, in a vacuum, right? The Flash scene where he saves Iris, I actually enjoyed. I actually thought that scene was, like, a pretty enjoyable scene, besides the part where he, like, strokes her face. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, he was kind of a creep in that scene.
Yeah, but, like, overall, I'm like, oh, this is, like, a nice way to do it. And, you know, oh, look, his silly guy is in the playing with the dogs and the hot dog. Like, I actually thought, like, that was kind of endearing, but it doesn't belong in this movie, right? So get it the fuck out of here.
Oh, sorry. I was grabbing a drink real quick. I just want to correct Diggins. Diggins, it's okay to lovingly stroke the hair of a girl in danger if you are going to marry her in 4 or 5 years. That is acceptable. As long as in the comics you eventually marry her, do whatever you want. Also, I mean, listen, I'm not saying, like, their chemistry in this one scene of dog walking applications is insane. Like, she sees him, and they bump into each other, and then they give each other a very long Zack Snyder slow-mo look. And then she gets in a car, they have another really long slow-mo look. And then he looks again just to check to see if she's still alive. Uh-oh, almost not alive. And then they have a whole scene where he saves her. He gives a lot of looks. I don't know what she sees. Probably just like electricity. And then she wakes up in his arms on the ground, and then they have another very long look, and he runs back into the pet store as if she's somewhere else. As if she's not just going to get up and go find him. She knows where he is.
She could still see him from where she is.
Yeah, like, I think it would be worth, even if you're not going to out him and just explain, it's him, he did this. You'd want to be like, by the way, what's up with you? I wanted to fuck you before I learned you were the Flash, and now you've really got my attention. Also, I think his dialogue in this scene sucks. I think this feels very Whedon-y. Like, oh, I just got on the bus, and the lady was cutting a change, and the paper monster ate my resume. It's like, fuck you, Barry. You're Barry Allen. He is supposed to be, out of all of these guys, the most level-headed and competent member of the Justice League. So, not quite Bruce Wayne, where he knows everything, but he's supposed to be... like, he's good. Don't have to worry about him.
2 things. One, yeah, you'd think that quippiness was added by Joss Whedon, and apparently he did add some, but that was also just in the original, I guess.
Yeah, there were so many quips that were like that, but it's really just that they took those out, and Joss Whedon replaced them with his own similar, equally, like, pointless quips.
Second, I feel as though I could be wrong about this, but this is my speculation. The Justice League cartoon looms so large in the minds of millennials like us. And in that one, it's not Barry Allen, it's Wally West, in the comics is more of a quippy, funny guy. And in that show is like the comic relief character of the Justice League. And so I feel like that's just what everyone expects of Flash is now. They think they're going to be the goofy one.
I guess, but if you're even in the comics, Wally West isn't even like that much. He's a little goofy, but like every Flash that isn't those two is way more like him. I mean, Impulse is the big one from Young Justice. That's what this guy is. And I feel like Barry West is, I feel like it's a Batman, Robin, and like Tim Drake relationship here, where you have like Batman, nobody touches him, and then you have Robin, and that's Wally West. He's got some of the same kind of like traits as Batman. He's a little bit tougher, and he's got a lot more. He's got that big chip on his shoulder that Nightwing has, and daddy issues and all that stuff. And then you have the third one, who is just a weirdo and completely different than the other ones, but also same power set and is supposed to kind of do the same thing. And he's brought in to be like, yeah, but isn't it? I mean, Tim Drake isn't exactly that, but like any third, the third level, and it's so hard.
And then you have your Damian Wayne, who's a brat and nobody likes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who. I feel like maybe they haven't done a Quit Machine in the Batman, like in the Bat family. I'm trying to think of another superhero. Like Spider-Man's tough. Like it feels like this Batman or this Flash is Spider-Man, but like very young Spider-Man. He's got a weird lack of confidence to him.
He's got a weird nothing to him, like every character in this movie.
Is it the time he saved Iris the first time he's used his powers ever?
No, he uses it in the grocery store when he has long hair, right?
Well, yeah, but we don't know when the Iris thing was, right?
Oh, fair.
It feels like it should be a formative moment in his life. If you're
Oh, no, but remember when the dog walker lady says, also, did you hear about how Superman died? That's wild. So we know it's after.
Yeah, right. By the way, one mother box down, 2 to go, says the dog.
That would be amazing.
But yeah, like, I mean, that scene sucks. It's a cool looking scene. I like where he taps the window. I like the way he runs over to the car, which isn't like a dash. It's like a hopping on your feet, almost like, because he's not wearing shoes and it's hot on the sand kind of walk. But yeah, the bit where he lovingly strokes her hair is awful.
What I would say is, like, everything Zack Snyder has ever done that looks good, I think it looks good because he's mostly stealing it from somewhere else.
Very possible.
Just because, there's been a renaissance of portraying super speedsters on film lately, ever since Days of Future Past did that Quicksilver scene everyone loved. And
there's been no renaissance. There's been a regressance, if anything. We make them all walk really fast or normal speed through slow. They're all so boring.
Yes, you did a whole video about how that sucks. I know.
That came from when we talked about this in a different video or a different podcast.
I know.
It's the worst. I was kind of hoping they'd fix it in this, and they don't.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just him doing that thing that is already a thing. And, like, Watchmen looks visually striking because he's just lifting comic book panels. And same thing with 300. Everything he does that looks distinctive and good and interesting in that way is because he took it from somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving him bonus points for that. I just felt the scene kind of endearing. I don't know. Like, I guess my more of example was it's something where I was watching and I felt was engaged, but as a whole, I'm like, get it the hell out of this movie. It doesn't belong here.
Yeah, especially in bit 3 or chapter 3. I feel like it starts chapter 3, and that was my first kind of, because that's the first time we see the Flash, but it's also my first indication. Like, I guess with chapter 3, I kind of figured we would be tightening this up. And it'd be like, okay, well, the movie has to really start moving by now. Like, we have to start getting stuff done. And that was the indication that we were still kind of meandering through scenes that kind of have to maybe, happen to set up someone's solo movie or to introduce what's-her-name as Iris, even though she's not going to be in the next one as far as I've heard. Whatever that actress is, Kiersey Clemens, I think is her name.
Well, they carefully don't give her a single thing to say, so they didn't have to pay her.
That's smart. She's probably a fine Iris. They're really going. They cast what's his name, the guy from Office Space, as they recast the dad from Flash today, as the Office Space guy. Also, the guy from Search Party. I'm trying to think of other things he's done. So it's not even the actors that made it into this movie get to be in the next Flash movie, which is weird. But is what it is. Okay.
Part 4. Part 4 is, let me pull it up here. Part 4. Oh my God, did I lose it?
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Part 4 is, this is the worst reveal ever. Change podcast.
Oh my God. This is I'm so mad right now.
To a house.
I'm so mad
what is
right
it,
now.
Dickens?
Yeah,
Explain.
what about that upset you? Because I found it harmless, to be honest.
I'm mad because of the thing I showed you guys.
Yeah.
And it becomes even worse after having watched the movie because there was that one line where we're like, what is that supposed to mean? Which is, stories are change machines, dreamscapes that contain whatever, bunch of nonsense. What this means is not only is that whole paragraphs of bullshit, like masturbatory nonsense about how deep and amazing his movie is, it's also so up its own ass that it quotes itself, calling itself a change machine. Oh, I hate it so much.
I mean, that's like outside. So, like, I will give you this.
That's not in the movie, so that's not the movie's fault that some marketing person wrote that or whatever. But I still hate it.
Well, yeah, but that's probably how Zack Snyder truly feels, right? Like, if you were to tell me that he wrote everything about that, I'd be like, yeah, of course. He thinks this movie is the mother box that'll somehow bring life back to movies.
And that's also part of why I hate this movie so much. If Zack Snyder was like, I want to do a big, dumb movie where super special boys punch each other because I think that's cool, I'd be like, your movie's bad, but whatever. That's harmless enough, I guess. But everyone talks about it like he's such a bold visionary. This is so important. God, he's telling us stories that no one else will tell. And it's like, he's barely telling a story at all. There's like half an hour of movie in here, maximum. And what is in there is bad. And so it makes me
silly nonsense. Average, right? Average.
Makes me so it infuriates me that people pretend this is deep.
Well, I think that the thing that we've really glossed over is that every like a can opener is a change machine. What's a change machine? Like, it doesn't mean anything. Also, and that's the other thing about Zack Snyder stuff that I don't love is there's all this like really mythological language associated with stuff that's just, I don't know. It's a box that makes things hot. It's a hot box. You put 3 hot boxes together, mega hot. But like, there's so much of it is it acts like he painted the Mona Lisa when really he went to a drink and paint class and painted, like a nice sunscape or something. There's nothing that interesting about it, but it acts like it is, and people treat it like it is, which is the part that I think bugs me a lot.
Well, yeah, that's what I don't like. What I don't understand is if I were to, put truth serum into the release the Snyderverse people, and it's like, okay, you got your fucking movie that didn't exist, and they had to spend money to finish, and et cetera, et cetera. What story did he tell that was so groundbreaking? Now, the one argument I would accept, and I don't think it makes it good, but if creators should be allowed to tell a story, and again, it's not a groundbreaking story, it's just a story, they should be allowed to tell that, and Justice League was not that. And he got to tell his story over half a work day. Like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice for him.
It is nice for him. And, if, like, they're fans who had enjoyed it, I don't know how anyone enjoyed all 4 hours is beyond me. But, if there was like a 5-hour cut of, fucking Endgame, I'd probably be slobbering all over it. So,
Well, but that's the thing about Endgame. I think Marvel is better at this as a company at managing expectations by not having it. I think everybody who makes a movie thinks they made the movie that Zack Snyder thinks he made. Right? Like, they all think they have invented the movie. But I think there's a certain level of, not like humility necessarily, but just like, I don't know if it's Feige or producer or it's just the bigger machine above them that makes them think, okay, but I can't say I'm reinventing the formula. And I'm like, I'm bringing this character into a modern world unlike anyone ever has before. There's a level of acknowledgement that, like, yeah, it's a movie. It's part of the Marvel movies. It's a Marvel movie. They fight and stuff, and I think mine's pretty good. I think everybody's going to love it, but it's a movie. And I feel like there needs to be a person just filtering all of Zack Snyder's comments through that lens.
Yes, right, and don't say that your movie's for adults, and don't say you're reinventing the genre. I don't know if he said that thing exactly, but I bet he thinks it.
My
but
movie's for adults because Batman says the fuck word.
He
right,
says that.
you know.
He said that his movie's for adults. So that's that's something that I think everybody that makes the superhero... Like, I'm sure Jon Favreau thought that when he made Iron Man. And... He was right in a way that was like this one. I think this is more right than that. Like I'm saying, Iron Man, I feel like is more for adults than Justice League because it's a little like the humor I would say is more adult. I think the characters skew more towards it.
In terms of having
he fucks everybody
idea in it, having some kind of idea where you could watch that movie and be like, maybe going to military action in the Middle East isn't good. Maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Whereas you watch this movie and you'd be like, I liked when that guy punched that other guy.
Well, I mean, listen, this movie doesn't want to say military action in the Middle East is good, but it doesn't want to say it's not good. Because it's never been a Gotham City. But even if everything went to shit, I assume it wouldn't be surrounded by sand. But in this movie it is. Because that's what a post-apocalyptic hellscape just looks like, you know?
It's all sand.
It's not going to look enough like Mad Max if it's not sand.
Yeah.
So can I say something just about the length and you know how I feel, because I don't think I've said this strongly enough, how I feel like Zack Snyder did cheat his way into, you know, bamboozling us into wasting 4 hours to watch this movie.
I mean, you feel bamboozled. I feel thankful.
You may proceed, but I would like to reserve a slot afterwards to say my own thoughts about movie length.
Watch yourself, counselor.
Yeah.
You're on thin
so,
ice.
okay, no, this is good. Let's have a conversation about movie length, because I think it's very appropriate for this. So, yeah, I said, right, to kind of cue this up, if there was like a 5-hour cut of Endgame, I'd probably be all over it. So, actual example. Back in, I think it was like 2010, there's a local movie theater by me that they did, over a course of 3 weeks, they did each of the director's cuts of the Lord of the Rings movies. And those fuckers are long. I think the director's cut of Return of the King is over 4 hours long. But, like, in those movies, the way that Peter Jackson extends the time is like the Battle of Pelennor is an hour, right? But for me, someone who loves the original 3 Lord of the Rings movies, like love those movies, I'm sitting there and I'm watching that. I'm like, this is amazing. I could watch more of this. I could watch this all day. I could watch more of the politicking. I could watch more of the fight and action scenes. I could watch more of the character development. But in this movie, it's a lot of bullshit. And for me, there is no justification for the length in this movie, because I don't know what's being extended to get it there besides just putting in whatever was in Zack Snyder's brain onto the screen. So that's like my spiel. I will yield the floor to Diggins.
So
give it to me, Diggins. Let's hear it.
I actually somewhat disagree with your original premise there, DJ, of Zack Snyder cheating himself to a better movie. I understand what you're saying.
Oh, that's the okay.
And I think that there's some merit to it, of the idea that you stuff enough stuff in there, then some of it will be okay, and that, you know, helps the quality of the movie. But part of the reason I dislike this movie so strongly is because there is so much stuff in there that doesn't need to be there, regardless of its quality. And I think that's the thing with length overall. I would watch like a 6-hour-long movie if it was paced properly and was made to be 6 hours long. And it felt like a story that needed to be told in 6 hours. Whereas I could watch an 1.5-hour movie, and if the pacing is bad, then it'll feel like it drags on. And I'm like, why is this going on forever? I think it has way more to do with how well each scene flows, how well it flows into each other, how much it feels like everything is building on everything else, how much it feels like things need to be there. So I actually think the 4-hour runtime hurts it, because you're adding in so much cruft that, regardless of its quality, does not need to be there, and just makes the movie feel bloated and meandering and self-indulgent. And I think if he had made a 2-hour version of just the stuff he absolutely wanted, that probably would have been a stronger movie. It still wouldn't have been good, because the underlying material is still bad, but it would have been better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's crazy? There's probably enough here to make a Cyborg movie, because he probably could have, maybe like a Cyborg and Batman movie, because the two of them could have solved most of the problems by themselves.
I think Cyborg and Flash is the movie. That's the movie that this movie was missing, is, you know, kind of dorky Barry Allen and very serious Victor Stone solving a problem together as the two like, you know, human god or Batman superheroes.
Yeah, and I just think because I think that those two could have a fun dichotomy, like the scene where they're digging up Superman's body, right? Like that's the framework for your buddy comedy. Now the problem is Zack Snyder doesn't want to build that.
Whoa, Cyborg! Do you think that a Wonder Woman would want a bingo bango with me?
Nice. Well, but you see. In the Joss Whedon cut, it's better, I think. They have like an actual conversation that they don't have in this movie. That's just basically them being like Barry's like, so these are your powers, huh? That's crazy. I got my powers. It sucks that we're both kind of a mess. And then Cyborg's like, ooh, like he doesn't say that, but he's like, we're both the accidents. I think is right. Like what he says was he didn't say experiments. It must be accidents. Cyborg was like, yeah, that's sad. And Barry's like, nah, it's cool. And that's like a fun relationship. I think out of the two characters, they're the two that I have not necessarily the most chemistry, but I'd say their dynamic is the most like what you would expect from something like a buddy comedy movie, because they do have a lot in common. They're the two younger ones. They're both, you know, scientific obviously. One's a hacker and one's a dog walking student who's a forensic scientist. But like, there's just, I don't know. I don't think their chemistry is great in this movie because they didn't have that much to do. But I think out of everybody, I could see them being a movie.
Other than that one scene.
They have that scene. Well, they have like little interactions. Like Cyborg is like, all right, so here's what we're going to do. We're all going to touch the mother box, and then that's going to do. And Barry's like, the power of love. And he's like, come on. He's like, okay, a really big electricity thing. And he's like, good. Like that energy, I think you could sell me on as a movie. It's just like, this guy's serious, this guy's not serious, and they work together, but they don't hate each other completely. But like, they didn't do that.
Yeah, and I guess the framework was like more like it in my head where it's like, oh, I think this is how it would work. But you're right, like their conversation in this, I think I was conflating it with this in the Justice League one.
Yeah.
But the like Zack Snyder, like even. He could never conceive that because he couldn't show the Flashes and Cyborg's massive gains, brah.
Yeah,
which is like that's all.
They are the two least yoked up characters that aren't, you know, Diana, who obviously can't be the main character of the movie because she has her own movie and she would dwarf either of them. So if you had to pick one of the three, Aquaman out of the three non-main characters already would have to be one. So you'd never get a Cyborg Flash combo. Although, I feel like Cyborg is kind of yoked up, right? He's like a football player, and he's like a... What position does he play?
Is he like running back, right? Running back or quarterback?
I couldn't tell if that was a quarterback sneak play or
if he's a running back.
Or if he's a running back. Yeah, it was one of the two. And the movies all suck at this because all movies want the character to be a quarterback and also want them to run with the football a lot, but I think it was the second one, or I think they are a running quarterback, which isn't crazy in this day and age. There's lots of running quarterbacks, and
in high school too. It's a bit more common, just because it's like it's so basic. It's like he can get ball in end zone, just let him hold ball the whole time.
Yeah, and there's no like 400-pound linebacker who's like a giant, humongous man who can stop, you know, the regular sized quarterback.
It makes a lot more sense on like a student team where you have maybe one player who's actually really good.
Right, yeah.
And in a world where all the other teams exist, like in a world where Wisconsin is a team, Gotham has not made any of the big bowl games, to my knowledge, in a very long time. So they might be like an NJIT kind of squad where it's like, yeah, I mean, sometimes they play the real teams, but obviously it's not very competitive. They're not to be taken seriously.
I want to talk about why Superman shouldn't be in this movie.
Oh.
Whoa.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
From Batman v Superman?
Yeah, that's Superman.
I like him.
I'm not even going to talk about how this Superman sucks. I'm just going to talk about why he shouldn't be in this movie.
Okay.
So
go for it.
So let's go over the basic structure of the movie up until this point. It starts with Batman recruiting all the heroes because everyone has weird prophecy dreams and just knows the future. because Zack Snyder doesn't know how to tell a story other than having all the characters read the script.
It's a change engine, Diggins. Go on.
Change machine.
Sorry, change machine.
Change engines sounds too much like a thing a person might actually say.
That's true.
Anyway, so he's gathering them all together, but they're all a bunch of lone wolves who don't know how to work together. And that's not actually going to matter at any point in the movie, but don't worry about that. That's what they're saying. That's what they're telling us the plot is.
Okay.
And then they finally all come together because Steppenwolf is going around taking all the powerful boxes, speaking their boxology.
Like he does.
Does. And they're like, oh no, this is bad. We should do what the man in the bat costume said because we don't want this to happen. And they all get together, and then they beat up Steppenwolf, but they pretend that they didn't. And they're like, we can't possibly beat Steppenwolf, even though we're all working together. We're not as good as Superman. The only way we could possibly win is if we bring back Superman, because we're just no good by ourselves. And it turns out they're right. It turns out that Superman is super cool and strong, and no one's as good as him. That's what the movie would have us believe.
Absolutely.
And is true.
But the way the movie is structuring itself up until that point, it is very clearly building to a point of, like, hey, Superman was the best of us, but he's not here, and we gotta work together and be strong as a team to make up for that, to, like, solve the problem like he would have. And, Superman's still a shining example in that situation.
As a part of the team. Slightly missing him in his existence, but without him.
Like, it just feels like the natural direction of the movie, where him serving as an inspiring example, they get their shit together, they work out a plan, and they beat Steppenwolf by using the power of friendship and teamwork. And, Zack Snyder thinks that being nice is stupid or whatever. But I'm just saying what the movie feels like it's going for in those first 2 hours. It feels like that. But instead, they actually just bring Superman back. And it's like, so what? Why? You're making a movie where it feels like the point is that they don't need Superman, except then you're also putting Superman in it. Well, to what end?
Well, I mean, Diggins, how else are you gonna beat Steppenwolf? Because he's so good.
And then
he's so good.
And then that just adds in all these extra scenes of them doing this weird bring Superman back with a mother box plan that feel superfluous, that don't add to anything other than bringing Superman back, who then doesn't even factor into the final confrontation until the end.
And when he saves everybody.
Yeah, but
very helpful.
But why did we do this? Especially if this movie is so clearly predicated on the idea that it's gonna have a sequel. That's the movie you bring Superman back in. Especially if you're doing all these hints that there's gonna be evil Superman. Then in this next movie, Darkseid brings Superman back and you have evil Superman.
Yeah.
And that's what the threat is.
I mean, I've also heard the pitch and in like a sentence of a tweet that it makes more sense if Steppenwolf brings Superman back using the anti-life equation that he just invented by landing on it in the middle of some field. Now, when he finds the anti-life equation, real quick.
Yeah.
So Steppenwolf is like standing in some grass. And he's like, oh, get the fuck out. And then he uses his big giant axe and then smashes the ground, I think, or something. Then it makes a little design in the ground made of fire. Is that the anti-life equation?
I think it's part of it.
I think my impression, and I could be wrong because the movie's bad and it's hard to understand anything in it. My impression is that the anti-life equation is like scrawled across the entire surface of the Earth.
Gotcha. Okay. That's fair. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so then it's even worse, honestly, because any alien needed to do at one point was go like, let me just knock on the door of all these planets for the anti-life equation. I mean, Steppenwolf has an army of parademons, right? Can none of them do it? Maybe it has to be maybe it has to be like an army of, like it has to be someone of the actual Darkseid bloodline or something.
Or maybe just Darkseid wouldn't want anyone besides him to be the one who gets it. Like,
see, I would imagine this is like...
You go.
I was going to say, I would imagine this is like the Infinity Stones or like the big giant axe where it would break your brain if you weren't supposed to use it. But then if you're like a mega super being like Darkseid is like a new god or whatever, then it kind of works for you. But I'm not sure if that's the case. I don't know what the anti-life equation actually is. I've seen it in action a couple times in comics, but I don't know what that means.
I think they've always been very vague about what it actually is, and it's just a thing that sounds cool, which is fine.
Right? Yeah, it's made... There was a recent DC Comics event called DC East, which is hard to pronounce, but it's DCEASED. Usually the DC is capitalized, and it's a zombie thing where the anti-life equation kind of... Because it doesn't make it makes zombies in the sense that it kills people that are alive and turns them into anti-life monsters, but it doesn't resurrect the dead. But anyway, so they've done that, and that I believe that was anti-life equation, but it's so like nothing.
Is that where to die on the job is to die for Darkseid comes from?
Is that a thing? It might be, but I can't remember. I don't remember that. Who says it?
It's just a sign. Here, I'll just... This is the first result on Google, but I've seen this panel before.
No, this is before that.
It's something I've seen passed around in political contexts before.
That's
for example,
great.
What a certain Mr. Bezos might feel about his employees, for example.
Oh my god.
No, yeah, this is much more... Like, this isn't even really for Darkseid. That's the weird thing about the anti-life equation in this. It's like, somebody stumbles upon it, and then it turns... I don't think Darkseid really plays a part in DC East. But I did read it. I have it. It's only been like maybe a couple months, but yeah, it's just really Marvel Zombies, but with DC. It's great. I really liked it. But anyway, so that's anti-life, and then yeah, if you remember, the Justice League cartoon ends with Darkseid, like Lex Luthor giving Darkseid the anti-life equation, and that being the solution to problems.
Well,
so
it's him like taunting him with the anti-life equation, and then jumping into some kind of black hole portal or something.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he goes to the the source wall, where I guess it's hidden. It's so stupid. I like DC, and I like that. It's all great. But the anti-life equation being a big problem, like, it kind of seems like I think the anti-life equation in this movie, and in all of these movies, is supposed to be like ultimate mind control, where...
Yeah, like they'll all serve Darkseid.
Yeah. I mean, there was a big plot line where Darkseid got the anti-life equation. That was the one where Batman dies.
In the comics.
Yeah.
Which one is that? I'm trying to remember, because I've read some Justice League.
I'm trying to remember what it was called. Let me look it up. In the meantime, keep saying whatever you're...
Yeah, I mean, did he walk onto it and then kick some dirt off of the anti-life equation and then go, guys, the anti-life equation, and then he killed Batman with it? Or is it even cooler than that? That's what we got in this. It's just so weird that he goes up, he finds the anti-life equation by accident. But okay, so did Darkseid unleash the anti-life equation on Earth as part of his thing? Like as part of his conquest when he was Euxis or whatever?
Like when he like hit his axe into the ground real hard?
When David Thewlis ripped him in half.
Yeah. Right. Doesn't Darkseid like hit something into the ground like really hard and...
Oh yeah, I mean... He has that thing that's for roasting 3 marshmallows at a time from Thor Ragnarok, whatever that weapon is. He has that, but I think you're right. I feel like he does a jump from like a spaceship onto the ground, and then we get a big anti-life equation from that. So yeah, I assume at that point he has it,
or he doesn't know what it is at that point because he's a big old idiot.
So then he happened upon it on Earth, couldn't use it, didn't care, got chopped in half by the Lupin, and then left, and then never to be seen again. Couldn't be bothered
Final
to check
Crisis
in on
I was thinking of. Final Crisis is when Darkseid gets the anti-life equation. And remembering Final Crisis, it's also a complete mess that doesn't make any sense. So I don't...
Yeah, I've never read Final Crisis. When's that? When they're... Oh, 2008. Oh, it's by Grant Morrison. It's probably great. No, it probably is fine. But yeah, I've not read that either. But I mean, I guess we've kind of hit a point. You know, like there's like a graph that really slopes up in like the 2000s, where every so often there had to be a big giant universe-ending event, And I guess every so often in DC, that has to involve the anti-life equation in some way. Because there's only so many forces that can do it. So, like, you know, you got your anti-monitor, your anti-life equation, your, you know, Brainiac, your Doomsday are all like sitting in a green room and then just like, you're up. Go destroy the whole thing. It's 2017.
Well, Zack Snyder's like, I need my Infinity Stones event.
Yeah, it's really...
I want my thing.
But so they wrote this in... Like, this was supposed to be released in 2005. Or 2017, excuse me. So you assume this had to have been written in 2015, which isn't before Infinity Stones were a thing. But if this came out in 2017, this would have come out before Infinity War.
Yep.
Which is interesting because in this movie, DJ, real quick, can you transition us to part 6?
You mean part 5?
Weren't we in part 5?
No, we were in part 4.
I stopped us going to part 5 because I wanted to talk about Superman.
Okay, well, we'll get to part 5.
Anyway,
but either way,
yeah,
everything about
Superman being
happen.
in this movie undercuts itself. It's completely absurd. Why is he in this movie? Let's move on.
So we can put on the black suit that also doesn't work for this movie, but also because he's cool and tough and the strongest one and stronger than any of the other ones. I don't know. Yeah, these movies are weird.
All right, I'm going to go to part 5, right?
Part 5. What's part 5 called?
All the King's Nitpickers.
Okay.
Perfect.
This is where we get into our really, really nitpicky stuff, which I didn't queue up.
Okay.
So the cyborg's dad is like, my son hates me because I turned him into a cyborg. But I gotta get him to listen to me somehow. And his big idea is I'm gonna record a speech on a tape recorder and then put it on our counter. And just let him listen to it.
Yo, real talk, that got me.
Why?
That got me at the end of the movie. Because, like, okay, maybe I'm a sucker. And if you guys want to call me a sucker, call me a sucker. All right,
that's gotta be it.
I bought
Listeners, email us, text at nitpickingpod, whether DJ is a sucker or not. And don't text us the word DJ is sucker. Text us a gift that we can interpret. Make that kind of a fun game for us. You can tag us individually as well. That'd be helpful.
All right, so at nitpickingpod, send a gif of why... Or of, like, me being a sucker? Is that, like...
Just something that's like, yes,
okay.
Sucker, no sucker. I think those will be fun gifts.
Something that expresses your opinion on whether or not DJ is a sucker. You can interpret that however you wish.
Great.
There you go.
I love it. So, I can't wait for my tweets to blow up. So, maybe I'm definitely a sucker, but it got me because I bought everything with, like, the strained relationship. Because, like, they're little things, right? So, at first, you know, Cyborg's like, I hate you, Dad. You suck so much. And, you know, they get the moment in the lab where Silas is like, everyone stay out of the building. No one come in under any circumstances. And then he has the moment of understanding. He sacrifices himself to put the marker on the mother box, basically, by overheating it. And then at the end, it's, I don't know about moving's the right word, but, you know, he talks about, you know, I'm your father twice over. That's insane. And, you know, it's a juxtaposition where at first I'm telling you about these godlike powers you have, but I want to talk to you, you know, and similar to the Jor-El Kal-El Superman speech, it's like, you know, the House of El believes that every person is, you know, can be good, and we want to inspire hope in people. And that's kind of what Cyborg's dad's trying to get at, is, you know, you could do so much good with your power, and I love you very much, and I'm sorry I wasn't there. And it got me. So, yeah.
Too bad Superman's human dad tells him that people aren't worth saving.
I don't like that Superman's human dad. Pa Kent sucks. Even though they take his words out of context in this movie to make it seem like Pa Kent and Jor-El are just, like, speaking the same language, I didn't appreciate that.
I mean, Jor-El does karate that one time. That was pretty cool. We can all agree like that. Anyway.
No, but, like, why can't I be, you know... Why can't I enjoy the little bit of schmaltiness that Zack Snyder put in this movie, that he barely put any work into the build over a course of, like, 2 movies, where, you know, you get to have things where Superman's walking in his ship, or Cyborg's listening to the voice recording of his father, and be like, you know what, this is kind of nice. This is a little nice. I'm glad we get something nice.
Because, DJ, that plotline sucks for the following reasons.
Yeah!
Please, enlighten me, please.
So this is what I was talking about before, where it's like people say that the Cyborg arc, like Cyborg has an arc or whatever, and they're wrong. He doesn't. He has a vague gesture at an arc, which is to say, they do set it up decently, where, yeah, they set it up decently, but also in the most ham-fisted way, where it's like literally the first thing, like Cyborg goes on screen, and the first thing he says is like, "Fuck you, Dad!"
Hey, sometimes fuck you, Dad.
Silly.
Sometimes that's accurate.
It's just silly, but it's fine. And like, yeah, we do get the very, very obvious, hammered in over and over again impression that he doesn't like his dad because his dad wasn't there for him, and also he blames him for the car crash that he could have done nothing to prevent. But the relationship doesn't go anywhere from that. There's no development to them after that point. He sees that his dad's about to die, and he's like, "No, I don't want my dad to literally die," and that's it. That's the entire change to their relationship. He doesn't want his dad to literally die. And there's no like, he has no reckoning with like what his dad has done for him. There's no, they don't even talk. They don't even talk about it. There's literally nothing to the development of the father-son relationship in the entire movie. So, yeah, later he misses his dad. He said his dad died. Whatever. He's come to appreciate his dad. But he's done all this based on nothing other than the literal physical threat to his dad's life. And that drives me crazy because that's not an arc. That's just the idea of an arc.
All right, so Diggins, can I say something? So... here's what I think. I think that when you make a 4-hour movie, you confuse the small-minded like me, and I could take everything you just said and be like, yeah, good arc. Love it. I'm like dead serious. I'm dead ass. No. I think that this 4-hour movie confused my small brain.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong to have had emotions about it, or that anyone else is wrong to have said that they like this arc or whatever. I think there's plenty of thin arcs in other movies besides this one that people praise where I'm like, there's not really a lot to it. So maybe it's just me. But that's why I say, and it's probably a lot better than it is in the original, because they probably cut out most of this stuff with Cyborg, based on what I hear. But that's why I say he doesn't have an arc. It's because there's not actually anything happening there.
Yeah, no, I was serious when I said that. I think over the course of 4 hours, you could convince me of anything, just because I'm like, this is that. Did you? So, all right, it's confession time. Did you guys
watch the movie? Yeah, we watched the movie.
Yeah, I watched the movie.
Did you watch the movie, DJ?
Yes, I watched the movie.
Oh, nice.
Or I've done an amazing job at faking it. I mean, I think that would be...
What happens at 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 37 seconds?
I think I could get this. I think...
yeah, let's all take guesses. Wait, say again?
2 hours, 49 minutes. 2 hours, 49 minutes, 37 seconds.
I believe that is when Superman looks at the Flash while the Flash is tapping into the Speed Force, and the Flash is like, "Oh, what?"
I'm gonna say we're
so
after.
Funny.
Yeah, that's great. That's great in both versions. I'm gonna say we're post that. I think we're Clark on the farm hugging like his mom or Lois or something. I think we have to be bumping up against the third act. What I can't remember myself is when either of them, like when Superman becomes part of the plot. Like obviously that's later in the game, like in the third act. So I can't remember how him just bumming around in Smallville factors into the rest of it. So yeah, I'm going to say that. Diggins? What do you think, Diggins?
I was actually going to say the same thing, so I'll say a slightly different thing. I think it is the moment Lois is handing shirtless Superman a shirt.
What was the timestamp you gave, Diggins?
2 hours, 49 minutes, 37 seconds.
All right. 2 hours, give me 1 second. 49 minutes, 37 seconds.
Yes.
All right, we are actually in Star Labs.
Oh.
And Dad is putting the mother box onto the platform. That's 30 seconds.
Okay.
I'll pause it at 37. So at the exact moment of 37, we are outside of Star Labs. Steppenwolf just boom-toomed into like the parking lot with like the military and the civilians are standing by.
That feels about right.
At that exact moment.
Yeah.
So, not quite at the farm yet.
No.
By the way, did you guys find, like, the boom tube sound effect with the whoop? like every time. I was like, I appreciate that. It went like a little.
Yeah,
I made a joke about it at the start, but my favorite stupid sound thing in this movie is that every time there's a thing with Wonder Woman or the Amazons, they just...
It's weird. I think we gave them too much credit for making her stupid song in the first Wonder Woman movie.
I know.
Oh, it's cool, we love it. And then that gave the person who wrote the movies like this big giant out to be like, all right, well, if I ever don't have a great idea, that means all I have to do is put in a stupid Wonder Woman sound.
So I gotta say what my... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nando.
That's all I got. It's also, I don't know. I never liked her music, so I'm probably not the best judge of character.
I feel like you've been clear about that.
Yeah, I hate female characters, That's the other thing.
Yeah. You're a terrible chauvinist.
I try to be consistent about that.
This has been covered extensively on this podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
So, confession time.
Why do you think there's no women on this podcast? Am I right?
I keep them out, And that's why I keep seeing this movie, and I'm like, it was so good, except for that part where Wonder Woman was not, the villain secretly.
That she could grow up to be whatever she wants.
Yeah, okay. Good luck wishing that girl in the 80s. I've seen what happens. You turn into a cheetah. It's not good.
Oh, my God. I was thinking that, like, she right, the girl's like, can I be like you? And the girl, and Wonder Woman goes, you could be whatever you want. And then I wanted her to say, as long as you don't cheat and you do it the right way.
If you want to be an apex predator.
As long as you don't
noble
cheat.
about it.
Hey. Do you get
and Maxwell Lord, who exists in this universe, is like, I'll explain it, kid. By the way, I'm in my 70s, I guess. I don't know. What happened? I mean, obviously those movies don't count. None of them count, but it's really funny that they don't count, but they still made them, but they pretended they counted. And they were like, she can't be in this outfit because she's in this one in the Justice League movie. And it's like, man, you gotta just pick yes or no, and then make the movie based on whether it is or is not part of the Zack Snyder ones. And the answer should be no from now on, but I still don't even think it will be.
Speaking of, is she working at the same museum in this movie that she was working in? No?
She's in the Louvre in this movie, where she was in the Smithsonian.
You're right.
In 84.
Yeah.
The Louvre where they're all speaking English for some reason.
It's English Day, right? I think the one guy transitions into some French at some point. So I confession time. Okay.
Here's
so
what I got.
I watched the movie. Okay.
Wow. I'm shocked.
Way to go. This is the longest one. So this is kind of a surprise.
It counts for two, so I'm not going to watch our next one. No, I have receipts. I have receipts.
Okay.
I'd love for you to guess what happens in the Godzilla Kong movie. I mean, I think your guesses will probably be right. I think you can one shot, like, no scope this one.
Well, I'm not going to try.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you guys do anything while watching the movie? Or did you just watch the movie?
DJ, that is of course I did something. Well, the question is...
Thank you.
Yeah, but the question is how many times... I watched the movie enough times that technically I had a full watch of the movie. I also had different states of mind. Like, I watched it in 45-minute segments, so maybe not the exact chapter length, but like... So sometimes I was more in it than other times, but I made sure I saw the whole damn thing.
That's like me with Forrest Gump. I've never seen the movie start to end, but I've seen the entire movie of Forrest Gump.
Similar movie, honestly.
Yeah. It's long. So at Diggins, I assume you were a true champion and just like eyes glued to TV whole time, no breaks.
Yep. I watched it in one sitting. I didn't do anything else other than tweet about the movie.
Your tweets were good. I read your tweets not in real time. I was not up, but I read them the next day, and I'm like,
yeah. Just to really emphasize the unideal circumstances in which I watched this movie. I had a lot of trouble sleeping the previous night. I got up at like 7 a.m., which is way before I usually do. Couldn't get back to sleep. And was just like, well, it's the day the Snyder Cut comes out. I'm just going to watch it.
Maybe that's why you hated it so much. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
And then I finished watching it and went back to sleep because I was so board.
Possible.
You did like an angry sleep. Like, I'm so mad. I'm just going to sleep.
I took an angry
suicides up and down the field just to get out all your energy. Like, you were just doing burpees all night, baby. I don't know that many words for what people do to exercise. I know that's one of them, right? Burpees.
He hit a tire with a sledgehammer while
he had a big chain. Yeah, it was cool. It was really fucking cool. All right, we all can agree whatever very masculine thing Diggins did was cool as hell.
So I got through like 2 hours, no problem. I was like coasting. All right, we did it, and I was like, fuck, we get another 2 hours. So paused. I did not wait for the break. I paused exactly where I was. Made myself a sandwich. 2 hands, baby. Let's go.
Well, obviously.
Wow.
I mean, you have to watch you're watching this on your phone, probably, right? You got to watch it on your phone.
If I did it portrait mode, I would have had the correct aspect ratio.
Honestly, it should have been on Quibi. I've heard many people say I watched it in short bursts.
Oh my god, this movie on Quibi, they could have stretched it out so.
It would have been about as good. Like, it would have been a scene at a time, but just how this movie exists.
Or
each
half
scene
a
is
scene.
its own little movie. Or half a scene, right, yeah. And that would have been fine.
So had my sandwich. 2 hands. Folded some laundry. And
with which hands? Or did it say at different times?
Well, not different times.
Oh, my God, DJ.
And I think that was during the... Right after... I think when he's at the farm... I was like, I gotta do something. I gotta sit with my hands. So, folded laundry.
Whatever you say, DJ. Whatever you say.
So, it lends itself. Then I think the last hour I got through no problem, but it lends itself to just, you need something to do at some points because it's so boring. It's so boring. And that's how I get confused by thinking there's an arc with Cyborg and his dad, which still gets me, but
Anyway,
I just think the movie's so long and confusing that
I initially brought this up because we were just going to nitpick minor details, and I think it's funny that he recorded on a tape recorder when he also built a super advanced cyborg thing. Like, that was the most advanced technology he could think of.
Yeah, he had it in hand. You just pick.
Why did he have a tape recorder?
What is he, a reporter?
Yeah. You have a voice memo app on your phone. That's what people use now.
And he could Google that. Like, Cyborg could get that from just, like, the internet. He could find that hidden from him.
It's in the cloud.
But, I mean, he needed a whole bit where he was, like, because it's weird. Because the movie has to explain to us what his deal is, right? It has to have him sit down and be like, you can control the stock market with your mind, but he can't figure that out on his own. We need a narration, but what character can narrate it? Well, I guess it's his dad. Even though, yeah, that conversation should come at the end of the movie. All that stuff from the tape recorder should be at the very end, or like the bit that we're at right now in our heads, which is like the 3 hour and change mark. But I agree, DJ, with you. I can't remember why.
I'm trying to think if I.
Oh no, I agree with Diggins. Wait, no, it was a hand thing. No, I agree with you, DJ. Never has a movie been more look away for a minute, look back, nothing's changed movie. Because there's so much slow motion, you could easily fold laundry and just check back when a sound changes and go like, oh, okay, now it's a different shot. Yeah,
for real, it's super, super doable.
Yeah, that's not quite how I did it, but it's doable. Completely agree.
I can imagine like crocheting or knitting during this, like very seamlessly. Needlepoint, really anything. Painting, you probably paint during this movie.
Yeah,
even graphic design, you could probably like do some on this.
What else? Name me a couple more things, DJ. What else can we do?
What else can you do?
Push-ups. Can you do push-ups during the movie?
Treadmill. What was that?
Push-ups?
You do push-ups.
Peloton?
Peloton?
What if you had a Peloton where you watched the movie on your Peloton, and then every so often Zack Snyder came on and was like, keep going, push it, 4, 3, 2. So I don't have a Peloton at my house. I've never used a Peloton, but I'm 90%, 95% positive one of Hannah's neighbors has a Peloton, and it just every so often at like, I don't know, like 7 a.m, wake up with like a woman screaming to someone riding a bicycle, I'm assuming, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's do it. And it's just the most fucking annoying thing. We can't figure it out.
That is the worst.
Do we leave a note? Hey, we can't hear anything that's going on in your apartment but your Peloton. Turn your Peloton down. Or, you know, because I feel like if you're like, hey, can you quiet down? That makes the person go like, oh man, am I like farting too much in my apartment. Like, I should be embarrassed, but really want to be like, no, it's just the exercise bike.
Tell fucking Jennifer to stop telling you about you just gonna push it more minute.
I want to buy her headphones. Nice, comfy. I'd pop $70 out, like, just decent headphones as a gift, because I like giving neighbors gifts when you move in. But the problem with COVID is you can't do that, right? You can't. So obviously I'd go through the apartment, give everybody a bottle of wine. Hi, my name is Matt. Nice to meet you. But you can't do that. But I feel like just throw, here's a good set of earbuds. Go crazy. Stop making us all wake up with you and count to 10 backwards. It's so stupid. Where were we? Oh, right. Other things you can do with this. Yeah, wrapping presents. You could wrap presents while watching this movie.
You can wrap presents.
What other nitpicks? Do you have any nitpicks, CJ?
I had a couple. One I was thinking about. So we were talking about like the mother boxes and how each group of like civilization guarded them. So the Amazons plan is all right, worst case scenario, we will have 6 Amazons, and their job is to take a big old sledgehammer and break these wooden pillars that I guess will collapse everything into the sea, I guess.
But also, they just, made walls come down, right? Each one of them collapsed a big piece of stone, and then it almost seemed like the whole thing falling into the ocean was, something that happened as well.
Incidental?
Yeah, going on? So much chaos, the whole thing collapsed. But I think, something like that.
The one thing to me that was weird is if the enemy who has presented himself...
Yep.
Teleported.
Yep.
Right? So what is this? Are we turning this into Egyptian burial tomb or something? We're just gonna he could teleport out,
Yeah.
I just don't think Queen Hippolyta, I don't think she's good at figuring out what to do in this situation. She's like, I'll grab it and run. It's I'll make a human wall or something.
Oh my God. Everybody jumped on him as a big putty, kind of just throw it yourselves at the Steppenwolf. Mountain of Amazon's plan, go.
And he has spike armor, so really that's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, they didn't know this was... They thought it was reshoot Steppenwolf. Little did they know they were getting animated into Snyder versus Steppenwolf, the spikiest one.
And I just thought that part was weird. I talked about the Ares, aim for the head. How
about the Green Lantern? Remember how there's a Green Lantern somewhere?
Oh, yeah. Chops his hand off. Is that how you kill every Green Lantern? You just chop their hand off?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the ring can just go onto the other hand. It's not that hard.
You'd think that, right, but so this is a very common thing with Green Lanterns. It's you just pop the finger with the ring off, and it's a problem for them.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Because it doesn't fit the other fingers as well?
I guess.
And it would go onto the pinky, but then it would rattle around, and the constructs wouldn't work or something?
Why did the Guardians of Oa, the big head guys, why did they think rings were the solution? It should be something that's I don't know, like a choker.
Nipple
that way
piercing.
Cut your head off, and you're dead anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Like Cuomo, right?
Why rings? That seems silly.
I mean, then you'd have 2, right? And you have to cut a nipple off. That'd be hard. I think the problem with the Green Lantern bit with me is that it's and then the Green Lantern ring zipped off into space, and Darkseid didn't get it. It didn't go anywhere. There's no Green Lantern that's ever showed up. I would assume that something like a Darkseid problem is 4-alarm fire for the Green Lantern Corps. And if you're the 2817 or whatever the sector is, you're getting a call that day from just your ring is beeping or something. Hey, the guy that killed me, his uncle is back. But yeah, no, couldn't be bothered. Because that's the problem with Green Lanterns. If there is a Green Lantern in this universe, he has to be part of this fight. Because it's not there was no Green Lantern. We know there's a ring, and it would find a guy. And that guy's job is to show up at this fight and die. If he dies, that's fine in the new fight. But yeah, you can't
you got to show up for the fight. Yeah.
Yeah. How about that though? Guy Gardner, just movie starts. We're in the scene with the in the tunnel. And Guy Gardner just zips in, does a few construct, gets his head cut off. The ring zips off again, and then that's the halfway point of the movie.
I'd love that.
Yeah. Right. Maybe I would say Alan Scott, but that would be very, very homophobic in these day and times. We would love to see a Guy Gardner get his head cut off. It would be unfortunate to see other lanterns.
What do the lanterns do for species that they choose that don't have hands?
Well, I mean,
what do they do?
they give him like a, like a band or something. Because there's Mojo, the Living Planet, just kind of is a big giant ring around the planet, if I remember correctly.
They're actually
kind of conforms.
They have covered before different adaptations for aspects of the ring that don't make sense. Like there's a lantern whose species is completely blind.
I remember this from
so
Green
they
Lantern
have.
Pod.
I think I might have mentioned him then. And so like he has his little rhyme that is all about sound instead of light.
Oh yeah,
and all that. So they do stuff like that.
I mean, the bigger question, which I've talked about before in videos, but I love and is one of my favorite Green Lantern facts, is the Green Lantern that Deathstroke has, or Darkseid, has on Apocalypse's prisoner, because his Green Lantern, like the Green Lantern of that sector, has been captured. And the Green Lantern Corps just ignores him because it's like, listen, we got to stay out of his way or else he's going to cause problems. But that's not the fish guy, and not fish guy. That's not quite what this guy is. But the guy from the intro either. It's a different character. The guy from the intro fight, not the intro, but the flashback fight is like someone who's only been in a couple illustrations. He's not a big figure in the Lantern Corps.
Speaking of that intro fight, and about nitpicks, can I just say that the guys, the men, the humans fighting in that battle appear to be, they're like King Arthur-y, Viking-y, kind of Northern European sort of fellows.
I know what you're gonna say.
5,000 years ago, 3,000 BC. We're talking like ancient Egypt, the very beginnings of Greek civilization. China is getting started. Like those are the human civilizations of this era. It is completely ahistorical that to have guys like that being your representatives of human civilization.
Well, what were those people doing in 3000 BC?
I feel like we're in like the not Mesopotamians, but like the old school Alexander the Great kind of groups, right? I mean, before that, those are the armies we're talking.
That was well before Alexander the Great. Like I was saying, like Greek civilization was just getting started, pretty much.
Yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying.
True.
Like, what were the? If you were to take those dudes, right? Mm-hmm. And, like, okay, actually put them, like, would they have, like, clubs and shit? Like,
this is like the Bronze Age. They would have bronze weapons, maybe some crude bronze armor. They wouldn't be, like, cavemen. But they also wouldn't be Arthurian knights in armor.
Well, that's the problem, Diggins. Bronze can't take on, Darkseid's army. They needed steel. So, maybe the gods just, like, took a bunch... Maybe they used time travel to, like, bring...
they were like, this will be fun. Let's get the best ones.
Have this fight and then shoot them forward.
What is the... Like, where are the pyramids in all of this time frame? Because...
I believe they would exist by then.
So,
pyramids are extremely old.
Right, so then we're in a post-Black Adam world, I guess. He really... Because he has to come... Like, Kahndaq is, or whatever it's called, is a civilization that exists, I want to say, like, right around or next to other ancient Egyptian civilizations. And in the comics, at least, he is just thrown into space. And he goes into space and flies, like, against his will... gets control back and then flies back, and then he shows up back in present day. So I guess hypothetically our Black Adam is in space at that time, but he's still, I don't know, I feel like he should be pretty useful. My other question with them is, we're talking about not time travel, but the time associated with all of these guys. So
I'm actually wrong. The pyramids did not exist at this point. That's how old we're talking.
Oh man.
Damn.
Man, if only. Then Black Adam could have fixed it, maybe, immediately. I mean, he's pretty strong. He's stronger than even CGI David Thewlis. If you're looking at some Instagram rock posts, he could have fucking kicked his, like, Darkseid's head off. I want to talk real quick about the Amazons.
The Amazons?
Yeah, they stink. They're the worst.
Yeah, fuck Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck Marvelous Miss Maisel. Fuck.
Boys?
Who?
The boys?
Well, no, obviously we like them. The Philip K. Dick and all his Amazon shows.
The Lord of the Rings show they're making.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck Coming to America. I didn't really care for it. It was fine. It felt very, like, celebratory of its own movie. You can't do that one movie in... You gotta wait a couple movies to have a whole movie where it just references the... Anyway, no, the Amazons, Hippolyta, and the other ones. They fucking... So, they had their fight with Steppenwolf, right? And they beat Steppenwolf in the olden days by letting the gods kill him. They didn't help, really. They were there, and they had a couple of hits, but it was mostly the old gods.
We got some good hits in, though.
They did fine. I mean, they didn't throw a big giant axe at him like David Thewlis did. And then they went away to the island. They were banished by Zeus to there. Like, not banished, but they were like, Zeus was like, go there. Something about man. And then Steppenwolf comes over and kills them all, and they still just have bows and arrows, even though in the 1920s, a bunch of, soldiers from, the German army showed up with guns and shot at them with guns, and they never got better than arrows. And they got killed by a couple of them got just shot to death with guns. Mm-hmm. They need to have better than arrows by the time Steppenwolf shows up. Like, I don't expect them to have laser beams, but I want, some sort of advanced catapult weapon or something. It's nothing. They're the laziest bunch of technological geniuses in history.
It's
not like... Yeah, what? Do they what?
Have, really good arrows?
As far as I know, they don't, because none of them work.
Steppenwolf's PC graphics card armor can just snap them right off.
Yeah, they're just arrows. It's like if I fired an arrow at Steppenwolf. It was good. They seem to, the Amazons seem to be good at aiming, and to get one really, right between the eyes, except not right between the eyes. That would be helpful, but they could, hypothetically. But, they just don't. They stink. At least the Atlanteans have guns, I want to say. Underwater guns.
Right.
But they don't even have guns.
I mean, have you seen Jason Momoa? The Atlanteans definitely got guns.
That's true. The Atlanteans got guns. Have you seen Willem Dafoe? Just out of the shower, Willem Dafoe? He's got guns, baby.
So I have a thought.
I'm a bit of a gun myself. I'm trying to remember. He's great. What were you saying, DJ?
Is it possible that Themyscira does not have the natural resources to allow them to get to guns as a technology?
We'll just have Diana smuggle in a few over the decades.
Just bring in different things to get. Here's black powder.
Yeah, I mean,
here's metal refineries. Blah blah blah.
Or just guns. Just bring them some guns.
Yeah, or
in America, they're not hard to get.
We do see in '84, which doesn't count for this, but the Atlantean gauntlet, which is all kinds of bullshit with a big giant thing on strings that swings back and forth. That would be handy here, maybe, to hit Steppenwolf with that thing. Or, I don't know, just something. And this is a problem with the Amazon society in general in these movies. I've never liked them. I think they're boring compared to how cool they can be in the comics and I think Zack Snyder isn't good at this with the Atlanteans either, but at least in the Aquaman movie, they really turned it up to 11. Just what could they have? Do they have a octopus plays drums? They have guns. They have ships that are like fish and all that shit. And the Amazons, 3 Amazon movies in, 4, I guess if you count Batman v Superman, but 3 as in 1 Justice League and 2 Wonder Womans. They're just an island. They have swords and arrows and nothing. It's just so boring.
Now, so to be fair to the Amazons,
as
the army was coming down, Steppenwolf had to bounce. He's they probably would have fucked him up, right?
Yeah, I mean, but maybe that should have been at the thing.
I mean, that's a bad strategy on them, right? But to say nothing of their technology or stuff like that, right?
I mean, maybe enough arrows could have killed him, but I do think if you shot him with a rail gun, you could take his head off. He's not very fast either. He kind of lumbers mostly. He can jump really far and fast, but if he's on the ground, he's pretty hittable. I don't think anybody takes a shot at Steppenwolf and misses.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
The closest we get is when they shoot the missile at him and he catches it. But other stuff, I feel like...
A lot of the time he's surrounded by Amazons, so if they did miss, there'd be a lot of friendly fire.
That's true. Well, and also, you need an Amazon with just a bomb or something that just can explode on Steppenwolf. It's not that hard.
They all need the bracers so they could do the Diana move with the explodey thing.
Yeah, I mean, it really is
Someone
just
that
like...
vaporizes a man.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, to be fair, Bruce Bolton. In 1920, they got killed by a bunch of guys with average guns. I feel like that should have been a wake-up call that we need to really, fix this in case Steppenwolf comes so that we're not immediately destroyed by him. And they don't do anything. There's no advancements in the Amazonian technology, no animals or anything. They haven't bred any battle horses or something. They've got all the bullshit of Greek mythology behind them. They should be able to come up with something cool.
Have the Hades Satan gun.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the one that shoots Jesus fire at them. The one from, yeah. That's the best one.
Here's a nitpick. Hippolyta, your friend is being crushed by a horse. Lift up the fucking horse. You're strong enough. You can lift a horse. Like, come on. I
could not believe that was killing her. I was like, are you joking? Raw shit has happened to everyone in this fight before this point. Yeah. A horse fell on her and she's dying? I thought you were supposed to be super strong.
And super fast. Like, if you get hit and your horse and you go flying, I feel like you can do a little move where you jump off the horse or something and land on your feet. What happened? Where did you... Like... The Amazons just really stink in this movie. And the Atlanteans stink too, but at least we've never seen them before.
Well, and we don't get a whole, to-do where it's like, Steppenwolf's, I will bathe in your fear. Amazons, show them your fear. We have no fear. Like, they have a whole preamble and everything, but the Atlanteans just seem to get jumped. Like, they were not ready. Like, as much warning or whatever that Volko gave, like... It seems like they got jumped on.
Well, so. And to be fair, we do hear this, and this isn't in the original version, and this almost syncs up with the Aquaman movie. The Prince Orm has abdicated. He has sent all of the Atlantean army forces to deal with other shit. So the mother box is unguarded, but that's his fault. Like that does exist with the Amazons. They have the whole squad. They should be crushing it, and they just stink. I feel like if we showed up, if like the American army showed up with enough people, which is like more than the Amazons by 1 or 2, we could take over that island. I don't think it's that hard. They'd probably still have bows and arrows.
I mean, it depends if Diana was there. And Nando, not to slander the good name of, bows and arrows and swords, but how does Steppenwolf die in this movie? This is a sword. This sword chops his head off. So.
That's true.
Yeah, after Superman punches him a bunch.
And cuts his head in half.
That doesn't make your head more cuttable, just being punched a bunch.
It does. It does if you're being punched by Superman.
It does it to just loosen all the tendons in your neck, and it's like, oh yes, it's very, very tender now. Because like a hot knife through butter. Just anything would cut that head right off.
That's just one of his superpowers. You know how he has super knitting and super breathing and all that?
Yeah.
He also has super make people's necks more cuttable with punches.
I mean, that's how he got Zod, right? Necks are weak against Superman. How does he kill... How does he throw Steppenwolf into the boom tube at the end?
Yeah, he throws him towards Darkseid and through the portal tube thing. And while Steppenwolf is flying towards the portal, Wonder Woman cuts his head off.
And it almost feels like Wonder Woman teabagging him. He's dead, all right?
It's just disrespectful.
Yeah, honestly. Kind of be you don't have to be a sore loser, but you should be a gracious winner. Also, I feel like if anything, Darkseid would be like, oh, fuck, I wanted to torture him, you jerks.
You took that away from me.
Yeah, now I really actually have some sort of motivation. All right. Do you want to talk about the... other minor nitpicks. What else do we have? Barry Allen's not wearing any shoes after the job interview. He's probably going to get fired, right? His shoes exploded.
He also clearly showed that he has super speed because he appears outside having saved someone from a car crash, and then suddenly appears inside again. This kid does not care at all about hiding that he has superpowers.
No, he was with the dogs the whole time, Diggins. Did you not see him with the dogs?
There's the window that just broke open, so she's looking in that direction. Through it, you could see him holding Iris, which he does for several seconds, not in super speed.
I couldn't tell how much of that was in out super speed, and maybe that was while I was not paying attention, eating a sandwich or folding laundry.
Well, you did see the car tumble and explode as the song ended. But also,
you're right,
maybe she just was like, well, obviously, that must have been some other thing. I must have seen this, must have imagined this unprepared child save her, because he can't even save his own resume. He sucks. Also, that won't, like, again, I don't understand what Iris is doing after the fact. If she's just walking home, you know?
Right? Can I get your number?
Yeah, claps hands. All right, well, not bad. This car was only very cool, and I'm bummed. But hey, whatever. Also, I feel like there's other people in that scenario that probably need to be helped. Barry, right? Car just exploded. It's not a one-person save.
Well,
yeah, but I don't want to kiss those people, so.
Well, he doesn't want to kiss any of them. But also, that's what's his name? John Lovett's reading of that situation. I think he wants some sort of queer Barry or something like that. Which, you know what? Might as well. It's not got any chemistry with anybody in this movie. He could be into whoever he wants.
I mean, yeah, I'm not against that on principle, but I mean, he expresses very clear romantic interest in two women in this movie.
I mean, does he though, or is he trying to play a part? You know, is he like, they will think that I am? Yeah, you know, because I mean, I don't buy that character for a second having any motivations beyond exactly what he says, because this is a Zack Snyder movie. But if you really wanted to read into any one character, I feel like you could with him. I don't like Barry in this movie. I really don't. I don't find him funny. I feel like there's like one or two jokes in this movie that work for me, but it's very few.
I'd say more than a few. I feel like there are like moments where I'm like, oh, you know what, that was... Of course I can't like pull them.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they are.
I got a couple. So I think this was in the original too, but when Cyborg takes over the ship and it's like, hello, Alfred, or I'll take it from here, Alfred. I'm like, chuckle.
And Alfred's like, who are you? Right, that's that joke. Yeah. That's not bad. Also, Alfred and the T. Alfred's not bad.
The T, I was about to say the T. Yeah. The T was good. That was great.
Alfred has that like Dark Knight kind of Michael Caine sarcasm that is really funny. And you need to do that with any Alfred scenario. Like, it's just a good, characterization for an Alfred.
Oh, man.
Did you summon me, Master Nando? Did you summon me, Master Nando?
Michael Caine!
We can't possibly go a podcast without you, huh?
Well,
Michael Caine!
You said my name.
I had some questions.
And that does it.
Did you feel bad that you weren't in it?
I'm a close personal friend of Sir... what's his name?
Zack Snyder?
No.
Henry Cavill?
Man.
Jeremy Irons.
Jeremy Irons. Well, good close personal friend of Mr. Jeremy Irons. So he's like, you know what? You take this. I thought maybe you could have used some narration bits. Maybe instead of having Gal Gadot talk about...
Oh, God. Yeah.
The War of 5,000 years ago. You get Michael Caine.
For 10 straight minutes. For 10 minutes.
Awful.
Could you imagine me, Michael Caine, saying, and then Darkseid came with the Mother Boxers and the armies of man and the Atlanteans and the Amazons all came together in a glorious battle, like when I was in Burma looking for gems.
Or like when you were explaining the Russian hidden cities or whatever. Art thieves, that's something that you care about. I already forgot what happened in that movie. Tenets.
Wait, can you say what size the gems were again?
Size of a grapefruit.
No. Oh, my God.
No.
Well, can we not afford to say the real thing? Would we going to get sued?
That particular fruit, is copyrighted, and we're not allowed to
try
say it.
Again, Michael. Sir Michael.
Listen. It's well known that Christopher Nolan is very litigious.
Okay, that's fair.
I have to say.
Size of a grapefruit. Yeah. I mean,
it's
that didn't
absolutely
sound
not
as good.
that you've forgotten what it is, right? It can't be that.
No. It would be a nightmare. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
If Christopher Nolan were to sue, mostly nitpicking, I'd be out of a job. This is all I do.
Michael Caine, would be out of a job?
Yeah, this is all I do. You guys pay me to come on the podcast every now and again. That's all I do.
Oh, man, they don't even pay me to be on the podcast.
Well, I do want to mention this in front of the audience, but every check has bounced. But I assume
I don't write them, so yeah, that's all DJ, man. And listen, I can help you out here in terms of like pointing you to him and just send you. Do you have like any street toughs? If you've been in any movie with street toughs, can you hire them to like go shake him down?
This actually makes a lot of sense. This is why DJ's never here when you are, Michael Caine. It's because he's trying to avoid.
Oh, he's dodging.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to pay you.
You don't think he would do something like that, do you?
I mean,
definitely. DJ's a scumbag.
He told you. Which one of you? Yeah, I mean, it's either I'm not paying you or DJ isn't, but he can't speak for himself, so obviously I'm going to blame him. Obviously, you love these movies because you are not in them, and that gives you time to do those movies where magicians do crimes. Are the magicians magic? Or are they just humble magicians? And Mark Ruffalo is magic.
Many times. I'll clarify again. It seems that it's a magic hybrid. Sometimes it's a sleight of hand where, you make the card disappear and you make it reappear. Oh my goodness, it's a dove. No, I didn't turn a card into a dove.
Oh, don't spoil the finale, DJ. I mean, Michael or DJ or Dickens. None of us spoil the post-credit scene where a card disappears.
I can't turn a card into a dove, but now this is very, very important. Sometimes you gotta leave a little bit of ambiguity. And then is it magic or is it sleight of hand? Who's to say? It's for the audience to decide. Not me, Sir Michael Caine.
Michael Caine, I have another question.
Yes, Master Nando.
Oh, I love to hear it. I wish everybody like Master is that I guess Sir, but I'm not a knight. Is there like a designation for because the Queen can knight people from like the non like I want to say Bono is knighted and he has some sort of very specific non-Sir designation because he is not from the UK, but he is from. Or he's from the UK, but not from England. So whatever, I want to be that. What?
I believe Master's just because I work for you, so I give you that. Right?
I mean, for now, once we sort this check thing out, you might be a free agent. You might be able to go on. What podcast do you want to go on? If you got to pick any, do you have a favorite?
It might seem odd, but I've always wanted to be on This American Life. It seems that they have a great time. They tell some very interesting stories. But I'm British, and there is no such thing as This British Life, so I guess I'm out of luck. If you could talk to the people at NPR's This American Life, I'd love to be on.
I'll let them know. What did you think of this movie specifically? What did you think of that bit where Wonder Woman fought the bank robbers and she had weird little rubbery super speed? Did you think that was fun? Remember she blocked all the bullets with her hands? Like, that was weird, right?
I have to say, it's interesting that you would bring up that ability of hers, but really not use it again. Because it doesn't really come up again. There's other opportunities, possibly, where she could use that rubbery super speed, but it doesn't come up.
No.
Could you imagine if all the Amazons were that fast? How fast they could fire arrows? They would be able to fire arrows at an incredible clip. Possibly 3 dozen arrows a second.
Oh, my God. Steppenwolf could not handle that.
There'd be so many arrows.
I mean, he probably could, but it would kind of be an annoyance.
Right, but to believe that she has a bloody old gauze in her, then I understand. But that seems a bit perfunctory, unnecessary, and therefore she's not really using those powers later. It doesn't make sense. Unlike the Flash, who he does have a little thing, which we'll talk about.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. I mean, he also does like rubbery super speed where he blocks all the falling concrete, but I actually like that.
I was actually a fan
pretty good.
Of it.
Yeah, me too.
I was a fan. I'm getting too excited.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Whoa, Michael Caine.
Take a break. Yeah.
I didn't know you were so
do you have
into
any
Ezra
questions
Miller.
first, Sir Michael?
Not anymore.
Now
I just feel like any other information would be too much.
I have one question for Sir Michael. Sir Michael, how do you feel about Tenet? You didn't get nominated for anything, like you specifically. You weren't Best Actor. You weren't Best Supporting Actor. You didn't get Best Sound Effects or anything like that. I assume you probably worked behind the scenes a little bit. Do you think the Academy is mad because you did all those movies where magicians do crimes?
I don't know if it's that, but I will say this. I like to, people probably assume that I just went to some restaurant in Britain, ordered a lobster dinner, sat there, and said some lines that I had just looked at a minute ago, or possibly with the assistance of cue cards.
What's his name? Like Marlon Brando, when he had the cue cards placed on the actor on the other side of him, and then they just shot his lines and then shot the other guy's lines.
Right.
But you just read them off his chest. Yeah.
It truly does look like I'm just staring at cue cards as I recite my lines.
Well, I mean, John David Washington is a very handsome man, so us as an audience, we're kind of directed to his face. But I have noticed this. If you look down, you can see all of your lines are written on his chest.
Right.
Wow.
Now
it's hard to notice because of the face, but
people assume that that's how that went down. But I studied 18 months for this role. Very important role. Cornerstone role for Tenet, in my opinion. I studied my lines. I knew everything. I got deeply into character. I don't talk about expensive suits in my day-to-day life. That's ridiculous. I said this a line that my character would talk about how a Brooks Brothers suit is not a proper suit to meet a rich person. Michael Caine, I would never do that. So I don't know why people would assume that I did not prepare for that role. It's slanderous, and I wish people would stop saying it very much.
Are you mad that John David Washington wrote all the lines on his chest, assuming you wouldn't know any of them? And then you got into the scene and he made you look like a fool?
You know why he did that? He did that so he could know when his time was to talk. So he wrote all of my lines and then his lines. So he looked down, okay. And then he would say his lines. So really it's on him. And I'm a good friend of John David Washington, but it's Michael Caine. I bring 110% to every single role that I do.
I'm excited for you to be. If you could pick any character to be in a future DCEU movie, let's say they made Zack Snyder's Justice League Part 2, what would you want to be? What character? Superhero, supervillain?
I think, and I know it would be a little odd, and they already showed her, in this movie, but, we could probably do some after post effects. I think I could really be a good Granny Goodness.
You could.
I think I could do the role quite well. I could bring my Asian experience to the role and just replace my face in the Snyder cut with her face. CGI it in. From what I understand, it's no problem. Nothing at all.
I mean, canonically, in the world that we live in, Granny Goodness has only been played by a man. In the cartoons, Ed Asner plays Granny Goodness, so might as well throw a lady in there, or throw another guy in there.
Did you not see Granny Goodness in this movie?
Does she have a voice?
No, but she's there. She's standing there.
See, that's what I'm told. However, I've not seen that character speak. So if any character is confirmed as Granny Goodness, that could be a man. That could be anything.
That could be Sir Michael Caine.
Yeah, I didn't see any genitals. I mean, listen, some of you guys watched the cut where Aquaman didn't wear any clothes and he was hanging dog, and maybe Granny Goodness could have been hanging anything as well. I didn't see that cut. Michael Caine, you probably didn't either because you're a gentleman. You would never watch a cut like that.
No, I just don't have the time. Very busy.
You don't have the time to look at the genitals of the main characters or even the side characters.
Or any characters. As a matter of fact, I spend my day and night waiting for you to call me to be on the podcast.
Oh my God, we should tell you what day we're recording on, because that should really narrow it down. It's usually on one specific day.
But just in case, Master Nando, Master Diggins is
I appreciate it. Well, how about this? Next week, we're doing Godzilla v. Kong.
Oh, excited as always.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever been in one of those. We talked to you about this when we did the we did Godzilla 1998 or whatever. Can you come on to talk about that a little bit? Godzilla v. Kong?
I'll check my schedule, but I should be able to come on.
Check your schedule? Oh, you said you wait by the phone. What's your schedule?
Well, yeah, he's got to do a lot of waiting by the phone.
Oh, yeah, other podcasts. Now, if This American Life calls, then it's I'm not free. Listen, we'll give you a 24-hour notice on when we're going to record. I don't know when This American Life records, but if we ask in 24 hours ahead of time, I hope that we will get your consideration.
Absolutely. And because do you two know why you're so special to me?
Because we're like grapefruits to you.
Yo, exactly. Yo, the grapefruit gems in my eyes.
Big
Thank
fat
you.
Grapefruits. All right. Thank you so much, Michael Caine. Goodbye.
Michael Caine signing off.
Anyway, where were we? The Amazon stinks. Steppenwolf stinks. Granny Goodness.
The tea scene was so good.
Tea scene was great.
The tea scene was amazing.
Shit like that, man.
Wow.
Personality. That movie.
You guys are really talking up this tea scene that's not that great.
I mean, it's something.
It's
not characters giving exposition or brooding.
Oh man, you want to talk about something similar that was also horrible?
What is it?
The
Hold
really forced romantic comedy beat between Batman and Wonder Woman.
I remember it, but I can't remember what it was. What was it?
It was just he goes to use the mouse when she's using the mouse, and their hands touch. He's like, "Oops, sorry. Well, I didn't mean to. Oh no, I'm sorry."
Yeah, that was weird because, I mean, we know that there's not a future romantically between those two characters, obviously. Everyone hated it when they did that on the Justice League cartoon. The episodes were good, but nobody liked that romance. And in the comics, they've kind of flirted before, but it's not a thing. He usually has plenty of his own girlfriends and, all of his villains that are also sexy ladies, and he's like, oh, maybe this one. And then she's got a handful of dudes as well. Also, she's been with Superman, and that was a whole thing, and then New 52 or whatever. But there's no room, I feel for that romance in this movie. I don't know why they did it. Why bother?
I don't know if Zack Snyder felt compelled because following up on, the roaring success of Batman v Superman was oh, we had something going. Let's keep it going. I don't know.
I mean, he talked to her like he usually talks to Catwoman. And she talked to him like Catwoman usually talks to Batman. So I can understand Batman just falling back into that relationship. But yeah, it's weird that they continue that here. And that was the only bit of romance between the two. Hey, you know what else I didn't like about this movie? Let's start things I didn't like about it. Remember how, and Diggins doesn't know this because he hasn't seen the Joss Whedon cut. But we did, everybody's made a lot of hay about that one bit where Flash falls into Wonder Woman's boobs, which is weird. How, in that movie, though, it does seem like a mistake. That movie also does not have the scene where Flash is like, hey, do you think a Wonder Woman's single? That's not in there, so it's extra weird that both movies have half of a Flash Wonder Woman pairing. But, where was I going with this? Oh, one of the things that Joss Whedon did in his Justice League that we were all like, oh my god, Joss Whedon, you can't help yourself, can you? Was all the butt shots. All of them are still there. All the Wonder Woman butt shots are Zack Snyder Wonder Woman butt shots that were attributed to Joss Whedon. He may have added one or two, but I remember seeing a couple of them and kind of expecting to see something different. It was like, nah, there's a butt. Interesting.
Well, I think that's a great transition to part 6.
Uh-oh. Part 6? What's this one called?
Something... or... Mostly Darker. There we go. Mostly Darker.
Mostly Darker. So, this is the finale. Let's talk about the finale. How did we so we're not talking about the post-credit scenes yet. We'll get to them.
No, we're real quick. 6, Mostly Darker.
Yeah, what do we think of the ending of this movie? I think it was pretty good. I'll be honest. I liked it.
Markedly better than Justice League.
What are we counting as the ending?
Pre-epilogue, the ending of the movie.
Everything up to the bit where Superman takes off his shirt to reveal black suit underneath. And I feel like that's credits.
Yes.
And then there's all 3 post-credit scenes. But yeah. I want to say
30-minute long post-credit scenes.
I mean, that stuff flows. But I think this stuff probably starts with the big giant plane landing in Russia or whatever. And then that's then we're moving. That's the end. So what's the plan? What are we doing as a group? What's the Justice League supposed to do?
They gotta go punch the bad guy. And Cyborg's gonna make the mother boxes not do the evil thing. And Flash has to give them the electricity to make the mother boxes not do the evil thing by running really fast and then touching him.
Super electricity.
Yeah, they did set that up with the Superman mother box bit, which was I thought, smart. I mean, unless he gets shot, but how could you shoot the Flash moving at the speed of light? We'll ignore that.
The odds would be infinitesimal.
Impossible. Yeah, and Steppenwolf is there, just kind of touching the mother boxes or whatever. And
he's telling them that they're doing such a good job and they're such good boys so that they work faster.
Yeah. In the Joss Whedon cut of this, he really throws the word mother around to them in a way that it's hilarious. And I'm kind of bummed now it wasn't back. It was just like, mother, you're so cool, mother. But now instead he has the Darkseid Rock to talk to. So that's different. Also, isn't it weird that in the Justice League, Steppenwolf, one assumes, well, no, we know this, has a head, and then has a big giant horned helmet, whereas in this movie, he has a head that also has big giant skin tone horns that the armor, like, forms around. That's weird to me. Because in the Justice League, were you to cut off one of the horns, helmet's broken, his head is fine. But in this, that's a part of Steppenwolf's body.
I mean, I'm sure it would hurt like a mother, right?
Yeah, he doesn't like it. You know, he's
like
just trying to avoid that.
Mother.
Yes, like a mother. So the plan is, Batman goes in on a suicide mission because he's so cool and macho he can't tell anybody about it. And then that doesn't work, and then the team helps him. DJ, do you remember the line that happens when the Justice League surprisingly comes to support Bruce in the middle of the dome?
Is this like a quiz to see if I watched the movie or not?
No, this is something that you've seen in Justice League. Like, do you remember what that line is?
My man, no, because that's in here too. I don't remember.
It's really bad. I don't remember what the line that... No, also great.
You wish.
No, I don't remember what the line that cues this up is, but Alfred, Jeremy Irons, not Michael Caine, and Bruce are talking over comms. The team shows up to protect him in like a less heroic fashion. There's no bit where they all in slow motion punch at once. It's all like one shows up and then the other shows up and the other shows up. And Bruce says something to the effect of like, "This is bad," or whatever. And then Alfred says, "No, Master Bruce. This is the team." Do you remember that? I was real glad that line didn't poke its ugly head again.
God.
It was real bad. But it didn't make it in, so that was good.
I was surprised at how much there was from Justice League in this. Like, so, first of all, I actually prefer the sepia tone in this. The redness of Justice League is awful. But, like, Aquaman, like, flying down the building and popping out the other side. Like, I'm surprised that was in here.
Love it.
The, like, my man stuff. Like, I thought it was all just, like, Joss Whedon hokiness they was throwing in there.
Ride ain't over yet. My man. That was great. Man. And then, all right. That was also in this one, which I did not expect.
And
a real treat.
Like Mario.
Did what else did we feel like about this? I don't know. Was this any good?
I mean, the way they resolved the ending, which I don't know if we want to talk about now, but I thought that was like one of the most clever ways to like.
I did too. I thought that was great.
Movie.
What do we think? Hold on. What do we think of Superman's entrance?
Shouldn't have been in the movie.
I really didn't feel anything by Superman. I didn't. The only thing I felt in this movie was the cyborg stuff.
I liked the Superman's entrance more in the Justice League. Besides the fact that he's wearing the red and blue suit because he's not a fucking psychopath and he wants to be nice. And he gets to pick. Like, it's not like he goes into his little, robot closet and only the black suit remains. He goes past the blue and red suit and picks the more Zack Snyder dour suit. But in the Justice League, he has the red suit and you don't really see what happens. But then like, there's a bunch of bullshit happening, and I want to say Steppenwolf is like, "You have disrespected the mother box. You have disrespected truth." And then Superman shows up behind him, and he's like, "Truth, I prefer justice." And then he punches him real hard.
Yep.
I like this more than not impressed. I didn't care for that entrance, but that's just me.
I mean, the way that Zack Snyder wants to do Superman is he wants Superman to be a murder weapon. And, like, he can't square that with, well, he has to be in the Justice League and be good at some points. But, yeah, he really just wants Superman to fucking kill everybody.
He wants Superman to be, like, an untouchable god that humans can't possibly, like, comprehend or relate to.
And Superman can't relate to us.
Right. Yeah, which really cuts against everything else that's happening. Like, you can't have a Lois Lane if that's your Superman. You can't have a Justice League if that's your Superman. But he wants to do Lois Lane. He wants to do the Justice League. It's also contradictory.
He wants Russell Crowe to talk about, we believe that people can be good, and we believe in hope, and you're going to inspire people. He doesn't have to pull those lines from Man of Steel that he fucking wrote about how you will be a symbol and you will inspire them. Like, he's repeating these notes that are so discordant with what this Superman is. Like, Superman's not rolling up
He should have pulled the Paquette lines, like, just let them all die, Clark.
Yeah, talk about that scene where, like, I diverted a river once, and then I ate cake. Remember that? That's a Batman v Superman.
And then they all drowned anyway, because fuck it.
Yeah, get him.
And, like, Clark Kent, right? Like, he grew up on Earth, right? He knows what it would mean to inspire hope. And, you know, he's, like, pissed off at the end of Man of Steel. You know, he's like, stop following me. I'm going to be edgy. But, like, you know that if you're going to roll up in, like, the black suit, people are going to be like, oh, my God, what's this? Like, you know what would inspire people, but you're like, nah, fuck it. I'm just going to do my own shit.
I mean, he definitely, like, I want to say Superman, like, Clark Kent rose from the dead and then landed in the spaceship. First, he hugged all his family and whatever, and then he went to the spaceship to look for outfits, and then he got a studio note that was like, the one from the comics, please. And then they showed the black one, and he was like, I don't know. And they were like, we're fucking doing it. Zack wants it. It's in the comics. But they couldn't give him the mullet because they don't understand that it's all or nothing, baby. Also, that suit looks fine, but it looks better without a cape. I don't like the cape on it.
Yeah, it's true.
The recovery suit is supposed to just be like a bodysuit.
Well, and you're right. The mullet goes better with it because it's like a different kind of Superman, right?
It would look silly and cheesy in 90s, just like the recovery suit is supposed to.
Isn't that like after he wakes up from his hypersleep? Like Kryptonian hypersleep or whatever? Yeah.
Well, he's buried in it, I think, and then he wakes up from it, but he's weak, so it has, like, it's black, so it absorbs extra sunlight.
Oh, that makes
so it powers him up
sense,
better.
Actually.
Obviously, if that was the point, why not wear it every day? But either way, it's mostly just because, I forget who, but whoever wrote the Death of Superman and, like, drew it was like, black is cool. But it shows up every so often as, like, a, you know, thing that Superman has to put on because he's all dead. But, I mean, it serves no purpose besides selling comics and action figures and stuff. It looks stupid. Just put the fucking red suit on. Put the trunks on. Put it all on. Go crazy. Like, whatever. He's Superman. That's the thing about Superman. I don't think the movies understand this. Superman looks stupid until he does cool shit. And then whatever he's wearing looks cool too. Like, if he's wearing a cape, that's stupid. And then he punches a guy into space, and now the cape is cool. And these movies are so scared of putting in something that they feel might be silly. But it's all immediately justified once the Superman is good. But these movies don't want to do that.
Hold on, Nando, we have to put this in terms that Zack Snyder would understand in case he's ever listens to this podcast, so that we have a hope of influencing it. So, yeah, you can have Superman wear a cape, wear like a bright red cape and be like, that's stupid, but as soon as Superman says the fuck word, then everyone will think he's cool anyway.
Well, and as long as, you know who would have worn red and blue if he had his chance? Jesus Christ. So that actually makes red and blue make a little bit more sense. Because Superman goes into space and does, for the third time in these movies, the pose of Christ to suck up sun. Like, I get it, man, but fucking, it's not new in your movies. Just skip it. Just have him jump up and...
Have you ever really thought about how Superman is kind of like Jesus?
He's just like Jesus. You know, he's written
Have you ever thought about it, though?
Here's what it is, too, and it's so great. He is a superhero created by Jewish men in the 40s about a person who is an alien, who was put in a little basket by his mommy and daddy and sent off to another land to be their savior. You know, like biblical Jesus. And the Jewish hero of Jesus. No, Jesus, DJ. You meant
Moses there.
No, guys, excuse me. You mean Jesus, the biblical hero of Jesus. The Jews, it's like the main guy, you know. That was what they meant, even though they kind of got, you know, they started with Moses. But if we built to the correct level, obviously Jesus is the end game here, you know? It's just so fucking stupid. It's so boring. Like, I hate him.
Well, it's like, it's
cool.
crazy. No, because it's crazy because, like, Diggins, you're right. Superman does not belong in this movie. And what kills me, and I'm sure I've said this at some point, but it's so frustrating that, you know, we had to do Batman v Superman to kill Superman, which is just dumb. Like, if you wanted to make this better, like if I got to do the DJV movies,
oh my
Man
God,
of Steel,
DJ, is this your pitch to cut to cut me out of here and just start the podcast as its own thing?
Oh,
this is DJ's hostile takeover of the YouTube channel.
I'm going to call Michael Caine. We're going to start something tight. It's going to be fucking sick. No, but like Man of Steel, right? Fucking kills Zod. He's so sad. He just has to go away into space. A thing Superman does all the fucking time. Superman is constantly going to space because in the comics, like, we can't have Superman around all the time. It's not feasible. So we have to send him to space to just go be in space. It's fucking Superman. Do that. And then make your weird Batman movie where Batman gets to kill a lot of people with a machine gun. I don't know. Have him fight whoever. It doesn't matter. I don't care, Zack Snyder. Then you do Justice League. Then at the end of Justice League, after Steppenwolf, you're like, okay, we barely scraped through this one. We got to call Superman. We're not going to get so lucky next time. Like, Darkseid's coming. And then you get Superman.
I love that they couldn't think of any way to make Batman fighting parademons interesting, so he just picks up a gun and shoots him.
Yeah. And then he takes their big gun and shoots him with that. Like, he gets on the turret and starts wiping him out. Here's my pitch, and I see what you're saying, DJ. I want the opposite.
Okay.
Superman is in Man of Steel, same kind of Man of Steel, even like he's happy. And then Superman is in Batman v Superman, but he doesn't die. He almost dies. And he could, like, go into space or whatever, but, like, it doesn't matter. He shows up in, like, you know, he's like, maybe he's a little bummed out, but he's back for Justice League, and then we kill him halfway through Justice League. And that's your end point. Everybody's like, get Superman, he'll help us, and then Steppenwolf kills Superman. That would be brutal. Like, and that's your Steppenwolf big win that sets the Justice League into, like, a downward spiral that they recover from, but it genuinely, like, well, if this guy kills Superman, we're in some trouble.
It's also your fucking superhero movie for adults, Zack Snyder. Like, that's your, like, this is for adults.
Well, I mean, only with a reach around or something. It's just one of those in play.
No, there's no sex, Nando. There's absolutely zero sex or horniness in the movie. It's just we had some CGI blood, and Batman says the fuck word.
Well, and we talk about reach arounds. We don't see them, but we talk about them. That's what the people want.
Just like every other superhero movie, no one's allowed to be horny.
That's right. The Flash is horny for like a second, and we, as the audience, are like, nah, turn that off, baby. That's
this, like, 12-year-old child? No thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Chris Pine gets to be horny.
He's pretty good at being horny on Wonder Woman, and it works out for him, too.
Yeah.
She wishes him back to life so that he can have sex with her in handsome man's body. You know, remember that movie? Guys. That movie came out months ago. Not even years, months.
guys, you're getting it twisted. You're getting it twisted. Chris Pine is romantic in those movies. He is not horny.
You don't think so? He like really wants to fuck when he's on all-female island.
A little.
Yeah, listen, I don't know. He says he does, but I don't buy it.
This is actually something I was thinking about writing about. Have you ever seen the 60s Batman movie?
Of course.
Yeah,
it's great.
With shark repellent.
We watched it for the podcast. Oh, you're talking about how what's his name just wants to fuck Catwoman constantly, and how that's the whole plot. Yeah,
Batman wants to fuck Catwoman so bad.
Andy wants to fuck, like, her reporter identity, Jennifer Cat or something, and he's Miss Kitna. Where's Miss Kitna? Like, I wanted to fuck her.
It's like Miss Kitty Katka or something like ridiculously obvious like that. Yeah, no. But and it's very funny to me to contrast that with modern, like, adult superhero movies like this, where people are just not allowed to be horny. People can be romantic, people can kiss, people can be interested in other people, but I'm talking about you put a man on screen, you have him look at a woman, and you can tell that the only thing he's thinking about is how badly he wants to bone down.
Well, we used to have superhero movies, and there were quite a few of these in the mid-90s or mid-2000s, where the superhero and the super, like, anti-hero or superhero and, like, lady would fight, and that would be the sex allegory, right? Your classic Daredevil and Elektra on the swing set, kind of like, they're horny, but we can't say that, but they're superheroes, so let's have them just fight each other, and we all know what's going on.
Sure.
They don't even do that anymore. Yeah. It's a bummer. I mean, they fucked it up by making all those movies bad as well, but they should have made them good. And then we could do them.
They should make every movie good, I think.
I want to say, I'm trying to think of the last Marvel movie to have that in it. Besides, like, WandaVision,
Iron
which
Man?
had some horniness. I mean, Iron Man 2 had Tony Stark really wanting to get with Black Widow at the time.
Yes.
And he, really went for it. And I think maybe as a group, we were all like, too much. And then they pulled back a little. They, overcorrected. I mean, we had the scene in Incredible Hulk where Incredible Hulk was like, if we have any more sex, I will kill you as Hulk. And then Betsy Ross is like, okay, sorry. I want to say that is the line, is it's okay.
That was pretty good. It's like, oh,
yeah, Captain America had his horniness, kind of, but it wasn't quite what you're describing.
No,
I'm going to say Guardians had it, but cut it. You can see it in trailers, but it never made it into the final movie. Yeah. It's a bummer.
Even with pelvic sorcery, it's just not there.
Yeah. They need to make that a bigger thing. I think we need some villains that want to, take it down to Pound Town. But you know what the problem is? All the female villains in these movies are related to the heroes. They can't stop doing that. Or, you can't Hela, Nebula, none of them can. So it's all just platonic relationships.
Well, I think the problem, too, is, you had fucking Jessica Jones, right? That's unfortunately all that was.
Well, and yet Spider-Man can't... Spider-Man has that with a couple of villainesses. Mm-hmm. Not even just Black Cat, but, a lot of the female... A lot of the characters that show up in those movies, be they, heroines or heroes. I mean, there's a character in those movies, in the comics, named Silk, and her whole deal is she got bit by the same spider, and when she and Spider-Man are in close proximity, they just want to bang. And they can't help it. It's like an instinct kind of thing. And they're going to make a Silk show, I believe, it's so stupid. But it's kind of fun, because, they get over it pretty quickly, and then Cindy's a fun character, but yeah, I feel like every so often they have to address the fact that Peter is supposed to be Peter and Iron Man are supposed to be the most kind of play in the field superheroes, but Iron Man settled down with Pepper Potts, and that was kind of it. And Peter settled down with Mary Jane, and that was kind of it. And they would throw in every so often a Felicia Hardy or something to mix things up. But it never stuck the way that Batman has always been single, except for when he got married, which was bad. But usually he's single, and it's Catwoman and Talia, and some new one shows up, and it's oh my God, what could this be? But, or even even someone like Zatanna can show up and flirt with Batman, and it's okay, we'll see where this goes. But yeah, it's a bummer. What are we missing? How do they right this ship?
I know how, Nando.
How?
To time travel.
We time travel and just make everyone break up. Just put them in different rooms with each other and be you and you and you and you. And it's the Tea Party and the Alice in Wonderland.
Oh my God.
Now, you know what we need? We need the ultimate superhero sex party. We need the X-Men to show up. They have boned all of each other in real life and psychic life, and that is fine. And that is just the nature of the game. But yeah, that's why we have sexless romances in the Marvel movies. Black Panther should be with Storm. She is his perfect wife. It's the best pairing, but they just can't do it. So they have to have him walk around with Lupita Nyong'o at a distance and never touch. Just that's what we get. Ugh, it sucks. But I mean, it would be weird if Wonder Woman, the one female on the team, was just being lusted after by Aquaman. We wouldn't like that either.
Yeah,
there needs to be a little bit more balance. We need a character. We need more than one woman on a team. Wouldn't that be wild? But
ridiculous, man. We can't have that.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's stupid. We were talking about that, actually. Me and him were watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and we were like, can Bucky and Falcon be gay? Is that a thing? Can this end with them just kissing? And we ever gotten any indication either of them or anything? And the only thing I could think of was the bit of the beginning of Winter Soldier where Falcon and Steve are running, and then Natasha pulls up in her car, and she makes a hilarious joke about how she's looking for a fossil. And Falcon gets down and he's like, what's up? And she's like, hey. And that's the most we've gotten from this guy. He could not be bothered, which is fine. You can be, Falcon and Winter Soldier. That's an interesting, pairing.
Also, if we learned anything about Disney, it's that they will never let two men kiss, ever.
I think they might let two men kiss. I think it's phases. I think they'll let two men kiss way before they'll let two women kiss.
I feel like it's the opposite typically. Usually people are more okay with letting women kiss because men can think it's sexy.
So I think that's why Disney wouldn't do it, is because there's sex in it. I think we'll get a more like boilerplate, like two men kissing and like, yeah, we just killed the bad guy. And you know what? Me and you, we'd have a good pairing. We should live together in an apartment. And here's a kiss for you. Versus like two women that are just going crazy. Like that, they can't see that as a, as a sexual thing because they're all so, I don't know, repressed or something.
That's why New Mutants will never be on Disney Plus, because
yeah, that's true. That's why they're keeping it off. Yeah, that's why they were so eager to put the Inhumans on Disney Plus, which to be fair is the most sexy any MCU property has ever been. Every character, there's a sex scene is the first thing we see with Black Bolt. Every character falls into Hawaii and bumps on their head, like gets amnesia, and then lands into there's a new partner, some sort of girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. They really went for it. Everybody but Gorgon had some sort of sex thing.
Maybe that's why they don't do it anymore. They were like, well, last time we did it, we got the Inhumans. We can't do that.
Fools, all of them. You have to go harder. Gorgon needs a girlfriend or boyfriend too. There needs to be something else. Just keep, push that dial all the way up to 11. Listen, the Justice League movie, like the Humans movie, is way too long. What else do we think about Justice League? The ending.
We should talk about the ending part, right?
So Superman shows up, helps Cyborg not be killed by the axe.
Yep, good
much
job.
like Ares killed Darkseid. And then, so what's DJ? Can you set the scene? What's the plan?
So Flash needs to run really, 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 really fast in order to give a charge that will allow Cyborg to break up the mother boxes, and it's getting MacGuffined because Cyborg and the Flash are out of sync. So the Flash is ready, but Cyborg's not. And then when Cyborg's ready, somehow the Flash gets hit by a parademon.
The greatest parademon in history. Even if they all die, he deserves a medal.
That fucks up Barry, and Cyborg's like, come on, gotta go. So Barry gets to the point where he's ready to get up to speed to make the lightning charge, but it's too late. The Unity has occurred, and it's going to turn the planet basically into another version of Apocalypse. So what Barry does is he breaks the rule, and he runs so fast that he's able to turn back time, which I personally thought was dope. I thought it was a solid way to, and we didn't really talk about it, but he does it earlier when they have to charge up the mother box to bring Superman back to life. He reverses time for a teensy bit, rewinds it back a second because he was late to giving the charge to the mother box. So he rewound time, hits the mother box, everything good. And here it's way more dramatic. He's literally outrunning time so he could roll it back and then put the charge into the box properly before the Unity occurs.
And he's rewinding time where he's running and then behind him everything's resetting.
Yep.
Which is a very cool, is the one thing that I remember pretty vividly from this movie and could even kind of picture it in my head, could hear the music from it. I do think the voiceover, Barry speaking to himself, is so funny. Just, come on, Barry, you gotta run faster than the speed of light. Let's do it this time. Come on. It's very... If we didn't do this, people wouldn't... If we didn't have him say this, people wouldn't get it. But I think that earnestness with a character like Barry that isn't Superman kind of works. I think if Superman did it, it would feel stupid. But if Barry does it, it's
it's more earnest.
Yeah, it's like Spider-Man. Spider-Man does shit like that all the time, where he talks to himself and, saves the day. And I think when Superman does it, it's a little much, because it's we know you can do whatever you want. But with the Flash or Spider-Man or a very, normal guy character, we are with them on the floor and kind of see the challenge ahead and get excited for them with them. So I think that helps in that moment.
What did you think of it, Diggins? The time travel
going back in time after they failed was pretty cool.
Diggins wished Darkseid killed everybody. That's what he wished.
Yeah, he's I was pro Unity. Diggins was pro Unity.
Honestly, in the same way that by the end of Game of Thrones, my preferred ending was a Targaryen boot stomping on humanity's face forever.
Yeah.
I would have been fine with the Darkseid wins ending.
Also, would Steppenwolf die in this ending? I don't remember.
I feel like that he gets to get pulled to like the dark side, and it's like, oh, we cool.
But like Superman gets liquefied, and I feel like if that happens, Steppenwolf, and like in that moment, we don't see Steppenwolf get sucked back into the boom tube, so I feel like Steppenwolf's fucked.
Yeah, well, that's why you don't work for Darkseid, because
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, to die on the job is to die for Darkseid. So.
That is true. He didn't tap the sign that he should have tapped before that happened. That is so great. What else? Yeah, no, that bit is cool. Did you think for a second, like, oh no, we're gonna do a fucking cliffhanger. We're gonna get an Infinity War from this fucking movie. I did think that.
I did not think that, just because I didn't think it was going to be that drastic of a cliffhanger.
Hey, we might as well have gotten it. Like, you can close your eyes after the Unity happens and then open them when the epilogue happens and just pretend that's what happened. Feels about right.
That's true.
Yeah,
as if for some reason the Joker would have been shielded.
God, it didn't occur to me at the time that it was going to be a cliffhanger part 2 situation, but thinking about it, I would believe that would have happened.
I've heard that this was supposed to be a cliffhanger, not in this moment, but that there were supposed to be Justice League 1 and 2, like part 1 and part 2 as one story. And I assume that means it's kind of the same way Infinity War and Endgame were one story, which I assume means there was some big L that happened in the middle of part 1 and 2 where either Apocalypse won or Superman was fully turned evil or something like that.
You mean Darkseid?
Whatever, I don't know. Apocalypse, the planet Apocalypse.
How dare you mix up Darkseid and Apocalypse and Thanos, three extremely different characters who are different people and very easy to tell apart.
If Apocalypse lived on the planet Darkseid, then it's like, what's the point anymore? They all happen. To be fair to the other two, I want to say Thanos. Oh God, I don't know this. I want to say Darkseid showed up in the 60s, as did Thanos, and then Apocalypse showed up in the 80s. So he is way more the one that bit off the other two than those guys. He deserves to be in another ranking of like scrubs. But I mean, yeah, they are all the same. I mean, they're not all the same. The power levels are very desperate. Although I do think you could make a case that Apocalypse could kill Thanos, but nobody could kill Darkseid. He's Darkseid. That's how he works. How about that bit where he kills... Oh, real quick. Remember the bit where Barry is going to kill Superman? Resurrect Superman. Cyborg has a vision where Darkseid takes over the Earth and Wonder Woman dies? That was weird.
Oh my God. Why does everyone have visions?
Well, so...
Well, they're all lying. None of them happen.
I think they're all supposed to be hints at the part 2, though.
Yeah, I think that by bringing Superman back, they are allowing for the eventual apocalypse to happen. Because if Superman never gets brought back, Darkseid could never turn Superman, and, you wouldn't get that version of Earth, right?
I mean, like,
So Batman was right to kill Superman. He's right. If he could even... What was it? If there's even a 1% chance that he could kill any of us, we must take it as an absolute certainty. Right, that was the thing.
Yeah, that's the line.
I don't know, man.
I guess that's right. Yeah, but also, yeah, Darkseid gets anti-life, I guess, and takes over Superman in that version, in like that flash forward. So that works. But also, we got to see Darkseid, underwater doing Omega beams at some guy behind him. That was cool.
Oh, yeah, they killed, like, some kind of Atlantean.
And then the next shot, cut to, like, him looking at the camera. Remember that? It's a weird juxtaposition, because I was looking for shots to use of Darkseid in one of the videos. And there's one shot that's, like, that pretty cool Unibeam shot, Omega Beam, where it's mostly Darkseid's body, and then that kind of fills up the frame. And there's another shot where, like, I want to say, like, Aquaman is killed in the background, and then just Darkseid floats onto frame and looks at us. Like, yeah, see, I got him. It's pretty good. But yeah, so Flash saves everybody. Love that. Great stuff. Cyborg goes into the mother box, and the mother box is like, Mommy and Daddy are here. That's interesting.
Yeah, what exactly is this mother box trying to pull? Like, if you let Steppenwolf raise the Earth, then your mom and dad will be back. And Cyborg's like, that's obviously not... What are you talking about? Nothing about what we've heard about what you do is going to make this happen.
Yeah, and then the mother boxes quickly switch gears to "We're three ghosts!" The second plan to make it hard for him to break them up. And that almost works. But then Superman helps.
Because he's so scared of ghosts. That's been well established in his backstory.
I mean, magic is the only thing that can hurt him. Steppenwolf doesn't know. He thought his axe was magic because it killed all the Amazons. Little did he know the Amazons stink and they're just random people. Might as well just be guys. Remember the bit where Steppenwolf picks up... Steppenwolf gets shot. This is back on Amazon. I think the Amazon bit with Steppenwolf is both the dumbest and funniest part of the movie, where a bunch of people shoot him, and I'm guessing tie their arrows to their horses, and he just grabs all the ropes and then just whips the horses over his head.
Yep.
That's pretty funny.
Really funny.
And it's almost like, I think if I were Steppenwolf, from what we've seen of alien civilizations, they've got a way better handle on shit than this one. Like, he couldn't believe his luck when he showed up on Earth and all he had to fight with some guys with horses. But yeah, so then they beat up Steppenwolf, Superman cuts his head in half, and then Wonder Woman cuts his head off. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess. And then Darkseid says, "I'll do it myself."
We go back to the old ways. I'm going to pick the worst time to invade Earth when they're all ramping up their superheroes. Like, this has to be
aren't you like immortal? Can't you just wait like 50 years? What big difference does it make to you?
Or couldn't he just go... Because he lives across time in the fourth dimension, right? So couldn't he just go to a different point in time and invade when it would be good? He doesn't even have to wait. He could just go to that point.
Or couldn't he just, like, show up and win, which, like, he seems to do? Like, I don't think... The fact that Steppenwolf is such a problem for them, and then Superman shows up and helps a little bit, and, like, they beat Steppenwolf. But, like, it feels like if Darkseid plus, I don't know, some... Like, the whole thing with Granny Goodness is her whole deal is she trains helpful warriors that... So, like, if the Apocalypse showed up with a couple of field generals, like the Female Furies, they could definitely take this team apart, and Apocalypse could kill Superman. Like, I don't think this is going to be a big problem. And there's no seventh superhero hiding... Apocalypse Man, Darkseid. And there's no seventh superhero hiding amongst the humans that could change the course of the victory for Darkseid. So I feel like he could win. But
Nando, you've forgotten the United States Secretary of Defense.
Oh, just you're talking about General Swanwick, the man who has on multiple occasions been within feet of a world-ending conflict and just watched it go down. Mm-hmm. Just front row seat to the end of the world.
Also has chosen to have one of the highest profile jobs in the entire world.
Yep. And also has chastised Superman for Supermaning around.
Yeah, doesn't he want to nuke Superman in Batman v Superman?
Not even that. Just in Man of Steel, he yells at Superman. Don't do a Superman. What the fuck are you telling him? Anything, dude. Like, it feels like kind of the preacher that rails against all of everybody's like, no, you can't do any sex. That would be bad. And then he's secretly being a bad person. And he's, just taking it out on everybody around him.
Do you think there was a what the fuck moment when Lois Lane actually sees Ma Kent when they're at the farm and she goes, Martha, thank you so much for coming to see me. It really helped get me out of that funk and, get to Clark. And thank you so much for, helping me get out of that. And she's like, what are you talking about?
And then Martha was like, and thank you, Lois, for coming over to my house and explaining to me how humanity is good. And also we all need to fight and help the world. And then she was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then Superman was like, something's up. It's not my problem right now. We'll figure this out later. Like... It seems like there's another whole movie happening outside of what I'm seeing. But
Martian Manhunter did not think ahead to be like, oh wait, this could really blow my cover. They'll be looking for shapeshifters.
It's not like Lois Lane doesn't know General Swanwick. Like, he couldn't just show up at her house and tell her something. They're friends. They hung out. Fuck it. Just give her a flag like I'll fold it up and be like, "This is for Superman, the hero of Earth." And then she's like, "Oh yeah, I liked him. I liked him too. I was mean to him, but you know what? If Superman go walk around Superman's corpse, you never know. And then that's all you need." But then no, it's mock, and it's so dumb. Anyway, the end of the movie happens. It's all over. They win. Buys the bank. That line's still there for some fucking reason.
Love it.
How'd you get the house back, Bruce? I bought the bank. Why?
Wait, you didn't just buy the house? You bought some random local bank in Kansas? You psycho.
You know banks will take money, right? Like, they don't care that much.
Were they that unwilling to part with this house? You'll take the house over our old bank, yeah? Give us all your money. I mean, maybe they saw Bruce Wayne come for this house and be like, I think we can really fucking take him, guys. I have a feeling. Well, I mean, everybody in Kansas must know this is the house where Superman lives because the aliens showed up there on day one in Man of Steel and then had a big fight with Superman. So I feel like this house is very important to some people. And also, there was a big funeral the day Superman died at this house also. And none of Superman's friends showed up at the real funeral. They went to this house.
Including mega billionaire Bruce Wayne.
Right. Yeah, and everybody in town knows, because Pete knows, the IHOP, like, employee in Man of Steel, seems to know Clark's whole deal. So, yeah, maybe the Smallville bank is really eager to take Bruce for all he's worth.
Well, when you buy a bank, who are you buying it from? Like, little Moneybags man who owns the bank?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, so he's just cashing out, basically. He gets $1 million from Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I mean, I get, like, the bank took the house back as if, like, I mean, I guess a bank could take, like, a farm back in that situation. Like, see, I'm reading a Superman comic book now where the Kents just hire other farm hands, which seems like a reasonable way to deal with the fact that you live on a farm and can no longer tend to the farm because Jonathan Kent and Clark are both dead. And I guess she does. I mean, she's a diner worker now, but also, like, it's Smallville, Kansas. How much can it cost to keep a random house in the middle of nowhere going?
Hey, you get a mortgage on it, you get a bad rate, you get behind a few payments.
But also, same shit with fucking the Falcon. And I can't wrap my head around this. Why is there no superhero pension? Why doesn't Batman help her then? He went to the house. Doesn't he see this problem coming from a mile away?
Well, he's busy.
I love the idea that Tony never paid them anything.
Well, I can't fucking Lois help with the like everybody that goes there to that funeral. I don't know, man. I mean, this is America. We do GoFundMes for healthcare. So why am I saying we should have a better way to deal with foreclosures?
Guys, he gave them free room and board, all right? The Avengers campus, they got to live there. They probably got meals. Like, you know, he paid them in experience.
More egregious than that is the show starts with him, like, doing a hit for the U.S. government, and apparently they didn't pay him for that either.
Well, no, he has contracts with the government. Also, DJ, Captain America lives in Brooklyn. He does not have a house in the Avengers compound because in Age of Ultron, he's like, I just bought a house in Brooklyn. It's expensive. I don't know if I can afford it. To Falcon. So they all just live in places. Even Bucky now just lives somewhere.
Yeah.
He's a fucking terrorist. He was on TV. Everyone looked for him on Civil War, and they found him, but I feel like he's still pretty famous. Well, the fact that the Falcon could go to a bank and get recognized, like, Bucky can't just walk down the street and sit down at a sushi restaurant. He's famous. He's also very handsome. They're all fucking handsome. People don't understand how much people see a handsome person from across the street and notice him. You don't miss a handsome person.
He cut his hair.
DJ, right? Nando's trying to say that people stop him in the street all the time. Like, are you that Nando v. Movies guy? I recognize you because you're so handsome.
It happened once. It was the greatest day of my life. Yep. No, not at Comic-Con. It happened once outside of Comic-Con. It's a true story.
Well,
true story.
At Comic-Con too.
It did happen. It happens. I mean, at Comic-Con, you expect it.
Yeah, it's fair.
Because I'll say I'm at Comic-Con. I dress like Justin Hammer at Comic-Con, and people, you kind of expect that. I was on a first date, and I was walking home from that date. Like, I was walking the girl home like from that day to her place, and a guy just stopped me on the streets. The only time it's ever happened, it was the most amazing first date thing ever. Like, it's I recommend everyone start a YouTube channel, go on dates, and then just get recognized in the street. It's
and
so
the girl
cool.
was like, "Ew, you're a YouTuber? Never mind. I never want to touch you again."
Yeah, it's just like, wait, you're a YouTuber? I thought you were a business tycoon. I'm like, yeah, no, I do both. I'm all over the place, man.
You said independent contractor. I thought that meant like you did some cool freelance stuff for the government.
Means a lot of things, sweetie.
You told me you invented Bitcoin.
I did, and then I made a YouTube channel. YouTube coin is my new coin. You want some? Pennies on the dollar. I'm going to drive it up with tweets.
And make some NFTs.
Anyway, yeah. To answer your question, no, they don't. Captain America has a house. We never see it. Well, no, Captain America has an apartment in Winter Soldier too, which we see, which is monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. So, like, fuck S.H.I.E.L.D. because they're paying for the apartment next door to Captain America, so Sharon Carter can live there, but he doesn't get to. I guess he probably gets it paid for in his, payment, but
he probably gets a regular army pension, right?
Like, he should. If anything, he should probably have $10 that have materialized into millions of dollars from the bank.
That is how that works. I've seen
like
Futurama.
Fry in Futurama. Yeah, exactly. If and him and Bucky, one of them should have enough money to just coast, and maybe Bucky can, which makes sense because he doesn't appear to have a job. If anything, he just kind of goes around.
Well,
I mean,
if he had any assets, they were probably seized when he was declared a terrorist.
Yeah, that's true. Well, he was declared a terrorist by terrorists, kind of. Like, first S.H.I.E.L.D. was after him, kind of, but then they weren't. And then the government was after him. Zemo was after him, kind of, but then he wasn't. And then Ross was after him. I wonder where Ross is right now, because he seems to have this huge grudge against superheroes. And then they killed Thanos, so I don't feel like that. Like, I don't feel like that's a tenable prejudice to have as the Secretary of State or something. But also, I guess,
like most Hulk plot points, we're just going to pretend it doesn't. Just forget about it. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
For sure. I feel like, I don't know. The Iron Man should give them a pension. Even if Iron Man shouldn't, Pepper should. And she should just be like, I mean, Pepper doesn't even know she was in any of those. She didn't know she was in the Iron Man suit. She just found out the other day. But she should be able to be like, listen, I know Tony was an asshole, but here's $50,000. Is that enough? $100,000? Whatever.
But what do you...
Also, he owns places. Like, he has lots of apartments and houses. We know this. So when he dies, where do those go?
His estate.
Raffle him off to Avengers.
He has a daughter.
Yeah, his daughter. And his daughter and Pepper
Morgan
probably
Stark.
inherited it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are they going to do with it? Where does Happy live? Does he have an apartment?
Listen, Nando, if we've learned anything about the super rich, it's that they're very generous and love to give things away to people for free.
Yeah, they love to give $50,000 to their hairdressers, as we all know.
So, but what do you do, Nando? It's a slippery slope. What do you do when just one of the random magicians who they're like, I was part of the shield that we put up when Thanos' bombardment was going to kill everybody. I was mage number 41. Like, what do you do when they apply?
Again, this is the whole rule. I've come up with this. I think it's pretty fair. If you were in that line, just the front line, when Captain America says Avengers Assemble, you're good. You're good forever. Okay. So, like, Spider-Man, Drax, the Wasp, all of them, if they ever need a little bit of cash, they get fronted by the government. They get a pension forever. And yes, Falcon is in that line next to Iron Man off to the side, but still in the front of it. And so, yeah, he should be good. I'm not positive Bucky is. I think he's in the back. Because originally in the fight he was supposed to be sniping, and they changed it. But still, whatever, it's fine.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he has money for therapy. Therapy ain't cheap. Although I guess that's a condition of his
therapy.
Yeah.
By the way, terrible therapist. She is an awful therapist.
I mean, she gets through to him,
I guess, by being mean.
I mean, I wasn't convinced. If I'm Bucky, I'm never going to therapy. My last therapist mind controlled me to fight my friend. Like, fuck that guy. And fuck therapy. It's villainous. Only for me. I have 8 words that make me bad. I don't do therapy. I don't do it one-on-one in a room with one guy. You got to put a couple people in that room. Guys, let's talk about Epilogue, which is just called Epilogue. You know what we'll call it?
Oh, I also have 8 words that make me bad. They're making another Zack Snyder Justice League movie.
Nice.
You don't think your words aren't, why would you send a boy to do a man's job? Fish stick. That was my favorite line.
That feels like, I don't know
God
what you were doing there.
Damn it.
All right, wait.
So I said I have nothing against all the actors in this movie except for one.
Yeah.
And here we are.
I'll say 2. I'll throw Amber Heard into that mix.
I'll throw in 3. Fucking Jesse Eisenberg. I'll throw him in there.
Oh yeah, I forgot he's in this. Yeah, fuck him. Not fuck him. He's fine. I hate his character. I hate his version of Lex Luthor. It'll never work for me.
Oh god, are we not talking about that part? Because then when we think epilogue, it's like post-apocalyptic world. But there's
you forget that is a post-credit scene in this movie. It's the one that was in the original one, so it's easy to forget.
And then they changed it.
Deathstroke and his Halo emblem.
Yeah, the bit with Jesse Eisenberg on the boat is not the same, but it's really similar. Do you want to describe the difference, DJ?
I don't believe in Justice League. He gives him Bruce Wayne's name.
He does not. He says, you remember what he says to him, or what his preposition is?
I don't.
Something. We got all the problems. Look at all the superheroes, whatever. And then Deathstroke is like, yep. And then he says, I think we should form a league of our own.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and that's
the end of that they
scene.
Were going to start an all-female baseball league.
Yep. Yeah.
To make up for the lack of men during World War II.
I mean, it makes about as much sense as trying to fight the team that just killed all the aliens and went back in time with a ninja and a bald guy, and that's it. Like, it's not like he says a league of our own, and then
hey, they could get the evil worm from the end of Shazam too.
Oh yeah, Mr. Mind. Yeah, let's get Mr. Mind back. I mean, listen, he's probably got the best shot at killing Superman, considering he seems to be magical, considering he was part of Shazam's, like the wizard Shazam's jail. So, you need magical characters to kill a Superman. So maybe it will work. I wonder who their inevitable Justice League would have been, or Injustice League would have been. I guess it wouldn't have existed because that was a Whedon edition. Should the Whedon cut have made it? Maybe that would have garnered a second one of these. Who would we got?
You get Lex Luthor, Deathstroke, Joker, Harley.
I don't think so. Hold on. I don't think we would have gotten Joker.
Okay.
Do you think we would have gotten Joker? I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't see the Joker working with the Lex Luthor that's pretending to also be the Joker. I feel like those personalities are going to clash. Oh my gosh.
They would both put a Jolly Rancher in each other's mouths.
They would reach around each other. It would be actually a very, they'd have a good time together.
Infinity reach around. You stand back to back, you reach around.
Cheetah, I guess Cheetah could be in it. Who else has villains? The Flash. It's Captain Boomerang can come back.
The Ocean Master.
Oh, yeah, or Black Manta. I guess they did feel like they were setting up Black Manta to be in something.
Yeah.
But he can't be the solo villain because he made a robot suit and then got fucking dropped down a cliff. His death in Aquaman is so great. But yeah.
Can we bring back Zod? Could Zod or Doomsday come back?
Oh,
We'll bring back Namek, the big one, that is his name in Man of Steel. I mean, there's other,
the planet where Piccolo comes from?
You'd assume so, right? But no, yeah, in that movie, there is Zod, Feora, the woman who is speaks with some, I don't know, fucking German accent or some shit. And then the bigger one that's behind them the whole time, who we never see his face, and his name is Namek. I don't know if that's like a little joke or whatever, but yeah, we throw him in there. This movie does these movies all do a really poor job of throwing in auxiliary villains that you can pluck out and there's no scene in this where a random worker in Star Labs is just mopping the floor and his name is Corbin or something. And then you go, in a couple movies, he's the Metallo of these. They don't do that, and it's so weird. There's so many characters who could be robbing that bank that Wonder Woman foils. Millions of them. And they just, none of them. Could be Two-Face. Fucking, yeah.
I like that
the
we got
problem is it has to be someone,
British guy.
It has to be someone we're not too attached to because they get vaporized.
I know she explodes.
Maybe half of him gets vaporized, you know? His hat is fine. How good is that hat? It floats to the ground.
Well, the armbands only vaporized in a very narrow band that included the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, but not where his hat was.
And then that means there's shoes just sitting there. Just like the Wicked Witch of the West.
If the camera had panned down to follow the hat, you would have seen it land on top of his smoking shoes.
With feet still in them, I guess, right?
Yeah, I love the idea that Wonder Woman was just like, it's fine, we're good kids, it's fine. And they were just like, there's fucking bodies, dude. Like, dead guys near us.
I
don't even care that we didn't Yeah, you hit someone so hard that they flew one frame of movie up into the ceiling. Like, they exploded all over us. We are covered in reactionary terrorists. It sucks.
When that little girl asked if she could be like Wonder Woman, it's because she's actually a sociopath and wants to be a mass murderer.
Yeah. So Lex Luthor on the boat. He has escaped from jail. I love this. By inserting a random bald man. Just some guy doesn't really look like him. Not the same age.
This is just sheer bald person discrimination, suggesting that any bald person just looks like any other bald person.
I mean, and it's as if they would see a person with hair and go like, oh my god, it's not Lex Luthor, and then he'd be like in the hallway running away. Like, shit, I needed that 10 seconds of them thinking the bald man was me. Also, is he just in a cell? He should be in a good cell. He started an alien thing. Yeah.
Also,
like, he shouldn't be in a cell where you hit a button and 7 or 8 doors, and then everyone goes to the yard. He should be stuck there forever. I'm not a big fan of the American prison system.
I also
or
get
solitary
that,
confinement, but for him, maybe.
I get that he's on a boat, which probably means he's in like some whatever international water bullshit. But like, you know, like once you're broken out of jail, you're wanted. They'll be coming for you. So, I mean, like, he has to live on that boat forever, I guess, right? He can't like be Lex Luthor again and like be a CEO. He can't do that.
Deathstroke gets to that boat on like a small speedboat. He has to stand at the front of it to fit. So and we can see he's in like Gotham Harbor. It's just like he's on a yacht. But also, yeah, usually in the comics there's some sort of weird formality or like some technicality that Luthor is able to exploit so that he doesn't have to go to jail forever. But they don't do that at all. They just, I mean, they had no plan to do any more of these. And also, I don't know. I mean, Deathstroke is cool, but for me, he is the least interesting Batman villain. And also, he's barely a Batman villain. He's a Teen Titans villain. Why bother? I don't know. But then we get post-credit scene number 2.
Oh, boy.
All right, here's what I want to do. Let's all talk one at a time about one thing that we absolutely hated from it. And we'll kind of rotate through. Hopefully we'll get the whole story.
Okay.
DJ, we'll start with you since you won the coin toss of getting the title or the IMDb summary most correct.
I think I hate the dance where, you know, Batman is very insistent that, hey, Joker, you can cross the line and I'll kill you. And it seems like the Joker intentionally pole vaults over that line by like 10 meters. And all Batman can muster is, man, fuck you. And to me, it's like, why is this here? Like, do something dramatic if you're going to be faux dramatic. Like, it's just, don't pussyfoot with this shit. It's not edgy or cool, Zack Snyder. It's fucking dumb.
Yeah, what if he killed this Joker? Just in this moment.
Would have been interesting.
That would have been great.
It would have been like, yes, thank you. Oh my god. Yeah.
Just Joker goes through his whole thing and hands him the card, and Batman just takes the card and cuts his throat with it. I'm so fucking tired of him. And all the rest of the guys are like, I know, right? And he's like, I know. I'm sorry I brought him. I don't know why I thought he would help.
What do we even think he's going to do for us? He's just
he was wearing a flak jacket, like as if they were gonna shoot bullets at him. He's annoying. Yeah, he sucks.
I don't know what they needed the Joker for. Does he like know how to get to the time machine to make this not happen? Does he know how to revive Lois Lane? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Batman is embarrassed that he brought him with them. Like, he's like, he invited a friend to the party, and then the friend got to the party and it was really annoying. And everybody kept kind of looking at the guy and looking at Batman, and Batman was like, I know, guys, I'm sorry. I thought he would be cool, but he sucks. Diggins, what about you? What's the thing you hate about the nightmare sequence? Ooh.
One thing I hate about this is that they have this whole big stupid monologue and conversation of him basically saying like, I hate you and I think it's funny that you suffer, but let's have a truce to save the future or whatever. And like, that's the whole conversation. And then the next thing someone says is like, was it a good idea to bring him? As in, they've been with him this whole time for however long, and they just haven't had this conversation the whole time? What did he say to get him to come in the first place if they didn't talk about this?
I'll only talk when I get to the wasteland metropolis. I don't know. I think that scene does make a little bit more sense if they're rescuing the Joker from Arkham or something.
Right.
But yeah, that's not what it is. It's just he's sitting on a car, just like lounging about. I can't wait to see what the scene that he's in that requires the crown of thorns is. Because that's in the black and white cut, apparently, but not this cut, because it never ends. We are always in the Zack Snyder, just like Schrodinger's movie release schedule.
The Snyder cut is the anti-life equation.
Yeah, DC forgot it on Earth. And then Steppenwolf stumbled upon it.
So, what's the one thing you hate about this scene?
I hate that Mira's here. I hate her being part of this. As if she brings anything to this team. I think her accent is stupid. But also, like, what fucking good is she?
Aquaman. She's got big strong, and she does the water.
Hey, but what water? There's no water. It's a desert. She sucks. She's gonna get bodied immediately. Like, Aquaman's only working for water.
We saw earlier with Steppenwolf, she can take the blood out of people's faces. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. That was cool, right? What happened to that? That seemed Aquaman should have been like, you want to come? You want to come help? There's no mother box here anymore, so there's no, and a worm doesn't give a shit. Come help. That'd be really good. If you could rip the blood out of his head. Rip the blood out of Darkseid's head, maybe. I mean, she does that kind of in Aquaman. She's a bit where she, like, steals all the wine from the wine room she falls into in, like, you know, the islands of Italy or whatever. But I don't see much bloodbending in her backstory. But yeah, I don't like her in there. I don't like I like the idea that it's the original Justice League or not, but just the makeup of that team is so weird. It's Cyborg is like essentially the same Cyborg, except he grew a chain gun somehow, and that makes him better for fighting Superman. Like, I like this stupid little vestigial arms, but also whatever, he's Cyborg. I don't know, his arms are guns that are fine. And you have Flash in the outfit that he would never be wearing if that outfit didn't also show up in Batman v Superman's flashback. And then you have Deathstroke without his helmet on and just his cool mohawk, which I'm assuming he shaves every day because it's a pretty fresh mohawk. And then Batman, that's a whole team, and her. And it's just like, what are we even doing? Who are any of you? Like, none of you know each other. Mira doesn't know any of you. Who gives a shit? It's the most boring group of people. Nobody in there is cool. We don't have anybody from Suicide Squad. No Deadshot. No nothing. None of them. And I guarantee they just couldn't afford, you know, Will Smith or Margot Robbie or something like that. But even then, like, this scene was made post Justice. This is the only thing that was reshot completely. So take the actors we already like. Put Shazam in this scene. Put fucking Black Canary in this scene. Why are we still using Amber Heard? We already, like, nobody likes her. Who gives a shit? Put fucking Orm. He's cool. He's kind of interesting. It's kind of fun. Put Willem Dafoe. Imagine Willem Dafoe just decked out in, like, Aquaman battle armor. He's ready to go. That would have been so good.
I would watch Willem Dafoe do anything.
Yeah, like, just like all of them, like, kind of bulk up, and each of them, like, picks up their weapon, and then Willem Dafoe just, like, pushes a button on his wrist and turns into Water Iron Man. That would have been great. But yeah, Mira specifically, useless in a desert wasteland. Pointless. She's a magic triton, but what's it even for? Anything else? What else do we hate about this?
I find it very silly, the premise of the scene where they're like in hiding, or like they're trying to hide, right? And Cyborg goes, we gotta go. He's gonna be here soon. And then, Batman and the Joker do their 5-minute dialogue, and no one interrupts them. Cyborg's like, "Hey, fuckers! Superman's gonna be here any second. We gotta fucking go." They're just like, "I guess they have to do this in order for us to fix this."
On a highway or something, cars and stuff. Cars that stopped on the highway, I guess. Just not a parking lot, the highway. So what was this invasion like? Why? What parts of the Earth have and have not been destroyed? It's a weird post-apocalypse. It's very poorly envisioned, but also I guess this is the
highways. Highways still exist because it's the Mad Max apocalypse, and Mad Max has cars.
Right, and then so another thing that's kind of weird about this, in one of the clips they showed, or images they showed, I guess, had, I forget what it's called, but the tank that Batman drives in The Dark Knight Returns. And he had that. It's not called the Tumbler, it's called something else. It's got a weirder name. I can't remember.
I started saying that before you said Returns, and then it was too late to stop.
Oh, no, it's called the Bat Monster or something like that. Let's Google Batman tank. But whatever it is, it's that thing. The Riot Tank, that's what it is. So, you would assume he has that, and to be fair, that does influence the Tumblr, so you're not super far off. But he has that in a picture from this movie, and it just turns out to be the little shot from the very end of the movie that is the epilogue, but before all this bullshit starts. But I kind of expected he would be driving some cool Batmobile or something, but nah, he's just walking, he's huffing it, he doesn't have time, can't be bothered. I can't believe the best supervillain he has for this is Deathstroke. Sucks. Get Mr. Freeze, he's pretty cool. So many villains that would be helpful. Diggins, what about you?
What, another one?
Yeah, you don't have anything else?
I mean, I hate everything about this scene. I'm just trying to think of something specific.
How about this? It's dumb that Superman is the villain in this scene. It's boring.
Well, yeah.
The idea, after 3 movies, we're still doing what if Superman was bad is insane. Aquaman bad, Flash bad, Cyborg bad, like I said in the video, but any other character we've already met that is bad is more interesting. Superman is the only one that it's I just assume he's already dead and we'll move on. And Cyborg being bad is interesting because in the Joss Whedon version, there's a bit where Aquaman and Cyborg don't quite get along, and the reason is because I think Aquaman kind of recognizes that the mother box is a problem, and he can figure out that he's Cyborg, you on the side of us or on the machines, and evil Cyborg works, but evil Superman is just so fucking he's done it so many times. What's the point? Superman in these movies has only fought evil Superman. He's fought Doomsday and General Zod, which are what if Superman, but stronger. But there's no nothing else, no smart version of Superman. And I guess that's where the Lex Luthor would come in, but he kind of sucks. But no Bizarro,
no Brainiac,
no Brainiac, yeah, no Mongol, no Despero, none of the characters that kind of pose some sort of other threat. It's just always the most boring versions. Oh, it sucks.
He's got to pick the most yoked villains.
They're pretty yoked. Mongol's pretty yoked. Also, I have a question that ties into the next one. Where's that guy? What happened to him?
Who?
What guy?
The next guy. The guy we're going to talk about next. Why isn't he here? Why is he even in the epilogue if he's not going to show up in the other epilogue?
That's true.
Although, maybe he's Mira. Maybe, we don't know. You could be anybody.
Oh.
Maybe he's Superman. Maybe he's the one who turned evil.
That would be handy. Yeah, then it'd be pretty easy to kill him. We don't have any of the right guys for that, but any of the guys with fire can get him.
I was going to say, you need who makes fire? Could the Flash do that thing where he changes matter and makes fire?
I mean, lightning's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Firestorm obviously would be good.
I was going to say Firestorm. I mean, that's if you want a DC hero who makes fire, that's his whole deal.
I mean, and if you want a DC villain, you've got Firefly, Batman villain, who's just a disgraced firefighter who gets wings and shoots fire at people. So he's about as good as you get. But most of the Batman villains and Superman villains and stuff, if they're fighting Martian Manhunter, they have the moment, and we as the audience have the moment where it's Martian Manhunter's pretty good right now. And then he's just accidentally thrown into a gas station and exploded, and then he's weakened and he's, DQ'd. He can't be part of it. But I like that about him. I like that he has a really stupid weakness.
I love fire as a weakness because it's like I'm also weak to fire.
That's a good point.
I can relate.
I like that he's weak against it, and I like that he's also scared of it. Like he just has a fear where if he sees it, he'll freak out. I also like the idea that him and Lois go get coffee, and Lois gets him coffee, and he's like, "This is too hot," and his skin starts turning green. And he's like, "Look over there, and then he like recovers with some ice cubes in his pocket, and then he's better. So let's talk about the actual finale. So Batman wakes up from this second nightmare dream that he's had since Batman v Superman, counting that one, where he's still wearing. I also love that Batman is Batman. Like he has a fucking bat suit for everything. The bat suit seems like it would be pretty good for dealing with sand. It seems like putting on a coat would make it even worse. But he still puts on a trench coat to do Mad Max stuff. Like, what the fuck? It's not like you're wearing a t-shirt on. Anyway, so Batman wakes up in a hot sweat. And he's like, oh my God, thank God. That was just another teaser for the next one. And he walks through his giant, like, window.
Big glass house.
Yeah, weird box house. And what to his wandering eyes does appear?
General Swanwick. He's Secretary of Defense of the United States government.
Right? That would be fun, right? That would be great. It's not it, though. In fact, it's like that. DJ, who does Wonder Guys disappear?
The Martian Manhunter. Which is
how
how
could we
he
possibly know that, though? Yeah, that seems like the kind of thing that would have to be subtext otherwise.
Well, it's like, this like just green alien comes down and he's like, could I help you? And, when he gets to the point is, they call me the Martian Manhunter. And Bruce Wayne's out like, should we be concerned?
Who is they?
Men?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He's also like just very unconcerned about this whole thing that an alien just showed up outside his door. He's just like, he opens it. It's like Alfred is there. He's like, oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Yes,
it feels like a scene Joss Whedon would write, where the joke is that it's another alien, and it's like, oh, hey, yeah, no, I get it, yeah, you're Martian.
You're used to these by now.
Yeah, call me. I get it. You'll show up for the next one. Sure, you will. Okay. It's almost like it feels like he Googled Martian Manhunter or something at one point when he was like looking up superheroes, and they know everything about him, and they're just like, he's weird. He dresses up like your friends, and then comes and talks to you about something, and then he's never there when anything interesting happens. So whatever, just ignore him.
Why?
It's not helpful.
Why on earth did Joss Whedon film these? Excuse me.
Well,
Zack Snyder. Why did Zack Snyder film these?
So I read this somewhere, and I'm not positive about that. I mean, the nightmare sequences, like, I really do want to say post, 2017 that he learned something. Or that Zack Snyder has evolved as a filmmaker, but man, him deciding to make that nightmare sequence is just like pure. Never mind. He wants to do a movie where Superman shoots everybody with lasers and everybody has a cool gun, and he can't help himself. But the Martian Manhunter scene, I feel like I read somewhere that he wanted to make it a Green Lantern and he couldn't. Like the studio wouldn't let him. So he instead decided to just do that whole fucking scene, but instead with Martian Manhunter, and change nothing. And I think that is pretty dumb.
But he's also said that Martian Manhunter being General Swanwick was always the plan. So it was that the Martian Manhunter part would have been dumb anyway.
That's a good point. Yeah, and the Martha thing was also Martian Manhunter the whole time. Or at least like the idea of a Martian Manhunter Martha thing, that was also in there. So it's really like nothing. Like, it's just a scene that I think if I was Bruce Wayne, I'd just go, yeah, I guess I'm still sleeping. I don't know. This kind of stuff just happens. I'm really weird. Somebody has to fix me.
I think this stuff is in here because Zack Snyder's most important creative vision is getting another paycheck.
I mean, like, he is going to get paychecks forever. Like, he just has to start making movies that people want to see. I think that's his problem.
Like, Nando, let's not go crazy here. Come on. You gotta talk about things within the man's ability.
Like, talk about shit that, like, I think Zack Snyder, talented director, talented, like, director of photography or something. Like, but either way, I'm willing to watch him make movies about his own shit, and just the same way that I'll watch a movie made by Tommy Wiseau be like, let's see what's going on here. Let's see what this is. Not that he is on that same level, but just I have that same level of curiosity. Almost like Michael Bay, but honestly, Michael Bay at this point has become kind of a meme where, I don't know, his movies are kind of over the top. But Zack Snyder says he's making a King Arthur movie. I'm totally here for that. I want to see what that is. I want to watch all kinds of King Arthur, teaching the peasants about self-responsibility and posing with Excalibur. And he's making a zombie movie. I can't wait to see what races of people we kill, what the zombies map to in a societal way. Like, there's just something there.
They're going to be so muscular.
Oh, it's going to be awful. It comes out soon. It's like in a couple months. Maybe a month. And it's on Netflix, so we'll all see it. But yeah, I just don't think he needs to do these. But the problem is, all of his diehard fans really want him to make more of these and couldn't give less of a shit about his other movies. Mm-hmm. Because they gotta, they just want a Superman who says fuck.
I just don't understand these people. I try. It doesn't always seem like it, but I do try to understand other people and why they like the things they like. And, I think I'm a relatively empathetic person and can put myself in the minds of another person. I don't understand the Snyder people. I don't know what they see. I don't know what world they live in. It is beyond me. It is beyond my ability to comprehend.
I mean, I couldn't tell you. I'm assuming it's something very specific. I assume Snyder exists mostly as a, countercultural force. Like, people see Superman in the cartoon smiling and stuff, and they're like, that's not what I believe a Superman should be. And this guy comes up with, a different Superman, not necessarily a perfect Superman, or anything they would imagine, but something that is clearly different, and go, that actually is good. And they work backwards from the conclusion that this is actually the good one. I feel like not in every case, but in a lot of cases, I think that's the situation. It is a rejection of something else, less so an acceptance of Zack Snyder. That's my guess.
Or maybe the fact that it makes people like me upset is also part of it.
Oh, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, you are to be fair, you get your check from Marvel every month, and you're a Marvel shill.
If any, yeah, of the three of us, I'm the one who gets the checks from Marvel.
Well, to be fair, I'm supposed to send your Marvel checks to Michael Caine, and I'm not doing that either. I'm pocketing it all, baby. It's all going right to me. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, DJ? What's your thought on why this persists?
I think that there is a market for anyone to enjoy any kind of content, and I don't know if it's more of DC stans fell into this Snyder thing because it's all they had, so they're like, all right, we're DC stans, so this is us now, or if there have been people who've been day one Zack Snyder and they're like, this man is a visionary. But I think there is an audience for any kind of thing. I mean, I assume people are still listening to this podcast, right?
Well, yeah, but those are smart quality people who enjoy a good entertainment experience. Not to say that the Zack Snyder people aren't, but hypothetically, if everyone had the, smart ultra mind that our listeners have, they would also listen to us. But their minds are clouded by doubt or something. I don't know. I feel like the Zack Snyder thing, because I think the thing about DC and the problem with Zack Snyder in this day and age is I feel like DC movies and media has presented so many alternatives that even if you were just I'm ride or die, Zack Snyder, that's my guy, 2013, Man of Steel, that's me, Batman v Superman, awesome, Suicide Squad, and then this, I think there'd be another step where you'd have to go oh, Aquaman, oh, I like that, or I like Shazam, or Birds of Prey or something the Superman show, or the Harley Quinn cartoon, or the Doom Patrol show, or the Titans show. That my problem with Zack Snyder, the reason I think he doesn't I just don't think there's space for him in DC anymore. I think there's more aggressive versions of these characters that people seem to dislike, specifically the Titans version. And I think there's more colorful, over the top macho action movie Aquaman types that just work better for that reason. And then there's Birds of Prey and Shazam that are completely different while retaining some of the elements of the Zack Snyder movies that people like, but are generally, I would say, aimed at a different crowd that I just don't see what his, what audience he caters to besides people that just have built. And I think the tough part about Zack Snyder is an audience has been built around Zack Snyder, where it's like, I love Zack Snyder movies, you guys don't. I want them to be good. I don't know anybody that has been like, I haven't seen a person yet that was on the release of Snyder Cut movement that's seen the movie and been like, you know what, didn't care for it, wasn't for me. They all like it because it's what they wanted, because that's their whole thing. Like,
you think it's kind of a sunk cost fallacy thing?
Yeah, I think it's sunk cost fallacy, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's a cult, because everything's a cult these days, but it's kind of a cult in the sense that, like, there's a charismatic leader, and they don't necessarily isolate you from everyone. They don't necessarily isolate you from everyone you know, but they kind of force you to support an opinion that isolates you from everyone you know, where you're like, oh, actually, Batman is better when he kills. And then everybody's like, no, he's not. And then you're kind of stuck on Snyder Island. And so I don't think any of it is a cult on purpose, but I think there's a culty vibe that has been created from that. Yeah.
Fall into a cult.
Maybe we just want cults these days. I don't know. Yeah. Speaking of cults, also, I saw the thing that DJ posted. I haven't mentioned it yet, but Pierce Brosnan, Dr. Fate, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
So.
I hope he
that
sings.
Movie might be great. Oh, my God. I hope he sings. Oh, yeah. I hope he talks about how my favorite bit in the movie is, when he combs his hair in Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again, where he has a line that's like, young and clean, and he does this cool guy face. It's the best. I do not like this Mel Gibson mustache he's got on. I'm not a fan of this, but everything else is great. I mean, he'll be under the, Dr. Fate helmet for most of it, I assume. So
the mask
nice paycheck for him.
The helmet of Nor Banu, or whatever the hell.
I think it's just
Dr.
Nobu.
Fate's. Nobu? That sounds right.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, he's like, there's so many. I know one of the Dr. Fate's last names is Clark. Something Clark. So I think he's that one. Just because that's the main one. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what do you think? Justice League. Zack Snyder's Justice League.
I think everyone knows how I feel by now. Loved it.
Do you think it was a mistake?
Success.
Like,
no,
this will eventually hurt HBO?
Well, no, I think in all seriousness, like, I think it's good Zack Snyder got to get his extra long vision out. What does it do to HBO? I don't know. If like, it really gets super buzz, maybe they'll like, could you come back and do Injustice or Apocalypse or whatever? I don't know. But I think Zack Snyder's ready to close the book. Yeah. So
how has Zack Snyder not made movies by Mark Millar? Like, why did he pick these superheroes to make movies about?
That much concentrated like edginess would destroy the planet. That would create the anti-life equation.
That's the problem with him, and always been like my problem is it's not that I don't like him as a filmmaker, or it's just that I don't like his. Like, I don't think he's working with the right characters. And I'd love to see him make Nemesis or Wanted or something like that. Like, I mean, I like Secret Service, and we've talked about that. But, like, there's other characters where I'm just like, oh, yeah, Kick-Ass. That's kind of a, that's kind of a Zack Snyder thing. I mean, we'll see. Netflix has bought a lot of the Miller properties, or Millar or whatever. And one of them is something called, the fuck is it called? Jupiter's Legacy? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So it's like Jupiter's Legacy, and it's like kids of superheroes or something, and they're bad or whatever. Like, that just feels like Zack Snyder to me. Zack Snyder should be making a movie about a character who isn't Superman, but is like Superman. But not Superman. I don't know. It's great. He's great. It's great. Yeah. Whew. Any other thoughts about this movie?
No.
Yeah, I feel like that's about it.
We've been talking for like 5 hours.
Segment? I know. I mean, it's Justice League. What do you expect? Do you want to get to our classic segment? All right. You guys got anything to recommend to the fine people?
Nope.
That sounds good. All right. Diggins, what about you?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No.
Is it that
DJ, you give a rec. Give a big old rec.
Okay. All right. So I watched a lot of basketball this weekend. It's obviously not my rec. But it is what I did a lot of. So I watched Justice League yesterday, and I was like, wow, this was long, but I wanted to take in some other DC content. So I went back and I watched Superman, Batman, Apocalypse, which came out in like 2010. It's very good. It's like you forget just like how good like the DC animated bench is. There's Justice League Dark, and I think there was a Justice League Dark sequel that came out last year.
That was like the end game of that universe, where at the end there's a big apocalypse, like of everybody in that universe dies, and they're like, Barry, do another Flashpoint, and he's like, I don't want it, bad. And they're like, what could be worse than the universe we're living in now? And then he does anyway. So
okay,
yeah,
I should watch that then. Apparently,
that one's not that great. I think there's other ones that are better than that exist. Like, have you watched? God, what else have they made? I don't know. They did like a good All-Star Superman. You ever seen that?
I've seen All-Star Superman. I saw the Death of Superman that they did a few years ago.
How about the Return of Superman?
Yes, and then the Return of Superman.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then you probably seen them all. Might as well. They did the Death in the Family, like those Batman ones. Those exist.
Okay.
I think as part of that universe. But yeah, what's Superman Batman Apocalypse? I can't remember that one.
That's the one where Darkseid wants Supergirl to like raise her in his army.
Okay.
So he captures her, and I don't want to spoil it for whoever hasn't seen it, but the ending is like pretty badass because it ends kind of unconventionally. It's not just like a big punch fight, and they get like some like the like bench characters, like Big Bird is involved. But yeah, I think it came out in 2010. I'm like questioning if that's like what it's called. I think it's Superman Batman Apocalypse.
No, I looked it up. You're right.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
But like that one's like I think it's like really quality, and like it's like an hour and a half, and like you get a good feel for like what's Darkseid's deal, what's going on in Apocalypse. You see enough DC characters where it's like fun. And yeah, you're right. By the way, I forget if you saw this before the podcast or during the podcast, but Darkseid just isn't wide enough. Like he is a commanding.
He's very wide. No, he's supposed to be wide, way
like
more than
boxy.
Thanos or any of those. Yeah.
Not once in this movie does he put his arms behind his back.
Yeah. What are his arms doing at the very end?
I think they're like at his side.
They're just at his side.
Okay, that's fine. As long as they're not in front of him, I'll take it. I mean, I do prefer arms behind his back. You're definitely right, but
yeah. So yeah, check out any of those. But yeah, specifically Superman Batman Apocalypse. I think it's like a good, if you haven't seen it, just kind of little glimpse into the Apocalypse and Darkseid world. So yeah, check that out.
Yeah, that is. Those movies are good. I have not. That is the one I haven't seen though. Have you watched
it's
Man of Tomorrow or whatever it's called? The one,
No.
the newish Superman one. I like that a lot.
so.
That's not within like because these all are within one continuity, and that one is not. But this one is. But the Man with Tomorrow is fun. I mean, the hard part for me is like it follows the comics a lot in a lot of ways. So like. The whatever it's called, I want to say it's called Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, which I think is the last one. Feels a lot like DC East, in so much that like Constantine's plan is kind of similar. He's the main character both, so I can't remember the details between the two. But yeah, this does. I'm looked up the IMDb summary right now. Not that summary, but the list. Ed Asner is granny goodness in this, which means it's quality.
Nice.
Can't wait. What about you, Diggins? Do you have anything to recommend to the fine people?
I do. I have two quick recommendations that could not be farther apart from each other.
Okay, let's see it.
The first was that over the weekend, with a few friends, I played a narrative role-playing game, which it's like, Dungeons & Dragons-esque, where you're role-playing, but it's much less focused on mechanics and much more focused on telling a story together. This particular one is called Red Carnations on a Black Grave, and in it, you are all taking roles of people who lived during the Paris Commune of 1871, which was a famous uprising right after the Franco-Prussian War, in which the city of Paris rebelled against the government of France and formed a socialist government that was then a couple months later brutally suppressed by the French army. So you are telling the story of a bunch of different characters who live together in the working class neighborhood of Montmartre in Paris. It was really cool. It was if you are the kind of person who thinks you would like to spend a few hours with your friends pretending to be 19th century French socialists, it was a really cool experience. We had a great time with it. It got It's essentially like kind of like just running your own little acting workshop where you're all just getting a chance to like craft a story together. It was just a lovely experience. The book itself, by the way, for Red Carnations on a Black Grave is just very beautiful. They got a lot of, there's a lot of art in it that looks really cool. There's these beautiful components, like little cards for certain different parts of the game when you're like setting up scenarios that look really nice. The physical version of the game is not out yet, but you can pre-order it. I have an early access to a PDF because I backed it on Kickstarter. But it should be, Kickstarter backers are getting the physical game in mid-April, so it should be available for purchase soonish. So that was a lovely experience that I heartily recommend. I also watched a movie this past week that you may have seen floating around on Twitter. It's called Miyu Madness, and it is the vanity project of Louise Linton, the wife of former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin.
Oh, no. Is it any good?
No.
Define good.
Is it any worth watching? Will I
Absolutely.
enjoy it if I watch it? Okay.
Absolutely. It is
she
bananas. Yeah, she's the main character.
Is he in it?
No.
Oh, bummer.
He wasn't involved in the creation at all. Because she's also rich, by the way. She's like an heiress. So she got it funded entirely herself.
Are you sure? That does sound like something Trump would do. Hire a guy who has an heiress wife. That just doesn't sound right. You sure?
I mean,
you're not making a mistake?
Maybe they did some shady stuff on the back end, but as far as we know, he was not actually involved in the creation. But it is bananas. It's her as like a girl boss CEO who's also a serial killer. But also
it so far.
But also it's a romantic comedy, kind of.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And it's like she invites this dude to like rent an apartment in her fabulous mansion, but really she's just luring him there to kill him. But then also there's perhaps with some sexy results.
What is this movie called?
Miyu Madness.
Where did you find it? It's not on Netflix or anything?
No, it's
you have to pay for it legally through all the channels. That makes sense.
I paid for it legally through a channel that I cannot describe right now. Yes.
That's fair. That's fine. That sounds great.
It's kind of like the one of the people I was watching with basically said it's like a completely unsatirical, unself-aware American Psycho.
Oh, okay. Like the
which I
American
think is
Psycho that people that watch American Psycho and think it's cool think they watched.
Yeah, basically, but for
the heroes,
but for girl bosses.
Love it.
And
so it's like,
Westwick.
ugh, I gotta see this.
It's so funny. It is totally worth watching just for the what the hell is happening factor.
It's a
That's
2021
great.
American comedy thriller film. Ugh.
That is my wildly contrasting recommendations.
I think I prefer the French socialism game.
Nah, I like the one Diggins said second. I already forgot what it is. Oh, I put a link in the chat, but I thought it was the Apocalypse War thing is on HBO Max, so if you want to watch it,
Oh, sick.
it is there. I'll rec a couple things real quick. South Park had a special that was like pretty funny. I do like it. I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but it's good. That's all I got for that. I watched a comedy special that I had not watched yet. One of my favorites. Nate Bargatze has a new special on Netflix called The Greatest Average American, and he's super funny. I can't describe him. He's just funny. And if you like, he's got a very fun, laid back delivery. He's from Tennessee, which is part of his shtick. But he's also very like, you know, he's got a lot of like, he's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. One of his two most famous bits, I would guess, are one about ordering coffee at Starbucks, which is very funny, and one about going to an alligator thingy, like zoo, which is also very funny. So he has a new Comedy Central or comedy special out on Netflix. What would have been a Comedy Central special? Watch that. That's great. Also, last thing I want to recommend is a cosign. So I am acknowledging when I say this that this has been already recommended. I am not DJ. I'm not a scrub. A scrub is a guy who thinks he's fly. I really liked the idea of watching a movie about Godzilla before watching all these Godzilla movies next week and like seeing the final one. So I decided to watch Shin Godzilla, which has been recommended by Diggins, I want to say twice on this show.
That sounds right.
And yeah, once I think like before I had even heard of it, and then once recently. And it's really good. I'm not going to talk about it too much because that kind of ruins the fun. But it has all the Godzilla-ing you like. Like, you get a lot of good Godzilla-ing, and also you get a lot of good other stuff. Yeah. It's recent, so if someone's like, oh, is it like one of those old ones where they punch in suits? It's for 2016, so it's coming from that time frame. I wouldn't say it's like a CGI spectacle, like a Godzilla 2014. Like, it feels a little bit more like the older guys, but it's got a very 2016 perspective to bring to it, which is great.
If you're used to American movies, you should know that in other countries, the CGI budget is usually much lower.
I think that I was able to buy almost all of it from going like, well, this is what Godzilla's kind of looks like in some of these other movies. Like, it's like that level of CGI, but also like some of the CGI where like, you know, boats were getting kicked up or something. That was pretty good. I think they did a good, there was a good balance of like lots and lots of CGI where things were just going crazy and then none. But there were some really, there are some bits that like, here's what I will say about it to kind of try to sell people on it. It's funny. I was laughing a lot. A lot of it was in the beginning. A lot of it is when they were in hallways going from room to room. It's very funny. And there's one bit where everyone repeats a line to each other. And I don't remember what it is, what the line was, but it's just said down a like row of 4 or 5 people. It's so good. I also like, you know what's funny? It's interesting about it. They all say sir when they address the prime minister, or I guess someone like higher up than them on the like, you know, chain. But it's the way they say it. It sounds like sorry. It's just like the word sorry. So it sounds like they're all saying what in English when you read it, but here it start with sorry. So it's like, sorry, Godzilla is on a rampage right now. And then someone responds, sorry, we don't even have any weapons there. So don't even, it's that part's just like a little thing that you notice. But yeah, a lot of fun. Great primer for Kong vs. Godzilla, which comes up next week. Only other thing, for the Nando Movies Book Club, I've been reading, the All-Star Superman, the comic, which is a movie that's very, very, like, not, like, loosely based on, because it's just, like, if you made a whole movie of all the comic, it would be a little longer. So they cut some things, like, some of the, I might say it's, like, 12 chapters, and I would say they probably have maybe 6 in the comic, or in the movie, but it's really good. It's the best Superman story, by Grant Morrison, and just, like, about Superman in the comics. Like, it's an Elseworld story, so Lex Luthor kind of tricks him into doing a mission near the moon, or near the sun, where he, to save people, has to get overloaded with solar energy and gets what is essentially cancer, and slowly dies of cancer. And it's great. It's a really good book. So probably the best Superman book ever written, except for maybe Red Sun, if you're Zack Snyder, or What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way, which is my favorite, which is closer to just like your normal Superman book. But yeah, so all of those things recommended. And yeah, all the DC movies, I'm looking at a list of them now, because like I pulled up a list just to see kind of what they got. Like the Flashpoint one's good. Crisis on Infinite Earths, or Two Earths is what it's called, is good. Justice League Doomed. Like, a lot of these DC movies that you can find on HBO are really solid. So if you're really into just watching a Justice League thing, you got options, is all I'm saying.
So many the time to watch.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of good stuff. All right. Anything to plug? DJ, what's Roses and Rejections up to next week?
So we just covered the season finale and after the final roll Rose of Matt's season. So we're going to be shifting to we'll be doing every bi-weekly, so every other week instead of every week releases, and we'll be doing like different kind of reality shows and stuff. And first we're going to be doing, and it's kind of timely, we're going to be doing the first season of The Circle, because they just announced the second season of The Circle.
Oh man, nice. Am I in it? I probably would have gotten an email.
Right. So like we're telling people, if you haven't watched it, watch along with us, and then we're just gonna cover the whole season in an episode, and then we're gonna do like other kind of stuff as we go along until we get to whenever they start the Bachelorette again in like May. So it'll be a little bit of a lull, but it'll be good. I'm like ready to take a break from this fucking franchise. So but yeah, check us out on the Pop Break podcast feed.
Listen, I don't want to say that for video content, like you have a Twitter account, right? You said this the other day.
Yeah,
we're very
excited
excited about
Rejections. Yep.
Is it also an Instagram account, or like is it
No,
just Twitter?
Just Twitter.
Okay, so you couldn't both bake cakes, much like they try to do on the episode of The Circle, and see who gets the best cake.
Oh god, that would be so good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like stuff that I remember from The Circle, but the first thing is that what's his name tried to make a cake and it stunk, and he was super into it. I really did enjoy that show. I think anybody that's like, I don't watch reality shows, what are you thinking? Even if you never watched The Bachelor, which I don't watch, not necessarily on principle, but just not quite my thing, I fucking love The Circle.
Yeah.
So give it a look if you. It's on Netflix. Speaking of
it's on Netflix.
things that are on Netflix, how about this real quick? I'm going to read you guys the Netflix top 10 for me. See if anything jumps out as weird. Okay, here we go. It's something called Deadly Illusions. It is rated R. The picture is a girl's back, and it is steamy, psychological, and suspenseful. So I imagine this is another thing where people just want to watch sex, and then that's it. So that's number 1. Ginny in Georgia is number 2. Don't know what this is. Some sort of comedy. Who cares? College admission scandal documentary. It's supposed to be good. I haven't watched this, but that is there. Number 4, something called Yes Day, which is some sort of movie about kids, whatever. Number 5, Savages. Remember this? Aaron Taylor Johnson, and like they do crimes in like Mexico or some shit. Yeah, whatever. Number 6, so it was 5. 6, Country Comfort. Probably a heartfelt show. Who knows? 7, Coco Melon, some kids show. 8, Jiu-Jitsu. Offbeat, slick, exciting. And it's back, baby. It's jiu-jitsu for the masses. If you ever want to watch it, apparently, at least in the States, it's on Netflix.
The production company that made Jiu-Jitsu also made Me Hugh Madness.
Oh, now I'm in. I think I may try to watch it this weekend. Obviously, I'm going to watch Godzilla, but then after that, I'll probably have some time.
Well, Godzilla doesn't come out till next week.
No, it dropped today.
Right?
Like, you can watch it right now, right?
I think it's this Friday, or it could be this week. Like it's in March, right? This is March.
I thought it was like March 31st. I thought it was like the last day of
You're
March.
right. It's Wednesday, March 31st. Are we gonna like mess around with our schedule?
Well, no. If it's Wednesday, March 31st, we could just
You have to watch it and immediately do the thing. Well, yeah, you're right. On simultaneously March. Okay, so yeah, so then this weekend I watched that fucking movie. Maybe I'll watch King of Monsters. There was my like excuse was like, we were like, I'm gonna watch King of Monsters. Like she's never seen it. I was like, you know what? I haven't seen it in a while. It's probably worth it. And then Shin Godzilla came up. I was like, well, let's watch that instead. But now I feel like we probably have to watch King of Monsters. Maybe watch something else. Diggins, what about you? Any new?
Wait. What stood out in your Netflix thing? What was the weird thing?
The Jiu-Jitsu, number 8. It's in there. The other two are that one show in iCarly, because it wasn't on Netflix before, right? We rented it, right, DJ? You got it from the internet like everybody else. So like, it's just weird that it's showing up on Netflix. Like the people have the opportunity to watch Jiu-Jitsu whenever they want. It's better than fucking. Well, no, it's not. I don't know. I didn't really like that one.
Yeah, give it a shot. I'd say
give it a shot. Watch Nate Bargatze, Norseman, College Admission Scandal. Watch all those things, then give it a shot.
Right,
Diggins, what about you? Do you have anything to plug?
Oh, yeah, just as usual, you can see my newsletter, alittleperspective.substack.com. Just got, stuff coming. Don't worry about it. If it goes right to your email. If you subscribe, it goes right to your email whenever I release something.
Very exciting. Is this drugs? It sounds like it's drugs. Just like, there's going to be something on your doorstep. Don't worry about it. For me, Substack.
It's me writing stuff about media that I've consumed.
I gotcha. Yeah,
mostly drugs, yeah.
Oh, by the way, another thing that I watched, because it came up on my recommendations, is we were looking for, like, Jeopardy. We watched all of Jeopardy, because there's only 2 seasons on Netflix right now. So we were like, what's another game show on Netflix? That'd be fun. The American Bible Challenge is not fun, but it's kind of funny to watch once. It's just Bible questions hosted by Jeff Foxworthy. It's really weird. So can't recommend that enough. was I going to say? I put out a Snyder Cut video, which is definitely less like thoughts than I had now, but it's shorter, so that's kind of nice. I'm going to be putting out a WandaVision video this week, and then who knows, but that's kind of all I've got.
Oof.
Yeah. What do you mean, oof?
Oh, I missed no, like that's all you got.
That's all I got.
And then pause. Oof. Thanks for staying with us, everybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah,
thanks for staying with us.
It's been a minute, huh?
Not oof your stuff. Oof.
Uh-huh.
Like
oof. A video about WandaVision this late in the release schedule. No, I get it.
I'm saying oof to your stuff, Nando. Your content is bad and you should feel bad.
Oh my god.
I just wish I were more deferential to Zack Snyder, That would have been pretty good.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that would have helped. I would have gotten lots of responses that were like, you're a king, and then sometimes that happens. Next week, Godzilla v. Kong, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying with us, everybody.
I mean, you're all still here. This is the kind of stuff you guys love.
Everyone who listened to this podcast, you're a champion.
Yeah, you're a Martian Manhunter, whatever that means.
You're the Secretary of Defense.
You're Superman's mommy. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Did he text her before he showed up? They just knock on the door.
Like cold visit, right?
He couldn't have texted her because he didn't have her phone. The General Swanwick text Lois, by the way, Martha Kent's going to show up. Listen to whatever she says.
Yeah, Lois had very few questions about how Martha just suddenly showed up in Metropolis. Without so much as a phone call.
She
makes a big stop. Yeah. It's the kind of thing where you don't ask questions. That's so weird. All right. Well, until next week, I'm at Nando Movies on Twitter.
I'm at Sippy by Day.
I'm at This Is an Odd Name.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We love you.